Hello and welcome back to another exciting tutorial of GreatStack. In today's video, we are going to build and deploy a social profile marketplace application using PERN stack. In this full stack marketplace project, user can buy and sell their social media profiles. So let's take a look at the project demo. So this is the home page of our social media marketplace website, where you can see we have the navigation bar, then welcome message with this search box. And after that we have the latest listings. So these are new social media profiles listed on this website. We can click on this button, more details, to open the details page. And after that we have the price plan. So we can also choose the premium plan where we can upload multiple listings, and we can also make the listing featured. And we can enroll into the premium plan by using 7 days free trial. After that we have this call to action section and footer. Now let's click on this marketplace menu items. So here we have the list of all social media profiles available on this website. And in the left side you can find the filters also. You can filter these list. You can filter by the platform name, price, and minimum number of followers, and you can also filter using the verified account or monetized account. Now let me just click on this button, more details, so you will see the details page. Right here we have the platform icon, listing title, then we have the username and platform name, and then we have the status like verified profile and monetized profile, and in the right side we have the price. Then we have the images gallery, so we can also share the images on this listing, and then we have other details like account metrics, description, additional details. Right, then we have this chat button and purchase button, but to chat with the user or purchase this account we need to log in first. If I click here, you can see please log in to chat with user. So I'll click on this login, and let me continue with my Google account. You can log in with the Google account, or you can also use the email ID for sign up. So let me log in with my existing account. Now we are logged in. So we are logged in with the same account that is used to publish this listing. So we cannot chat with the own account. So let me go to the messages. So you can see we don't have any message yet. If I go to my listings, so here you can see all the listings that we have published. So here we have total 5 listing, and out of 5, 1 listing is sold. You can see 1 listing is sold out, and then we have other listings which is active. So in this one we have multiple options, like you can see the total earning and total withdrawn amount and total available amount. We can also withdraw this using this form. Here we can enter the amount and account details and apply for withdrawal. And after that you can see we have these buttons, like we can delete the listing. Then we have this button to change the status, like we can change it to active to inactive or inactive to active using this button. Then we have this edit button. If I click here, we can update the data, right? And we can change the listing and click on this update listing button. So it will update the listing, or we can also create a new listing. You can see this button, add new listing. Now here we can enter the details and publish a new listing for sale. After that, let's come here and open the My Orders page. In this My Orders page, you can find all the orders that you have placed, and after purchasing any account, you can view the credentials here. If I click on this View Credential, it will display the credentials like this. After that, we have also created the admin panel so that admin can manage and update the credentials. So let's open the admin dashboard. So this is the admin dashboard, and admin can see the total number of listings, total revenue, active listings, and total number of users. Then we have the recent listings here. After that you can see here we have this verify page. In this one you will find the listing that need to verify. It means the admin will verify the credential. Then only any user can purchase it. So if the user will submit the credential, that will come to this verify page, and admin can open this. And after verifying these credentials, admin can click on this button, verify credential. So after verification, it will come to the change page where admin can change the credential and update the new credential. So let's click on this change button, and here admin need to enter the new credential here. So let me add it here, and here we'll add the new credential and click on this change credentials. So admin will only change the credential, and after that this account will be available for purchase. Now just come to this listings, and here we have all listings. Then we have the transactions where admin can see all the transactions, and after that here we have the withdrawals, and in this one admin can see all the withdrawal request. So these withdrawals are already paid. Whenever a new withdrawal request is added, it will be displayed here, and admin can manually pay the amount and change the status to paid. After that, let me show you the chat and purchase feature. For that, let me create a new account and log in with new account. For that, I need to sign up using a new account. So here you can see I have created another account on this application. This is the account name, and after that if I go to marketplace, open this listing, here you can see we have the option called chat and purchase. Let's click on this button. So it will open the chat box, and here we don't have any message yet. So let's type, "Hi, I want to buy this account," and click on send. So this message is sent here, and if I come to the previous account and go to messages, and here you will find the new message. You can see we have this new message and it is unread, that's why it is in this color. Let's click here to open this chat box, and now the owner can reply to this message. Yes, it is available. So this chat feature is working fine. If I come back, you can see we have received this message in the another chat box. Now let me click on this purchase button. So it will create a payment link and it will open this payment page, and here let me make the payment. So here we have added the test card number and click on this pay button. In this one we have added the Stripe payment gateway, and after payment it will come to my orders page. You can see we are in this my orders page, and here we have the recent order. After purchase you can also view the credentials. So I'll click on this button, view credentials, and here we have the email ID and password that is updated by the admin, right? And after purchase you will also receive the credentials on email. So let's open my email ID, and here we have received the purchase email. In this email you can see we have the new credentials. So these are all functionality of our social media marketplace website. In this project, we have created user authentication and subscription billing using Clerk. Clerk makes it easy to handle user sign-in, sign-up and account management. With Clerk's billing feature, we can provide advanced feature to our premium members. We can also offer the free trial of the premium plan. We have added Inngest in this project to manage the background jobs. Using Inngest function, we will send new order and listing emails. It will also help us to handle Clerk webhooks more efficiently. To store user, listings and order data, we are going to use Neon. Neon is a serverless PostgreSQL database that helps developers build a reliable and scalable application quickly. When we add new listing, we can upload images also. To store and optimize these images, we have used ImageKit. ImageKit is a real-time media processing product that helps optimize, stream and transform images and videos for the web. It can automatically compress and convert images and videos to a suitable format for every device. After building this full stack marketplace project, we will deploy it online using Vercel. So if you are also excited to build your own social profile marketplace, just write down "I am going to build social profile marketplace" in the comment box. I will recommend you to build this project and add the live link in your resume, or you can also use it as your college project. Now let's get started. To create our social profile marketplace application, let's create a project folder. So here we'll create a new folder and I'll write the folder name Flip Earn. So this is my project name, PERN. Now let's open this folder with VS Code editor. So this folder is open in VS Code. Let's close this tab, and now we have to create a React project. We will create a full stack project. So here we'll create the separate project for front end and backend. So first we'll create the front end using React. So now let's open this terminal. I'll click here and select new terminal. So it will open this terminal in VS Code, and in this terminal you can see we are in the PERN path. Now here let's add the command npm create wait at latest. Just enter this command, press enter. So it will create a project. Here we will press Y and enter. After that it is asking for the project name. So I'll write the project name client. So it will create the project in the client folder. That will be the front end. So I have added the project name client and press enter. After that it is asking to select the framework. So I'll choose the framework React. After that it is asking to choose the variant. So I'll choose JavaScript. Now it is asking use roll down wait. I'll choose the default option no. After that again choose default option yes, install npm and start now. So simply press enter. So it is installing the dependencies. So it will take time depending on your internet speed. After installing the dependency, it will start the project also. You can see our project is running at this URL localhost :5173. So let's open this link. So this is our basic Vite plus React project. Now we have to clear this project. For that, we will come back to the VS Code. For now, I'll hide this terminal and let's see this folder. In this left side, you will find this client folder. That is our front-end project. In this one, you will find this package.json. In this package.json, we have the project details. This is the project name, client. Then we have the version, type, scripts. So these scripts will be used to build the project, run the project and preview project. After that, we have the dependencies that is used in this React project, that is React and React DOM. After that, we have dev dependencies that will be used while development only. Now let's clear this project. For that, let's expand this src. In this src, you will find app.css. So I'll just delete this. After that, you will find this app.jsx. Just clear this file also. And here we will use RAFCE snippet. So it will create this component structure. This RAFCE snippet will work when you have one extension. If I come to this extensions and here we will search for ES7. So you can see we have this ES7 React Redux extension, right? So you need to add it, then you can use the RAFCE snippets. Now after that, let's open the index.css file and we will clear this file also. So it is also cleared. After that, let's open index.html. In this index.html, you will find the title, that is the website title. So let me update it. Here we will write social profile marketplace, right? I'll write dash GreatStack. And after that, here you can see the link. In this link, we have the icon. So this is the favicon icon. If I open the web page, you can see here we have the updated title, social profile marketplace, GreatStack, and with that we have this Vite icon, that is the favicon icon. So to replace this icon, we have to provide our icon in the assets. So let me just come back to the desktop screen. Here you can see I have one assets folder. You will download this folder from the video description. I'll provide the link in the description. And once you will open this folder, you will find all these files. We have the favicon icon, some images, logo, and one assets.js file. So let me just copy everything from here. And after that, come to the project folder. In this project folder, we have the client. Then let's open src and then go to assets. And in this assets, we will paste all the files like this. And here you will find this react.svg. So let's delete it. After that, just copy this favicon.ico and come back to the previous folder. Here you will find public. In this public, just paste this favicon.ico and delete this wheat. That's it. After that, let's come back to the VS Code. And in this one, now we can replace this wheat.svg. So here we will add our file name, that is favicon.ico, like this. And if I open the web page, you can see this icon has been updated. So we have updated the website icon and title. After that, let me show you the assets here. If I open the sidebar and if I open src and assets folder, in this one you can see we have the favicon, then we have the images, we have the logo.svg, user profile.png, and then we have this assets.js file. Let me show you this file also. So in this assets.jsx file, you will find these images. You can see we have imported all the images and icons. And here we have imported some icons from the Lucid React. So you need to install this Lucid React package also. After that, you can see we have the assets object, and in this assets object we have added the logo and user profile. So whenever you have to access the logo or user profile, you can simply use the assets object from this file and then add .logo. That's it. Then we have added the object where we have added the social media links like this. And after that, we have added get profile link function. So this function will be used in this project. That's why I have added it here in the assets. After that, we have the platform icons. So we have added the icons here, and these icons are imported from the Lucid React. And after that, we have added the dummy users data. So this is an array. In this array, we have multiple users data. You can see the ID, email, name, image, created at and updated at property. So we have multiple dummy users that will be displayed in the front end. And once we will create the backend, we will replace all the dummy data. We will display the data from our database. After that, here we have added dummy listings, right? So we will display the listing details on the front end, where we will display the listing title, platform, username, follower count, engagement, monthly views, niche, price, description. So we have multiple dummy listings data. So we have all the dummy data in this assets.jsx file that we can display on our static front end, right? And after that, in this project, we have to add the Google font. For that, let me come back here in the web browser and search for Google font. Open this link fonts.google.com, and here we have one font selected. So let me remove it, and now let me search for a specific font. So here we will write Rethink. Here we have Rethink Sans. Let's click here, and after that click on this get font, and here you will find this button get embed code. Let's click here and click on this import. You will get this import link. Let's copy it and come back to the VS Code. Now let's open the sidebar, and from this sidebar you will find this index.css file, and in this one just paste this import statement that will import the Google font, and the font name is Rethink Sans. And after that we have to apply this font. For that, here let's add star that will select all the element. Let me come back to the previous file. So in this index.css I'll write star, so it will select all the elements, and for this one we will apply this font. So simply copy this one, font family, and paste it here. So the font family is Rethink Sans serif. That's it. So we have added the Google font in our project. After that we have to set up the Tailwind CSS in this project. For that I'll open the web browser and search for Vite plus Tailwind. Open this link, installing Tailwind CSS with Vite. So here we have the steps to add the Tailwind CSS in the Vite project. So the first step is to create the project. After that you need to install the Tailwind CSS using this command. So just copy this command. That is the step 2. Now I'll come back to the VS Code and let's open the terminal. So again open the same terminal, scroll down, and you can see the project is running. So first we have to stop this project, so I'll type Ctrl C. Now you can see we are in this PERN folder. So first we have to navigate to our client folder. So simply add cd client. So now you can see we are in the client folder. Now in this client folder just paste this command npm install tailwind css at tailwind css/vite. Press enter. So it will install this dependency, and after that let's see the next step. So the next step is to add the import statement in the vite.config.ts or js file. So let's copy this import statement and let's open the vite.config.js from the left sidebar. So I'll open it. Here you can see we have the import React. So after that let's add this import Tailwind CSS from Tailwind CSS/vite. After that we have to add this Tailwind CSS function within this plugin, right? So I'll just copy this, and in this plugins we already have React, correct? So after this React we'll add comma and provide this Tailwind CSS. Save the changes. Now let's see the next step. So the next step is to add this import statement in the CSS file. So just copy this import statement and come back to the VS Code. Here we will open this index.css, and here after this import let's add the another import statement, that is import Tailwind CSS. Save the changes. Now let's see the next step. So you can see the next step, we can start our project using npm run dev that we already know, and then we can simply use the Tailwind classes. You can see here we have the Tailwind classes. So after starting the project we can simply use the Tailwind classes, it will work. So we have added the Tailwind CSS setup. But before starting our project, let me add some other dependencies also. So I'll open this terminal, and in this terminal let me add all the dependencies list that we will install in this project. So here let's add npm install, and then first we will install the React hot toast. Using this we will display the toast notifications in our project. After that let's add the next package, that is React router DOM. So using this React router DOM we will create the routing so that we can navigate to different pages. After that here we will add React Redux, and after this React Redux, we will add at redux.js/toolkit. So it will install the React Redux and Redux.js toolkit. Using these Redux and Redux toolkit, we will manage the state. And after that, here we will add Lucid React because we will use the icons from Lucid React package. Now press enter. So it will install these dependencies. So all dependencies has been installed. Now we can start the project. So I'll write npm run dev. Press enter. So it will again start the project on same URL, localhost 5173. Now we can hide this terminal. Let's close this file and close this one also. And if I open the package.json, in this one now you can see we have multiple dependencies, that is Redux.js toolkit, Tailwind CSS, Lucid React, React Router DOM, and then React DOM, React Hot Toast, React Redux and Tailwind CSS. Correct? So we have all these packages. Now let's create the folder structure in our project so that we can organize all the files, components and a state file. So in this client folder, we have the src, right? And in this src, let's create a folder called app. So in this app folder, we will add the files to manage the state using Redux. After that, in this src, let's create another folder and write the folder name components. Here we will create the components for our project. After that, in this src, we will create a new folder and write the folder name pages. So in this one, we will create different pages of our project. Correct? Now in this one, we'll create all the pages. So here in this pages folder, we will create all the pages using file name extension JSX. So here let's create a new file. Now we are creating the file. So in this pages folder, we are creating the first file, that is home.jsx. So this is the home page. Now before creating other pages, let me show you the Figma design. So I'll open the web browser and you can see this is the Figma design or UI design for our project. So in this one, you can see we have multiple pages, right? We have the UI design for desktop view and phone view also. So this is the home page, correct? Then you can see we have the another page, that is marketplace. Then we have the next page, that is the profile details page, or you can say listing details page, right? Then we have my listings. After that, you can see we have chat page or message page, and then we have this my orders page. And after that, we will also create the dashboard. So this is the admin dashboard. So we have multiple pages in the dashboard also. So now first we'll create the pages for user. That will be home page, marketplace, my listings, listing details and my orders. So I'll just come back to the VS Code. And in this home.jsx, I'll write RAFCE. So it will create the component structure. And here for now, I'll write one title, home page. After that, in this pages, let's create the second page. I'll right click on this pages and create a new file and write the file name listingdetails.jsx. Here also we'll add RAFCE and we'll add one title here, listing details. Now we'll create the next page. Here we'll create one loading page also. So I'll create a new file and write the file name loading.jsx and create the component structure and here we'll add the text loading. After that, we'll create the next page, that is manage listing. So create a new file and file name is managelisting.jsx, and here we'll add component structure, and here we'll add the title manage listing page. After that, we'll create the marketplace page. So create a new file and write the file name marketplace.jsx, and create the component structure and add the title marketplace page. After that, we'll create the messages page. So create a new file and write the file name messages.jsx, RAFCE, and here we'll add the title messages page. After that, we'll create the my listings page. So create a new file mylistings.jsx, then write RAFCE and add the title. After that, we'll create the last page, that is my orders. So create a new file myorders.jsx. It will be RAFCE and we will add the title, that is my orders page. So we have created multiple pages here. Now we have to set up the routes so that we can navigate to different pages. To set up the React router, first let's open main.jsx file. Now in this one, we will import the browser router from React router DOM. So I'll write import curly braces browser router from React router DOM. After that, we have to wrap our application using this browser router. So you can see here we have the strict mode. So remove this strict mode, and here we will provide the browser router. So we have the browser router opening and closing tag, and within this we have our app. Now from here we can remove this statement import strict mode. It will be removed. Save the changes. So now we have the support of browser router in our app. Now let's open our app.jsx file. So from this sidebar, let's open app.jsx, and here we'll create the different routes to display different pages. For that, within this div, let's add opening arrow. We will mount the routes. Let's click here to import it. I'll import the routes from React router DOM and close this tag. Now within this routes tag, here we will add the route. I'll write opening arrow ROUTE. That's it. So now we will import the route also. You can see the route has been imported from same package. Now it will be self-closing like this. Now in this one, we have to define the path and element. So first we'll add the path, and in this path just add /, that is the home, correct? And here we'll add the element. So in this element, let's add the component. So we'll write home, and you can see we are getting the suggestion to import the home from the pages folder. So you can see home page has been imported here, and let's close this tag like this. So now we have mounted our home page on this path, that is /. Now just duplicate this line, and here we will change the path, so it will be marketplace. So just add /marketplace, and here we will update the page also. So here we'll add marketplace. We are getting the suggestion, just click here. It has been imported, and we have mounted the marketplace also. Now just duplicate this. Here we will change the path. It will be my listings. And then we will update the element. So here let's type my listings and import it. Now duplicate this line. Here we will add listing that will display the listing details. and here we will display multiple listings. So here we will add the dynamic route. So let's add /: and provide the listing ID. So depending on this ID, we will display different listing details. So here in this element, we will provide listing details page. It has been imported. Now just duplicate it, and here we will add the create listing. And in this create listing, we will mount the page, that is manage listing. So manage listing has been imported from the pages. Now duplicate this line. Here we will add edit listing. And to edit the listing, we need the particular list ID. So just add /:ID. So here also we will add the dynamic routing. And here also let's add the same component, that is manage listing. We will not change it. And after that, let's duplicate it. And here we'll add messages, where we will display all the messages. So let's update the element also. So the element will be messages imported from the pages. Now duplicate this, and here we will add my orders. So the path is my orders. And after that, in this element, let's add my orders page. After that, duplicate this line. Here we'll add the loading. So the path name is loading. And here we will mount our loading page. Now just save the changes, and if I open the web page, so right now you can see here we are on this path, that is / right, and here we are getting the text home page. Let me zoom in. You can see we are on home page. Now let me change the path name in the URL. So if I type this localhost :5173/marketplace. So you can see here we are getting the text marketplace page. If I change it, I'll write /my listings. So you can see my listings page. Now change the URL. Here we'll add /listing, and then we'll add the ID here. So again add / and any ID like 123. So here you can see listing details page. This is the dynamic route. After that, let's add create listing. So when we type this /create listing, here we'll see this manage listing page. After that, let's see the messages also. So in this URL, we'll add /messages, and here we have this messages page. Correct. Now let's see the orders. So in this URL, we will write /my orders. And now we are on the my orders page. Correct. And if I type loading in this URL, here you can see the text loading. So these routes are working fine. We have created the routing in our React project. Now we have to create the components one by one. So if I open the Figma design, so you can see this is the home page. So in this home page, we have to create multiple components. We will create the separate component for this navigation bar. After that, we will create this hero section where we have to add the user's icon, then title, small description, and a search box. After that, we'll display the latest listings like this, where we have to display a card. That card will show the listing title, username, platform name, then total number of followers, engagement, and category, location, and small description. Then there will be a button called more details and price for this profile. After that, you will find this pricing table. So we will display this pricing table also, so that user can upgrade to the premium membership plan. After that, we will display this call to action section and then footer. So let's start with this hero section only. And to create this hero section, we will use the ready to use component available on pre-built UI. So let's open the prebuiltui.com, and here we will go to components, and here you will find all the categories. So let's open this hero section. I'll just open this hero section, and you can also search the hero section using this search bar. Right now in this one, if I scroll down, here we have this hero section design that we are going to use in our project. To use this component from pre-built UI, just click on this code. You can see here we have view and then we have code, right? And here we have this arrow icon. If I click here, it will open this component in full screen. So you can see it looks exactly same that we are going to build, right? Now close it and click on this preview to see the component and click on this code to get the code. And here we have this entire code, right? You can exactly copy this code and paste it in your component file, and I'll copy the return statement only. So in this return, you can see we have this fragment. So just copy this and come back to the VS Code. Now here, let's open this sidebar and we have the components folder. So in this components folder, we will create a new file and write the file name hero.jsx and then write RAFCE to create the component structure. And within this return, we will paste the code that we have copied like this. Now in this one, we have the style tag. So remove this style tag. And here you will find this nav tag. So we will add the navigation bar in separate component. So from this hero component, let me remove this nav bar. So I'll just collapse it like this and delete this nav bar from here. So here we have this fragment, and in this one we have this div. In this div, you can see we have the class name called rethink. So I'll just delete this class name rethink. Now let me align everything. So now you can see here we have this div, and in this div we have the stars and avatar icon, right? And after that, here we have the headline in h1 tag, then we have a small description in p tag, and then we have this input form, right? Now after adding this content in hero, we have to mount the hero component. So we will open the home.jsx file, and let me remove this text, and here let's mount our hero component. So within this div, let's mount hero, import it from the components folder and close this tag. Now let's open the web browser and let me refresh it. So we don't have any data here. So let me open this pre-built UI, and in this one you can see here we have this form, right? In this form we have added the onSubmit handler, and we have added this input field where we have this setter function set input. So we have to add this state and function. So I'll just copy this one and paste it here. Before this return statement, let's paste this state called input and setter function set input, and it will be use state, and initialize it with empty string. Remove this menu, it will be used in the navbar. And then we have this onSubmit handler function. Now I'll save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see we have this web page. Let me change the zoom size. I'll keep it on default. So now you can see it looks like this. So here we have the user icons, title, description, and input field. Now let me replace the title. So I'll just come back, and here we will replace the text. Scroll down, and here you can see used by this number of users. It is correct. And then we have this title in h1 tag. So here let's add buy and sell your social. So I'll write this social here, buy and sell your social, And after that, here we have this with pre-built. So I'll update it. I'll write profile, and then we will add online. So here we will type online. So the entire text is buy and sell your social profile online. After that, we have a small description here. So let me type this description in this p tag, correct? And after that, we have this form tag. In this form tag, you can see we have the input field, and in this input field we have the placeholder type here. So in this placeholder, I'll write my text, that is Instagram account. You can search for any social profile in this input field, so you can enter anything in this placeholder. Then we have the button text search. Now after updating these content, I'll open the web page again. So here you can see the updated text, buy and sell your social profile online. Then we have the description and this search box. Now when you enter any data and click on this search button, it should open the marketplace page and search the profile using this input text. For that, I'll just come back here and come to this onSubmit handler function. Now in this one, let me write navigate, so that it will open the different pages. So first we have to import the navigate. So here let's write const navigate equal to use navigate, and use navigate will be imported from React router DOM, and call this function use navigate. So here we have the navigate function. So let's add it here in the onSubmit handler, navigate, and here let's provide the path. So I'll write backticks here so that we can insert the template literal. So let's write / marketplace. After that, here we'll add the search query. So just add question mark and write the search equal to, and here we have to add the input data. So just copy this input, and here we'll add $, curly braces, and insert this input. So what will happen when we will enter any data in the search box and click on the search button, then it will open this URL marketplace and it will insert this search query in the URL so that we can filter the results using this search query. So we have created the hero section, and after that we have to add the navigation bar also. We have not added the navigation bar in this hero because this navigation bar will be displayed in multiple pages. So we will create a separate component for navbar, right? So in this components folder, create a new file navbar.jsx. Now we'll add RAFCE to create the component structure, and after that again come to pre-built UI, and here you can see we have this nav tag, right? So just copy this nav tag from here. Here we have the nav tag. Let me just copy it, and after that I'll come back here, and from here let me remove this div. In this return we will paste this nav tag, and let me align all the content. Now in this one we have this open menu state, and here we have the set open menu setter function, right? So we have to add it here. Let me just copy this state and come here, and we will add it before this return statement. So let's add a space here before this return and provide open menu and the setter function set open menu that will be used to open the side menu on small screen, correct? And after that let me open the web page, but before that we have to mount this navigation bar component. So I'll open app.jsx file. So in this one we have added the routes, correct? Now this navbar will be displayed on all the pages except admin, correct? So it will be displayed on all the pages, but it will be hidden on admin page or admin dashboard. So we have to check the URL of the web browser. So here, before this return statement, let's add const curly braces. We will check the path name, and we will get this path name from the use location, and this use location is available in React router DOM. So let me import the use location. It's not coming in the suggestion, so let me import it manually. Here we'll add import curly braces use location from React router DOM, correct? And after that, here within this div, let's add curly braces. We will write not of path name dot includes and provide the text here, that is /admin. So if the path name does not include admin, it means we are on the users page, right? So on the users page, we can display the navvar. So we'll add the AND operator. Whenever it is true, we will display the navvar component. And when we are on the admin path, this navvar component will be hidden. Now I'll open the web browser and come to web browser here, and you can see we are getting some error. Use location has already been declared. So let me correct it. So it is already declared here in the line number 2 use location, and we are adding here also, right? So let me remove it. Save the changes and come back here. So now you can see here we have the navigation bar. Now in this navigation bar, we have to update the logo, then menu items. And we have to make this menu items clickable so that we can navigate to other pages, right? So I'll just come back here in the VS Code and open navvar.jsx file. Now in this one, you can see we have this div, and after that we have this a tag where we have the pre-built logo, right? So let me remove this. Here we have the SVG. Let's collapse it and remove this SVG, and we will remove this anchor link also. And here we'll add the img tag. In this img, we'll add src and provide the logo. So just add curly braces, assets. We are not getting the suggestion for the assets, so we have to open this sidebar, assets and assets.jsx file. And after that, if I come here and now if I type assets, you can see we are getting this suggestion. Just click here. So the assets has been imported. Now from this assets object, we can find the logo. So simply type .logo. So we have added the logo here. Now in this alt property, we will type logo, and then we have to define the height. So we'll add the class name property and provide height 10 and cursor pointer. Now when we will click on this logo, it will open the home page whenever we are on the other pages, and it will also scroll the web page to the top. So here we have to add the onClick property. In this onClick property, we'll add the arrow function, and within this arrow function, let's call the navigate function. So first we have to import the navigate. So here we will write const navigate equal to use navigate, and use navigate has been imported from React router DOM. And after that, here in this function, we will call the navigate function and provide the path slash, that is the home page. After that, we'll add semicolon, and here we'll add the another function, that is a scroll to, and provide the coordinates 0, 0. So it will scroll the web page to the top when we will click on the logo. So after adding it, let me open the web page, and here you can see we have our own logo, that is PERN. Then we have the menu items. So let's update the menu items for desktop screen. I'll just come back, and here you can see desktop icon or desktop menu. So here we have this div, then we have the a tags, So let me change this A tag. Instead of this anchor link, we are going to use link tag so that we can navigate to different pages. So here, let me change it. All right, link, and import the link from React Router DOM. You can see link has been imported. Now, in this link, we have to add the text home. You can see we have the closing link tag also, correct? It is opening link tag, and here we have the closing link tag. Similarly, we will update the other link also, but for now I'll keep only one link tag, and in this one we'll add the onClick property, and in this onClick we have this scroll to and this coordinate 0, 0. Now here we have to add the to property and provide the path slash. So when we will click on the home link, it will open the home page. Now just duplicate this link tag, and in this one we will update the to property. It will be slash marketplace, right? And here we'll update the link text, that is marketplace. Now just duplicate it, and in the next one we will add the path, that is messages, and then we'll update the text also. So the text is messages, right? And after that, here we'll add the next link. So just duplicate it. Here we will add path my listings, correct? And after that we will update the text also. So the text is my listings. So after adding the nav links for the desktop menu, now scroll down, and here you can see we have the button that is displayed in the right side. So we have to update the icon here. In this one you can see we have the button tag, and the button text is login, and after that we have the SVG icon, that is the menu icon. Using that we can open the side menu on smaller screen. So let me replace it. Instead of this SVG, we will use the icon from Lucid React. So just remove this onClick property from here that will be used, and then delete this SVG code. And here we will write opening arrow menu icon and import it from Lucid React and close this tag. Now in this one, let's add onClick property where we will add the set open menu true. So it will open the mobile menu, and after that we'll add the classes also. So just add the class name property, and in this one we'll add SM hidden so that it will be hidden for small and above a screen size. So this icon will be displayed on mobile menu only, right? And after that, here we have the mobile menu. Now in this one also you can see we have the A tag. So instead of this A tag, we will use the link tag. And after that you can see we have the SVG icon. So let me just copy the onClick property from this SVG and let's remove it. And here we'll add the icon from Lucid React. So I'll write opening arrow X icon and import it from the Lucid React. And here we'll add this onClick property where we'll add set open menu false. Then we have to add the class name here. And in this class name property, we will set the position. So we have added absolute, size, right, top, and text gray 500. Then we have added the hover effect and cursor pointer for this close icon, right? And after that you can see we have this button here, and the button text is login, right? And after that you can see we have these anchor links. So let me remove these anchor links, and in the first one let me replace the A tag with link tag. Click here. So we have added the link opening tag and closing tag, and the link text will be marketplace, like this. And after that here we'll add the to property. So remove this href and we will add the to property, and in this to simply add slash marketplace. So when we will click on this menu items, it will open the marketplace page. After that, here we have the onClick property. In this onClick property, let me provide the setter function set menu open and make it false. So let's remove it, and here we will add arrow function set menu open and make it false. That's it. And after that, here we'll add some other buttons. So we'll add the button tag. In this button, we'll add the text called messages. Right, now duplicate it. Here we'll add the text called my listings, and then we have this button called login, and then we have this cross icon. After that, we will save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see we have the home, marketplace, messages, and my listings. If I click on marketplace, we are on the marketplace page, and here we have the navigation bar. If I go to messages, we have the messages page. Here you can see the text and we have the navigation bar. Then click on my listings, we are on my listings and we have the navigation bar, and here we have the login button. Now let me open this web page in a small screen. So if I change the screen size, you can see here we have the menu icon. If I click here, it will open the mobile menu where we can click on this marketplace, so it will open the marketplace page. If I click on this messages, it will open the messages page. We will add the link for that, and let's click on this logo, so it will open the home page. Right, now let me open the web page in full screen. So now after adding this links, we will add the login functionality in our application, so that when we click on this login button, it will open the login or sign up form. For user authentication feature, we are going to use Clerk. It is most comprehensive user management platform. It also provides subscription billing feature that allow us to create pricing plans so that we can offer advanced feature to our premium members. Clerk also provides ready-to-use component for user authentication and billing that we can easily integrate in our React project. Please click the link provided in the description to sign up on Clerk website. After sign up, you will come to the Clerk dashboard. And here you need to create an application. So click on this button, create application. And here you need to add the application name. So I'll write the project name here, PERN. And after that, you can enable different sign up methods. So I'll enable email sign up and Google sign up, and click on this create application button. After that, here we will choose the project type. So I'll choose React. And here we have the steps to use this Clerk authentication in React application. So first we have to create the React application, and after that we have to install the Clerk. So we will use this command, just copy this one and come back to the VS Code. Here we will open the terminal. Now in this terminal we will add Ctrl+C to stop the project, and after that paste this command npm install at Clerk/Clerk React. Press enter. So it will install this package for Clerk React. It is installing the package, so we can see the next step. So the next step is to create .env file, and in that one we will add the key, that is Clerk publishable key. Right, so just copy this one and come back here. Here we'll create a new file. In this client folder, we'll create a new file and write the file name .env. In this one, just paste the publishable key that we have copied. So we have the environment variable name wheat Clerk publishable key and added this key here. Save the changes, and after that let's see the next step. So the next step is to import the publishable key in our main file, that is main.tsx or JSX, and after that it will throw an error if the publishable key is not available, and after that we have to wrap our application with this Clerk provider, right? So first let me just copy this statement and come back here, and here let's open our main file. You can see the installation has been completed, correct? Now we can hide this terminal and open our main.jsx, correct? And in this one, before this create root, let's paste this statement to import the publishable key from the environment variable, and if it is not available, it will throw an error like this. And after that, just come back here and see the next step. So the next step is to add the Clerk provider. So first we will import the Clerk provider. You can see the statement here, import Clerk provider. Just copy this one, paste it here. So we have imported Clerk provider from Clerk/Clerk React, and after that, let's come here and you can see we have to wrap our application using this Clerk provider tag, right? So I'll just copy this one and come here. Here we have the app, so let me remove it and provide this Clerk provider, and we have wrapped our application, that is app, using this Clerk provider. In this Clerk provider, we have provided the publishable key property, and this is the publishable key imported from the .env file, right? Now in this one, we'll add one more property, that is appearance. So in this appearance property, we can set our primary color, right? So I'll write this curly braces, then we'll add the variables, and in this variables, just add one object and provide the color primary, and here we will set the primary color. So this is our theme primary color that will be used everywhere, right? After that, save the changes. Now you can see the next step. So the next step is to use any of the Clerk component. You can simply use these sign in, sign out, user button, sign in button, and we have to import it from this Clerk package, right? So we can import these components and directly use it in our project, right? Now we can start the project using npm run dev. So I'll just come back here, open the terminal and start the project using npm run dev. So now the project is running on this URL. Now we can hide this terminal. So now we have the support of Clerk authentication. So let's implement the authentication in our navvar. So I'll open the navvar.jsx file. Here we have the components, then navvar.jsx file is there. Now in this file, first let's get the user data from Clerk, right? For that we have to use the use user function. So here let's add import curly braces and provide use user, and we will import it from at Clerk/Clerk React. So now we have the use user, and from this use user function we can get the user data. So let's add const user equal to use user. We will get it in curly braces like this. So now we have the user data, and after that we will get the open sign in function, so that when we click on any button it will open the sign in component. So here let's add const curly braces open sign in, and we will get this open sign in from use Clerk function. Let's click here. So you can see the use Clerk is also imported from this package. Call this function here. So now we have the user and open sign in. After that we need the user button also. So in this import statement we'll add comma, and here we will provide the user button. So user button is also imported. So whenever the user is logged in, then we will display this user button where we will click and see the user details. So now we have the user details and open sign in function and this user button component. After that, let's come here in this desktop menu. In this one, you can see we have this div where we have added the links. So the first one is home and the second one is marketplace. So user can access these pages easily, but then we have the messages page. So this messages page will be available only for logged in user and this my listings also. So here we have to add the logic so that when the user is logged in, then they will open the messages page, and if the user is not logged in, then it will open the login or sign up form. So here in this link tag, we have this onClick property, correct? So in this onClick property, we have the arrow function. So in this arrow function, we will use this user and we'll add the ternary operator. So here we have added question mark when the user is true. It means the user is logged in. Then we will scroll the web page to the top, right? And if the user is not available, so here we'll add the colon and provide this open sign in function. So it will call this open sign in function when the user is not available. Then we have the to property also. So in this to property, let me remove it and write curly braces user. We will check for the user. So when the user is true, so in this case, we will navigate the users on this path /messages. And if the user is not available, then we will simply provide hashtag. It will not navigate to any other page, right? It will simply open this open sign in function that will open the login or sign up component. Now let's add the same thing in this second link, that is my listing. So here also I'll just copy this one, copy the user and this open sign in. Let's copy from here and paste it in this onClick like this. So in this onClick, you can see we have the same thing. When the user is available, then it will call this a scroll to function, and when the user is not logged in, then it will call this open sign in function, right? And now come to this to property. In this to property, just copy and paste this one, and after that here we will simply provide /listings. So when the user is logged in, it will open the listings page, and if the user is not logged in, then it will simply add hashtag that will not open any other page. Save the changes. After adding it, if I open the web page and let me refresh it, then click on this marketplace, it will open the marketplace. If I click on home, it will open home. But if I click on this messages, you can see it is opening this login component where you can see the text sign in to flip earn, that is the project name. Let me close it and click on my listings. Click here. It is also opening the same thing. So whenever the user is not logged in, it will open this login pages, and if the user is already logged in, then it will simply open the messages page and my listings page. Next, we have to add the same functionality in this login button, so that when we click on this button, it will open the login component. So I'll just come back here, and after that come to this div. Here you can see we have this div where we have added the button, right? Now in this button we'll add the onClick property, and in this onClick provide this open sign in function. That's it, nothing else. Save the changes, come back here. Click on this login button. It is opening this sign in component, right? Now after login, we have to display the user button instead of this login button. For that, I'll just come back here and you can see we have this div. So before this div, here let's add curly braces user. Again we will add the ternary operator. We will check for the user. If the user is available, right, then we will add this parenthesis, and after that we'll add colon and add another parenthesis, right? So if the user is available, we will add the code in this one, and if the user is not available, we will add the code in this one, right? Now let me revert it. Here we'll add not of user like this. So if the user is not available, then we will execute the code in this first parenthesis, right? So in this first one, we'll paste this div. Just cut it and paste it in this first one like this. So in this first parenthesis, we have added this div that will be displayed when the user is not logged in. Now come to this second one, and here we'll add the element that will be displayed after login. So after login, here we'll display the user button. So just add the user button and close this tag. So we have added the user button here that will be displayed after login, correct? Now just come here in the mobile menu. In this mobile menu, you can see we have this link tag. After that, we have this button. In this button, we have the messages, right? So when we click on this message, it should open the login page. So again, add onClick property here. In this onClick, provide open sign-in function. Now let me just copy this, paste it in the second button also, and after that paste it in this third button, that is the login button, like this. After that, let me save the changes and open the web page. And here I'll click on this login button, and here we can log in with the email ID and Google account. Here we have this sign up link. I'll just click here. So it will open the sign up form. We can create an account using the email ID and password, or we can sign up using the Google account. So I'll click on this continue with Google. After that, let's choose the Google account. Click on continue. And now we are logged in. And after login, you can see here we have the user button. We have the user's profile image. If I click here, it will open the details like profile details, manage account, sign out button, correct? Now if I click on this manage account, it will open this component where we can update our profile. We can update the profile image, then we can update the name, we can update the email ID, right? And here we have the security option where we can delete the account, we can update the password. Let me just close it. Now if I click on this messages, you can see it is opening the messages page. If I open listings, it will open the listings page, right? If I go to home, it will open the home page. It is working fine. Now in this user button, we have these two menu. Now in this one, we'll add the other menu items also. Like we will add the links to open the messages page, my listings, my orders, right? For that, I'll just come back here. Let me scroll up, and here we have the user button. So in this user button, we have to add our own custom links. For that, let me update it. We will remove this closing tag. We will simply add user button, and then we'll add the closing user button. So we have the user button opening and closing tag. Now in this one, we will add the first item, that is the first menu item. So here just add opening arrow, user button dot menu items, and close this tag. So here we have the opening and closing tag. Now within this, we will add opening arrow, user button dot action, and it will be self-closing like this. So here we have added the user button dot menu items, and within that we have the user button dot action. In this action, we can add the label text. So just add the label property and provide the text called marketplace. After that, we have to add the icon also. So just add the label icon, and in this label icon, we'll add curly braces and provide opening arrow. Grip icon imported from Lucid React. Let's close this tag. Now in this icon, we will set the size. So here we'll add size property and provide 16 for this grip icon, right? And after that, here we have to add the on-click property also. So let's add the on-click property, and in this one, we'll add the arrow function. Then we will use the navigate function to navigate the users on different page. So here we'll add the path, that is /marketplace. So we have added the new menu item in this user button. Save the changes and open the web page. So let me refresh it and click on this user button, and you can see here we have the marketplace menu item. Similarly, we will add the other menu items also. So I'll just come back and let me just duplicate this one. Now in this one, we will update the label. It will be messages. Then we'll add the different icon here. So here we'll update the icon. It will be messages circle mode icon. Click here to import it from Lucid React. And after that, here we have to add the path. So the path will be /messages. Now again duplicate this. And in this one, we will add the label text my listings. And after that, we have to update the icon. So in this icon, we'll add list icon and import it from Lucid React. And then we will add the path. So the path will be my listings, right? Now we'll add one more menu item, so duplicate it, and here we'll add label text my orders, and after that we will update the icon, so it is box icon, and then we will update the path in this navigate function, so it is my orders. Save the changes and open the web page. So now you can see here we have manage account, marketplace, messages, my listings, my orders. If I click here, it will open my orders page. If I click here, it will open my listings page. If I click here, it will open messages page. It works fine. Now come to home page. So we have added the user authentication in our project, and with that we have also added the hero section. So in this hero section we have this title, and in this title you can see we have this text social where we have this gradient line, right? So we will increase the size of this line. So I'll just come back here and we will open hero.jsx file. In this one you can see we have this text called social, and below that we have this div that contains this image, that is the gradient line image. So for this one you can see we have added the scale. So let me update it. Instead of this a square bracket, we'll simply add a scale 160. Save the changes and open the web page. So now you can see the line size has been increased and it is looking beautiful, right? Now after that I'll just come back here and open the CSS file. So here we have the index.css, and in this one we'll add the CSS properties for the buttons. So let's add the button tag. Now for this button we'll add @apply. So for all the buttons it will apply cursor pointer. Let's add cursor pointer. That's it. Now here let's add the one more class name, that is .no scroll bar, and here we'll add WebKit a scroll bar, and here let's add display none. So later we will use this no scroll bar class name to hide the scroll bar on some elements. Now save the changes and we will come back here. So we have completed the hero section. After that, let's see the Figma design. So now in this Figma file, you can see this is the hero section, and after that we have latest listings. So we have to create a component for latest listings where we'll add this title, small text, and then we'll display the listing details. Correct? So we have to create a separate card for the listing details. So just come back here in the VS Code. Now we will open the sidebar, and in this one we have the components, right? So in this components we will create the new component called latest listings. So create a new file, latest listings.jsx. Here we'll add RAFCE to create the component structure. Now in this one, here we have a div. So in this div we'll add the class name property, and first we'll add some space from top and bottom. So we'll add this margin top and margin bottom. Then we have to add the title and description here. For that we will create a separate component for title and description. So here in this components folder, let's create a new file, title.jsx. And here we'll add RAFCE to create the component structure. And in this one we'll get the title and description text from the props. So here we'll add curly braces, destructure the title and description like this. Now after that, come here in this return, we have this div. So we'll add the class name property, and here we'll add the flex classes to align the title and description. Then we'll add the title in h3 tag. So let's add curly braces and provide the title. And then we'll add the classes in this title. So we'll add the class name property and provide these classes. Then we'll add the text in p tag. So here we'll add the text from this description. Let me just copy this, paste it here. Now let's add the class name also for this description. So we will change the text color and we'll set the maximum width. That's it. So we have created the title component, and after that we will mount this component here in this latest listings. So in this latest listings, let's mount title, import the title component, and after that here we have to provide the props. So I'll write the title property and it will be a string. Now here let's add the title text, that is latest listings. Then we'll add the next props, that is description, and it is also a string. So here we'll add the small description text like this. Now save the changes and open the web page. But before that we have to mount this latest listings component in our home page. So I'll open the home page here, and after this hero, let's mount latest listings component. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser, and here you can see we have this hero section, and after that we have this text latest listings and this small description. Correct? And after that we have to display the listing cards like this. For that we have added the data in assets. If I open the assets, you can see here we have the dummy listings, right? So we need this listing data in multiple pages, so we will create the global state and store this listing data in the global state. For that we are going to use the state management using Redux. So I'll just come back here in this sidebar, and in this sidebar we have already created the app folder, right? So in this app folder, first we'll create the store. So in this app we'll create a new file and write the file name store.js. Now in this one we have to configure the store using Redux. So I'll write import curly braces from @redux.js/toolkit, and we will import the configured store, right? Now after that, here we will add export const store equal to configure store. Now in this one we have to create the reducer. So we'll add the reducer property, and in this one we'll add the object. And here we'll provide all the reducers that we'll create in this project. So we'll create the reducers for different features. So in this one we are going to create the listing feature and chat feature, right? So here in this app folder, let's create a new folder and write the folder name features, right? And for now we are going to create the reducers for the listing only. So in this one, create a new file and write the file name listingslice.js. So we have created this slice file for listing feature, right? Now in this one we'll create this slice using Redux. So I'll write import curly braces from at redux.js/toolkit, right? Now after that, here we'll get the create slice. So we have imported the create slice from Redux, and after that here we will create the listing slice. So I'll write const listing slice equal to create slice, and in this one first we'll add the name. So in this name we'll add listing, and after that we will add the comma, and here we'll add the initial state. So in this initial state we will provide the object where we'll add the listing property. So the property name is listings, and here we'll store the dummy data. So let's add the dummy listings. So the dummy listings has been imported from the assets, right? After that, in this one we'll add the user listings. So just add the user listings, and in this user listings also we'll add the same dummy data. So just add dummy listings here, and after that we'll add the balance here. So just add the balance property. In this balance property we will provide the property name earned. It will be 0. Then we'll provide the property called withdrawn, that is 0, and then we'll add the available 0. So this is the initial state. Initially the total earning, withdrawn amount and available amount is 0, right? And after that here we'll add the comma and provide the reducers. In this reducers we'll add the object and provide set listings, and here let's create the arrow function. Now in this function we'll get the state and action as parameter, and after that here we'll add the state dot listings equal to this action dot payload, correct? And after that we have to export the set listings from this file. So here let's add export const curly braces set listings equal to listing slice dot action. So we have added listing slice dot actions, and after that let's export the listing slice reducer also. So here we'll add export default listing slice dot reducer. So we have created the slice file for the listing feature, correct? Now we have to come here in the store.js file, and in this one we have this reducer. So in this reducer we'll add the listing property and provide the listing reducer. First we have to import it. So here let's add import listing reducer from and provide the path here, that is dot slash features slash listing slice, and now let's provide it here. So we have added this listing reducer in the store so that we can access the listing details from this store. After that, we can display the listing details on our home page. So we'll come here in the latest listings.jsx file. And here we have added the title component. After that, let's create a div. In this div, we will display all the list. So we'll add the class name first. And here we'll add the flex classes to align all the list items vertically. And after that, here we'll add curly braces. And here we will get the listings details. So let's add the import statement here. Import curly braces from, then write React Redux. And from this React Redux, we will get the use selector. Right now, after that, come here before this return statement and provide const curly braces listings equal to use selector, and in this one provide the state and create the arrow function. So we'll add the state in the parameter and create the arrow function, and it will return the state dot listing like this. So now we have the listings details, and let's add it in this curly braces. Now we have the multiple list, so we have to display only 4 list item on home page. So here we'll add dot slice. It will be 0, 4. So it will display 4 list. Here we'll add the comma. That's it. Then we'll add the map method. And in this one, let's add the arrow function. Now here we'll get the individual listing and index number in the parameter. And here let's add a div. So it will return a div. Now in this div, we will add the key property and provide index number. Correct? And after that, here we can use this individual listing. So from this individual listing, we can get the all properties, like we will get the title. So let's write dot title. Correct? Let me wrap it in a h1 tag like listing title. Let's add it in curly braces. Right? Now just duplicate it. Here we'll add listing dot username. Right? Now we'll add some classes also. So just add the class name property here, and let's provide these tailwind classes for this div. After that, we will save the changes and come back here. Let me refresh it. We have the blank screen. So let's see the console. Could not defined React Redux context value. So let me fix it. I'll just add the provider tag in the main file. So I'll open main.jsx. Right? And in this one, we have to add the support of the Redux. Correct? So you can see here we have the app component, right? So we have to wrap this app component using the provider tag. So let's add opening arrow provider and import the provider from React Redux. You can see provider has been imported from the React Redux. After that, let's close this tag, and within this provider we will provide our app. So now you can see the structure. First we have the browser router. In that one we have the Clerk provider, then we have the provider, and then app. Now in this provider we have to add the store, and here let's add the store, and after that we have to import the store also. So let's add import curly braces store and import the store from the path. So let's add from ./app, that is the app folder, /store.js file, right? And provide this store here. That's it. Now save the changes and come back here. Let me refresh it, and you can see here we have the listing details. So we have total 4 listings, right? You can see the listing title and then username like this. So right now we are displaying the listing details with plain text. So next we have to display it as a card. For that, we'll create a separate component and we will display all the components here. So I'll just come back and open this sidebar. In this one, we have the components, right? So in this one, let's create a new component. So create a new file in this components folder and write the file name listingcard.jsx. Here we'll add RAFCE to create the component structure. And after that, in this one, we'll get the listing data as props. So just destructure the props here, that is listing. And after that, in this listing, we'll display the price also. And for price, we have to display the currency symbol, correct? So let's define the currency in the environment variable. So I'll open .env file, and in this .env, we will add the new environment variable. So here at the top, let's add wheat_currency equal to, let's add the currency symbol, that is $, right? Save the changes. And after that, let's come here in the listing card. And in this one, we will import the currency. So just add const currency equal to import dot meta dot env dot wheat_currency. So if it is available from the environment variable, it will be used. Then we'll add the OR operator. If it is not available, then we will simply provide the default value, that is $, like this. Now after that, come here in this div. Now in this div, we have to display the banner, right? So let's add the comment here, featured banner. Right, now if I open the UI design, you can see here we have to add this banner like featured. You can see in the gradient color. Right, now just come back and here let's add the fragment. But before that, we'll use this curly braces and provide the listing dot featured property if it is true. So if this particular listing is featured, then we'll add the AND operator, and here in this parenthesis, let's add the fragment. And in this fragment, let's add the p tag. In this p tag, we will simply add the class name, that is padding y. And we can add the self-closing tag also, it will work like this. After that, we'll add a div here. Now in this div, we will add the text called featured. And after that, in this div, we will add some classes to set the position of this div and add the background color. So we have added these classes for the div. Now this featured text will be displayed if the particular listing is featured, right? Now let's add the classes in the first div also. So we'll add the class name property here, and here we'll add the tailwind classes like this. We have added the position relative, then background will be white, and we have added the radius, shadow, then border color, overflow hidden, and we have added the hover shadow, correct? After that, let's come here after closing this curly braces. Here we'll add a div. Now in this div, first we'll add the class name and provide the padding and padding from top, right? And after that, if I come back here we have the header, right? The header of this particular card. So in this one, we have to add the platform icon like YouTube, Instagram icon, right? And then we have to add the title. Then we'll add the username, right? And after that, we'll add the platform name also, correct? And in the right side, we'll add this tick icon that will indicate the whether the profile is verified or not, right? And after that, here we'll display the stats like number of followers and engagement, right? So I'll just come back here And here let's add the comment called header, and in this header we have to add a div. In this div we'll add some classes, so provide the class name property and these tailwind classes. Then we'll provide curly braces. Then let's add platform icons imported from the assets. You can see platform icons has been imported from the assets. Then we will add square bracket and provide the listing dot platform. So in the listing data we have the platform property, right? So it will insert the particular icon. After that, here we'll add a div. So in this div, first we'll add the classes. So I'll write the class name property and provide flex and flex column, right? And after that, here we'll add the title in h2 tag. So the title will be listing title. So here we'll add curly braces and provide the listing dot title like this. And after that we'll add the text in p tag. So in this one we will add the username, right? So here we'll add @ then curly braces and provide listing dot username property, right? After that we'll add this dash, and then we have to display the platform name. So here we'll add curly braces and provide the listing dot platform. Right now it will display the listing title, then @ and username in small case, and then it will display the listing dot platform name in small case. So let's change it. Here we'll capitalize the first character of this platform name. For that, let's add a span tag here, and within this span we will provide this curly braces like this. And after that, here we'll add the class name property and provide capitalize. So we have added the capitalized class name for this text. After that, here we have to add the curly braces, and in this one we'll add the listing dot verified property. So when the verified property is true, so we'll add the AND operator. So in this case we'll add the tick icon. So let's add opening arrow badge check. So import the badge check from Lucid React and close this tag. Now after that, here we'll add the classes also. So just add the class name property, and here we have to set the color. So we have added text green 500, margin left auto, width 5, height 5. Save the changes. And after that, let's mount this component. So we will open our latest listing component. So we have this latest listings. You can see here we have added this h1. So just remove it. And here let's add the listing card component. Click here. So the listing card component has been imported. Now in this one we have to provide the props. So just add the listing, and it will be this listing. Save the changes and come back to the web page. So you can see here we have this listings, right? We have 4 listings. Now we will add the other details in this card. So I'll just come back here and open the listing card.jsx file. And in this one, you can see we have added this div, right? That is header. So after that, we'll add another div for the stats. So here we'll add the comment stats, and then we'll add a div. Now in this one, let me add some classes first. So we'll add the class name property and provide these classes, right? Then we will add another div here, and here let's add the icon. So I'll write opening arrow user and import it from Lucid React. And after that, for this user icon, we have to add some classes. So we'll add the class name property here and provide these classes. Then we'll add the span tag, and after that, here we'll add the text. So let's add the text called followers. Right now, within this span tag, we have to add the total number of followers. So just add curly braces, and then we'll add listing dot followers count. Then we'll add dot to local string. That's it. And after that, here we will add the classes in the span tag. So in this span tag, we'll add the class name property, and let's provide these classes. Now let's come to this div. Here we'll add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. Right now, after that, let's come here, and here we'll add the engagement. Right, so let's add curly braces, and we'll add listing dot engagement rate property. So if this property data is available, right, so in that case we'll add AND operator, and here we'll add this parenthesis, and it will provide a div. Now in this div, we will add the line chart icon. So just add line chart and import this icon. After that, here we'll add class name property and provide these classes. Then we'll add the span tag, and in this span tag we'll add the curly braces and provide the listing dot engagement rate. Then we'll add space % engagement. Now in this span tag also we'll add some classes. So we'll add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes, and next we'll add the classes in this div that contains icon and text. So here we have added these classes. Now let's save the changes and come back here on the web page. So here you can see we have the user icon, and then we have the text followers. So this is the total number of followers, and then we have the engagement rate with this graph icon or chart icon. Right, after that we'll add the location data like this one. We have the category, location, and then we will add the description, price, and button. So I'll just come back here, and after closing of this div, here we will add comment. So let's add the comment, tags, and location. Here we'll add another div, and in this one we'll add the category or niche detail using a span tag. So in this span tag we'll add curly braces and provide listing dot niche, and after that here we'll add curly braces, provide the listing dot country property. If this country property is available, then we'll add this div, and in this div we have to add the location map. So let's add the map pin lucid react, and after that we'll add the class name here. So let's add the class name and provide these classes. Right, then we'll add the text here. So let's add the text called listing dot country. So it will display the country name. Right, now in this div we'll add some classes. So here let's add the flex classes like flex, item center, text gray, and text small. Correct. Now here we have the span tag. So in this span tag we'll add class name property and provide these classes. Now we'll add the classes in the first div. So here we'll add the class name property and provide flex, item center, gap, and margin bottom. Now after this div we will add the description. Right, so we'll add the comment here called description, and we'll add the description in p tag. So here we'll add curly braces and provide listing dot description property. Right, now in this p tag we'll add some classes also. So we'll add the class name property here and provide these classes. After that, here we'll add HR, right? And in this one, let's add the class name property and provide these classes. Correct? Now after that, here we have to add the footer where we'll add the price and button, right? So let's add the comment first, footer, and then we'll add a div. Now in this div we have to align the content side by side, so we'll add the class name property and provide flex classes. Then let's add the content for the left side. In the left side we have to display the price with currency symbol, so we'll add a div here. In this div we will add the span tag. Now in this span tag let's add the currency symbol, and after that we'll add curly braces, listing dot price, and then we'll add dot to local string like this. And after that let's add the classes in this span tag. So here we'll add the class name property and provide these classes, right? Now let's add the class name in the div that will be displayed in the left side like this one. And now here we'll add the another data for this footer, so we will add a button here. So in this button we will add the text called more details, right? And after that here we'll add the class name property, and let's add these classes. Now after that we'll add the onClick property here. In this onClick property let's add the arrow function, and after that we'll add the navigate function here. Now here we'll add the backticks / listing, and then we'll add / curly braces and provide listing.id. That's it. So it will open the particular listing detail when we click here, right? And it should also scroll the web page to the top, so we'll add semicolon here and provide a scroll to property. And in this scroll to, let's add 0, 0. That's it. Now save the changes and come back here. So you can see here we have the price data, and in the right side we have this button more details. So we have completed this my listing section for the home page. Let me click on this more details button. It is not working, so let me just come back. We have added navigator, so let me fix it. It will be navigate. You can see the navigate. So we have to import the navigate first. So here let's add const navigate equal to use navigate from React Router DOM, and after that let's come here and in this one let's provide navigate. Save the changes and come here. Click on this more details, so you can see it is opening listing details page, and click here to come to home page. So now we have completed the listing details page of our home page. After creating this latest listing section, now let's come back to the Figma design. So in this Figma design file, you can see we have to create our next section, that is pricing plan, where we'll add the title, description, and then we'll display the pricing table. For that, I'll just come back here in the VS Code, and here we'll create a new component. So open the sidebar, then components folder, and here we'll create a new file plans.jsx. Then write RAFCE to create the component structure, and after that here in this div we'll add some classes. So we will set the maximum width to XL, then we'll provide the MX auto, ZIndex, margin Y, and max MD padding X4. After that we have to align the content in center, so we'll add another div, and in this div we'll add the class name property and provide the text center. Right now after that here we have to add the title. So let's add the h2 tag, and in this one we'll add the title called choose your plan. And for this title we have to change the font size, color and font weight. So we'll add the class name property and provide text gray 700, text 4XL and font semi-bold. After that we'll add a small text in p tag. So we'll add the p tag here, and in this one we'll add small description. And let's add the classes for this description also. So we have added the text gray 500, text small and max width medium and mx auto. Right now it will be in the center. And after adding it, here we'll add a div, and within this div we will display the pricing table. So I'll just come back to the web browser, but before that we have to mount this plans component. So let's open the home.jsx, and after this latest listings we'll add plans. We are not getting this suggestion here, so let me open this. This plans file is there, and after that if I come here in the home, let me type plans. You can see we are getting this suggestion to import it from the components. It has been imported, and close this tag. Now save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see at the bottom we have this title and a small description. Choose your plan. Now we have to create the pricing table, and we will enable the subscription billing using Clerk. So let's open the Clerk dashboard. Now in this one just go to configure, and in the left side you will find billings and settings. Let's click here and click on this enable user billing. Click on save. After that we have to create the plans, right? So let's come here. In the subscription plans, in the left side you will find subscription plans, and here you can see we have this always free plan, right? So let's update this plan detail. I'll just click here, and after that in this one we'll add the list of features available in this free plan. So here you can see we have to add the features. So click on this add feature, then we'll add the name, that is 5 free listings, correct? Then click on this create feature. Now click on add feature. Here we'll add the next feature name, that is a standard listings. Click on create feature, then click on add, then we'll add basic tools. After that we'll add email support, then we'll add no branding, and after that we'll add 10% transaction fee. So we have added these features in the free plan. Click on save. It is saved. Now let's create another plan also. So come back here in this plans. So here we have the subscription plans, and click on create plan. I'll just click here, and here we have to add the plan name. So I'll write premium. After that here we have to define the price. So you can see monthly base fee. So I'll set the monthly price $10. Correct? And we can also offer the discount when the plan is purchased annually. So let's enable it, annual discount, and here we'll add the monthly base fee. It is $8. So if the user is purchasing this plan for an year, then the price will be $8 per month. And we can also offer the free trial of this plan. So just enable this one, and here we'll add the number of days. So I'll set 7 days for free trial. Now click on save. So we have created another plan, that is premium plan. Now in this one we can add the features. So click on this add feature, and here click on this new feature, and here we'll add the feature name, that is unlimited listings. Click on create. After that, we'll add new feature. Click on this name and add the name featured listings. Click on create. Then we'll add new feature, that is ad and promotion tools. Create new feature. Click on add new and provide the name and create. Then create another one, that is custom branding. Then we'll create a new feature, that is 7% transaction fee. So we have added multiple features in this premium plan also. Click on save. Correct. Now just come back here. So now you can see we have the free plan and premium plan. Correct. And the monthly fee is $10, and when it is billed annually, the price is $8 per month. And we have also added 7 days free trial for the premium plan. Whenever a new user is created, the user will be enrolled in the free plan by default. And you can see here we have the tag pricing table. So we can use this pricing table tag to display the price on web page, or we can display the price table on web page. For that, I'll just come back here and we will open the plans.jsx file. And here we have added the div, right? So in this div, let's provide this pricing table and import it from the Clerk. So just click on this suggestion. So you can see the pricing table has been imported from the Clerk/Clerk React. Now in this one, we have to add some space from the top. We'll add the class name property and provide margin top 14. Now save the changes and let's open the web page. So I will open the home page and let me refresh it. So you can see here we have the listings. Then we have this text choose your plan, and here we have free plan and premium plan, right? And in this free plan you can see the list of features, and you can see list of features for this premium plan. And right now you can see the text active in this free plan, right? And we have another plan premium, and we can click on this start 7-day free trial to enroll in this premium plan without making the payment. So I'll just click here. You can see right now we are in the free plan and we are subscribing for the premium plan free trial, right? And here we can use the dummy card number to complete the payment. So let's click on this pay with test card. So you can see this drawer is overlapping the other content. If I change the screen width, so we have to change the Z index of this drawer, and let me click on this continue. So after that you can see if I scroll down, and here you can see we are in the premium plan. You can see we are in this premium plan, and right now we are in the free trial period. You can see the trial ends on 18th of November. If I come here in the manage account, here also you can see a new section billing. In this billing page also you can see we are in the premium plan, and right now we are in the free trial, and the free trial will end on 18th of November, and we can switch the plan from this link. Here we can switch to free plan also, right? Now just come back here on the web page. So we have created this pricing table and we have enabled the billing functionality on this application. So let me fix the overlap issue of navbar. I'll just come back here and we will open the CSS file, that is index.css, right? And in this one we have to add a new class name, and we'll add the properties for that one. So here we'll add .cl drawer root, that is the Clerk element class name, right? And here we'll add the z index 100 like this. Save the changes. So now the drawer will be displayed over this navigation bar so that we can see all the content of the drawer. Now after completing this pricing table, let's see the UI design, and here you can see we have to create this call to action section. For that I'll just come back, and here we'll create a new component. So in this components folder will create a new file and write the file name cta.jsx. So let's add cta.jsx, and after that we'll add RAFCE. So we have created the component structure, right? Now after that, let's mount this CTA in our home page. So we will open the home.jsx, and after this plans we'll mount the CTA component. It has been imported, and close this tag, right? Now after that, let's open the CTA, and here we will add the HTML structure to display the call to action section like this one. So instead of creating it, let me use the ready to use component from pre-built UI. So I'll just come here in the prebuiltui.com and click on this search icon, and here we'll search for CTA or call to action. So here we have the list of call to action section, right? Now scroll down, and here we have this design, right? So I'm going to use this design on our web page. So I'll just click on this drop down and choose React and click on code. So here we have the code for the React project. Now in this one, we will copy the code from this return statement. So just copy this div and come back here and paste it here. Remove this div and paste the div that we have just copied from the pre-built UI. That's it. After adding it, I'll just open the web page. So here you can see we have this call to action section, but in this one we have to update the content. We will update the title, description and button text. So I'll just come back here. Here you can see we have this div, then we have this SVG icon. So I'll keep this icon like this. And after that we have this text in a span tag. So the text is trusted by experts. So let me change it. I'll write trusted by millions. And after that we have the text in H2 tag, that is unlock your potential. So let me replace it. Here we'll add sell your social accounts. And after that here we'll add the text called with confidence. And here we'll add the text called and earn money. That's it. Now we'll update the description also. So here we have the description. So just replace it. And after that we have this button, and the button text is get started today. So I'll keep the button text same as it is. Now save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see we have this updated text. Sell your social accounts with confidence and earn money. And we have this small description and button. Here we will add the space also. So just come back, and here we'll add a space. Let me refresh it. It's not working. I'll just come back here, and here we'll add a space. Now it is correct. Now after that, let's see our Figma design. So you can see we have to create the footer, right? So to create the footer, let's come here in the VS Code, and here we'll create a new component called footer. So create a new file in the components folder and write the file name footer.jsx, and then write RAFCE to create the component structure. And after that I'll just come here in the prebuiltui.com, and in this search box we'll write footer. So here you will find lots of design for creating the footer of web page, right? So here you can see we have this first footer design, that is the 3-column layout. In the first one we have the logo and text, in the second one we have the link item, and in the third one we have the newsletter subscription form, and at the bottom we have the copyright message. So let me use this design. I'll click on this drop down and choose React and click on code button. So here we have the code. Now in this one we have the footer tag, right? So let me just copy this footer tag from here and come back to the VS Code, and let me change this div. we will add the fragment, and in this fragment provide this footer, right? Now in this one we have to update our logo. So right now you can see we have the div. In this div we have a tag, right? And in this a tag we have the svg icon. So let's remove the svg icon from here, and from this a tag we will remove the link. Here we'll add slash, and after that in this one we'll add the img tag. In this image src, let's add curly braces and provide the assets dot logo, and then we'll add the alt text logo, correct? And after that here we have the p tag where we'll add the description, right? So here we'll add a small description about this social profile marketplace website, correct? After that here we have the menu items. So the title is company, and then we have the link text like about us, career, we are hiring, contact us, and privacy policy. So I'll keep these menu items as it is. And after that we have the newsletter subscription form where we have the text, small description, then we have the input field, right? And after that we have the submit button, that is subscribe, and at the bottom we have this text, that is the copyright message text. So in this one let me write copyright year symbol, and then we will remove this link, and here we'll add GreatStack all right reserved, like this. Now save the changes and let's open the web page. But right now we have not mounted this footer component, so let's open our home page. We will open home.jsx, and after this CTA let's mount the footer. Click here to import it, and now we have mounted the footer component on home page. And now I'll open the web browser. So here at the bottom you can see we have this footer, correct? Now we have to increase the space between this CTA and this footer section. So I'll just come back. I'll open the footer component, and in this one here let's add margin top 32. Save the changes and come back here. So now you can see we have proper space between this CTA and footer section. So now we have completed the home page of our social profile marketplace website, and in this one we have added the user authentication using Clerk, and then we have added the social profiles list using the Redux state management, and then we have added the pricing table using Clerk. After completing the home page, now we will create the next page, that is marketplace. So first we will see the UI design. So I'll open the Figma file and let's see the next page. So this is the marketplace page where you can see we have to create this button back to home so that we can come back to the home page. Then we'll create the content in 2 columns. In the left side we will display a filter. You can see we have this filter, and where we will add the search box, and then we'll add the options to filter the listings. So we can filter using the platform name, price range, minimum number of followers, niche or category, and then we can also filter the list using the verified accounts or monetized accounts, value or property. And here we have the list of social media profiles, right? So we have already created the card for this one. We will just display that card here, right? And let me show you the phone view of this marketplace. So in this phone view, you can see first we have to display this back button, back to home, and in the right side we will display this icon and text called filters, so that when we click here it will display the filters on entire screen, and we can also close that filter, right? And after that we will display the list like this. It is vertically aligned. So now we have to create this marketplace page. To create it, I'll just come back here in the VS Code. And here you can see we have the pages. In this pages, you will find this marketplace.jsx file. And in this one, we have added this text. So I'll remove this text from here. Correct? Now in this one, we'll add two other div like this. So we have added two div. In the first one, we will add the back icon and that filter icon. And in the second one, we'll add the content in two column. In the left side, we will add the filter, and in the right side, we will add the list. So first we will add the classes in the first div. So here we'll add the class name property, and here we have to add some padding for different screen size. Correct? Now come here in the first div. So in this one, let me add button. So we'll add the button tag, and in this button we will add the text. So the text is back to home. Correct? After that, here we'll add one more button, and in this second button we will add the text called filters. So this button will be displayed on a small screen only. Now let me add the classes to align these buttons side by side. So we have to use the flexbox classes. So here we'll add the class name property and provide flex item center, justify between, and here we'll add text color. Now come to this first button. In this first button, we have to add one icon also. So here we'll add the space like this, and before this text we will add the icon. So let's add arrow left icon and import it from the Lucid React. It has been imported. Now for this icon we have to set the size. So here we have added the size 4 using this class name. Now in this button we will add the on click property also, so that we can click on this button and go back to the previous page. So just add on click, and here let's add the arrow function, and here we have to navigate the users on previous page. So first we will import the navigate function. So let's add const navigate equal to use navigate hook. We are not getting this suggestion here, so let me import it manually. I'll write import curly braces use navigate and import it from React router DOM. Correct? And after that, let's call this use navigate function like this. Now after that, I'll just copy this navigate function and add it here in this on click property. So in this on click we have added the arrow function. Now within this arrow function, let's call this navigate function and provide the path home. So it will open the home page. After that we'll add the semicolon and provide the next function, that is a scroll to. So it will scroll the web page on top using this 0 and 0 coordinates. Now we have added the back arrow icon and text, and we have added the on click property also. Next we will design this button using classes. So in this button, let's add the class name property also. So we'll add the class name and provide flex item center gap 2 and padding y5, so that it will add the space between this text and icon, and it will be aligned in the same horizontal line. Save the changes. So we have added the CSS for the first button and property called on click in the first button. Now let's add it in the second button also. So in this second one, let's add another icon. So we'll add the space, and here we'll add the icon called filter, and import this filter icon from Lucid React. And after that, in this one also we'll set the size 4. Then we will add the on-click property. So let's add the on-click property in this button. And here let's add one arrow function. And in this on-click property, we will add the function that will change the filter appearance. So using this, we will display the filter on mobile screen. For that, we have to create one state variable. So I'll just scroll up, and here we'll create one state variable to display and hide the filter on phone screen or mobile screen. So let's add const, and the state variable name is filter_phone, and the setter function name is setShowFilterPhone, and by default it will be hidden. So let's add useState and initialize it using false. So by default the filter will be hidden on phone screen, but using this button we can enable it. So in this button, let's call this setter function setShowFilterPhone and provide the value true, so that it will display the filter on phone screen. Now after that, here we will add some classes also. So again, we will add the class name property here and provide the tailwind classes like this. Here we have added SM hidden so that it will be hidden on all screen. It will be visible only on phone, right? Now save the changes and open the web page. Here we will click on this marketplace menu link. So now we are in the marketplace page. Here you can see this button back to home, correct? And after that, let me change the screen size. So if I open it in a smaller screen, here you can see this button filters. So we have the back button and filter button, right? And in the full screen, we have only this back button, back to home. After that, we have to display the content in the two column. In the left side, we will add the filter, and in the right side, we will add the list. That is the list of social media profiles. So I'll just come back here in the VS Code, and here you can see we have added a div, right? Now in this div, we have to align the content side by side. So here, let's add the class name property and provide the flex classes. So I'll add flex, then items start, justify between, gap, and padding from the bottom. Now in this div, we will make the position fixed for the filter on smaller screen. So here in this div, we'll add the position relative. So we have added the relative also. Now here we have to add the filter in the left side, and in the right side we will display the list of social media profiles. So for now, here we'll add the div, and here let's add filter, right? And after that, we'll add another div, and in this div we will display the social profile list, correct? Now in this second div, we will add the classes. So here we'll add the class name property and provide flex 1, grid, then grid columns 2, and gap 4. So after adding flex 1, it will use the entire space available in the row. Then we have added the grid layout and provided the column 2. So it will display the list in 2 columns, and we have provided the gap between the list items, right? Now here we have to display the list. So first we need the data of the list, that is the social profile list data available in the store. If I open this store, you can see here we have the listing store, correct? So from here we will get the listing data. So here we have added the dummy listings, right? So it will be added on the web page. So let me just close it, and after that I'll open this page, that is components, latest listings. In this one you can see we have added this statement, correct? So here we are getting the listings data using this use selector and this state. So now just copy this one, and after that I'll just come back to the marketplace page, and here also we'll add the same thing Here we will get the listings and get this listings using the use selector. So we have to import the use selector. So just click on the suggestion. Use selector has been imported from the React Redux. Correct. And after that, in this one, we have added the arrow function with the state in the parameter, and it will return the state.listing. So here we have the listings data. Correct. Now after that, we can display this data using the listing card. So scroll down. Here in this div, let's use the curly braces, provide listings, and here we'll add dot sort, right? And here we'll add a comma b, so that we can sort the listing data according to the featured property. If it is featured, then it will be displayed on the top. So in this sort, first we have to add the arrow function like this, and then we'll add this a comma b in this parameter. Now it will return a dot featured property, then question mark. It means when it is true, then we'll add -1, and if it is false, then again we will check b dot featured property. If it is true, then we will add 1, and if it is false, then we'll add :0. So it will sort the data. After that, we'll add the map method here. So let me add dot map, and in this one also we'll add the arrow function. Now in this function parameter, we'll get the individual listing, and with that we'll get the index number. Correct. And here we'll add this parenthesis, and here we will just return the list card component. So just add list card and import it from the components folder. It has been imported. Now in this one, we have to provide the props. So let's add listing and provide this listing from this parameter. After that, here we have to provide the key property. In this key property, just add the index. After adding it, save the changes, and we will open the web page. Right now this screen is blank. We don't have any content here. So let me inspect it. Go to console, and here it says cannot assign to read only property 0. Let me fix it. I'll come back to the VS Code. Here you can see we are sorting this listings data, right? So instead of sorting this listings data, we will create one copy, and instead of creating the copy, here we'll create another array where we'll store the filtered listing, because later we have to apply the filter also. Correct. So here let's create one variable. So I'll write const filtered listings equal to use this listings. Then we'll add dot filter, and in this one we'll add the arrow function that will filter out the listing. So we'll add the arrow function here, and in this function parameter we'll get the individual listing, and after that here simply add return true. So it will not filter out any data, it will return all the list items in this filtered listings, right? Later we will apply the filter when we'll create the left sidebar for selecting the filter option. So for now we have just created this variable, and in this one we have added all the lists using this filter, right? Now after that, just copy this one. Here we have added the listings, right? So instead of this listings, just provide the filtered listings. That's it. Save the changes and come back to the web page. Now you can see here we have the social profile list. Correct. So you can see the featured content is placed at the top. So here we have two featured list, that is fitness TikTok with 300k followers and this tech YouTube channel. So these are the featured listing and it is displayed at the top, and then we have the remaining listings. So we have added the data of social profile list. Next we have to create the left sidebar where we have to display the filter. For that we'll create a separate component, right? So I'll just come back to the VS Code, and here we'll create a new component. So let me create a new file here. We'll right click on this components folder, create a new file and write the file name filtersidebar.jsx. Here we'll add RAFCE to create the component structure. Now in this component we'll get the data from props. So here we'll add this curly braces, and here we will destructure the props from this marketplace. So in this marketplace you can see we have added this so filter phone, right? So let's add it here in this sidebar, so filter phone, and after that we'll add this setter function also, that is set so filter phone, right? Now we'll add one more state variable. So I'll come here in the marketplace, and in this marketplace let's create another state variable called filters. So here I'll write const filters, and then setter function name is set filters, right, equal to use state. And after that here we'll add the object. So in this object we'll add the initial value of the filters. So in the filter we'll add the option called platform so that we can filter the platform, and the default value will be null, correct? We'll add comma, then we'll add the maximum price, that is max price. So default value is 100k, and after that we'll add the minimum followers. So the minimum followers value is 0, and then we'll add the niche, so it is null, and after that we'll add verified false, then we'll add monetized property false. So using these default value it will display all items, it will display all listings, right? And whenever we will add any changes in these platform, max price, minimum follower or anything, then it will filter the content or filter the list. So we have created another state variable. Now we will pass these state variables in this sidebar, that is filter sidebar. So here we'll add comma, provide filters, and we'll also provide the setter function set filters. So just add comma, set filters, right? Now let's come here in this div. So in this div, first we'll add the class name property, and here let me provide these tailwind classes. So here we have added the max sm. It means this class name will be used for the phone screen or mobile screen. Then we have added z-index, then max sm height screen, that is the full screen height for the mobile screen. Then again for the mobile screen we have added a scroll overflow, and after that the background, then border, shadow, then here we have the border and border color, then height, fit, sticky, top, and here we have added the minimum width for the medium and above screen size, correct? Next we have to set the position fixed on phone screen, and either it will be hidden. So it is depending on this state, that is so filter phone, right? So now let me just change this code into backticks like this. So here we have added the backticks, and here also we'll add the backticks so that we can insert the template literal. So here we'll add curly braces also and close it here. So you can see here we have the class name, then curly braces, and in this one we have added the backticks and provided these classes. Now we'll insert the classes depending on this value, that is so filter phone. So here let's add a space and provide $ curly braces and provide this state so filter phone when it is true. So in this case we'll add the max sm fixed. So on phone screen the position will be fixed, and here we'll add colon and provide the class name when it is false. So here we will provide max sm hidden. So it will be hidden when this state is false, right? Now after that, in this one we'll add the first div where we'll add the text called filters, and we'll also add the button called apply that will be displayed on phone screen. If I come back to the UI design, you can see here we have the text called filters with this icon, correct? And here we have this cross icon also. So we will create this div. So I'll just come back, and here let's add one div. In this one we will add some padding. So we'll add the class name, provide the padding 4, then border bottom and border color, correct? Now in this one, let's add another div. In this div, we will align the content side by side. So just add the flex layout, correct? And after that, let's add the div for the first column. In this first column, we will add the icon and text called filters. So let's add icon here, filter filter, and import it from Lucid React. Then we'll set this size here. So I'll set this size 4 for this filter icon. And after that we'll add the text also. So we'll add s3 tag, and here we'll add the text called filters, and then we'll add the classes also. So we'll set the font weight semi-bold. So we have added font semi-bold. Now we will align this icon and text. For that we have to add the classes in this div also. So in this div we'll add the class name property and provided these flex classes, and we have added the text gray 700. Now after this div we'll add the div for the second column. In this one we have to add a cross icon, and with that we'll add the apply button also for the phone screen. So first let's add the classes and provide these flex classes, and now we'll add the X icon. So just add opening arrow X and import it from Lucid React. It has been imported. Now for this X icon, let me provide the classes to design this X icon. We'll add the class name property and provide these classes, correct? So we have added the classes in this X icon or cross icon. After that we'll add the button here. Using this button we will apply the filters. So in this button we'll add the text called apply, and let me provide a space here. Now in this button we have to add some classes. So we'll add the class name property and provide these classes. In this one you can see we have added sm hidden. It means it will be hidden for the small line above our screen. It will be displayed on phone device only, right? And after that, when we will click on this apply, it will hide the filter. For that we'll add the onClick property, and let's add the arrow function, and we'll call this setter function set show filter phone and make it false so that it will hide the filter after apply. And here we have the cross icon. Using that we will clear the filter. So after adding this content, let me mount this filter sidebar in our marketplace. So we'll open marketplace and scroll down. Here you can see we have added the div called filter, correct? So let me remove this div. Here we will simply provide our component. So let's add filter sidebar. It has been imported, right? And close this tag. Let me provide a space here. Now in this one we have to provide the props. So let's use the setter function set filters, and the value is set filters. Then we'll add filters and the value is filters. And after that we will provide the setter function set show filter phone, and the value is set show filter phone. Then we'll provide the another state show filter phone, and the value is show filter phone. That's it. Now after adding it, save the changes and we will open the web page. So let's come here. You can see in the left side we have this filter with this text, and in the right side we have this cross icon. You can see we have added the hover effect on this cross icon, right? And after that I'll just open this web page in a small screen. So here you can see we have this text called filters. If I click here, it will open this filter, and here we have the cross icon and apply button also, right? Now just come back to the full screen. Now let me add other data, like we'll add the search box, and then we'll add the list of items that we can filter. So I'll just come back to the VS Code, and we will open our filter sidebar.jsx file. In this one you can see we have added this div that contains the filter text and this apply button and cross icon. So let me fold this div. From here we can fold and unfold this div, right? So I'll fold this one, and after that here we will add another div where we'll add this search bar, and we'll also add other items to filter the list. So we'll add one div here, and in this one let me add some tailwind classes. So we'll add the padding 4, then a space y6, and for phone screen we have added the max height, that is 100 VH minus 200 pixel, right? Then we have added overflow y scroll, and then we have added the custom class name no scroll bar. We have already added this class name in index.css file, so it will hide the scroll bar. Now after that, in this one first we have to create the search box. So let me add the comment here. So we'll add the comment search bar and create a div. Now in this div, let me provide the class name property and provide flex item center justify between, right? Now here we have to add the input field. So I'll write input, the type will be text, and after that we'll add the placeholder. So in this placeholder we have added search by username, platform, niche, etc. Correct? Now we'll add the classes also. So we'll add the class name property here, and in this one let's set the width full. Then we'll add text small, padding for y and x, then border gray, rounded medium, and outline Indio 500. Now we have to change this input field in the controlled input field. For that we'll create the state where we'll store the input data, right? So I'll scroll up, and before this return statement, here we will create one state called search. So let's add const search, and then we'll add the setter function set search, right? And equal to use a state and initialize it using empty string, correct? Now suppose we have the search data in the URL. It means we have the search params. Then we will initialize this search state with that value. If I come back here, and you can see if I come to home page and type something here like Insta, click on search, so this search parameter is added in the URL. So we will initialize the search state with this value called Insta. For that I'll just come back, and here we'll add const search params, and the setter function name is set search params equal to use search params, and the use search params has been imported from the React router DOM, correct? Now after that let's come here in this use state, and here we'll add the OR operator. So when we have the data in the search params, it will be added, and if it is not available, then it will add the empty string. So here let's use this search params dot get, and here we'll add the key name, that is search, like this. So it will initialize this search with this value added in the URL, correct? After creating these states, here we'll create the function also. So let's add const on search change. It means when we change the search input field. So here we'll add the arrow function, and in this function parameter we'll get the event. So we will add e, and after that let's add if statement e.target.value. So if there is content in the input field, so in this case let's use the setter function set search params, and in this one let's add the object where we'll add the key name search. Then we'll add the value here, that is e.target.value. So this search data will be added in the URL. After that we'll update this state also. So just use the setter function set search and provide this e.target.value. Correct. Now let's add the else statement also. So in this one we have to navigate the users on marketplace page. Correct. So for navigation we need to import the navigate function. So just add const navigate equal to use navigate and import the use navigate from React Router DOM, and then let's call this navigate function, and here we'll add the path. So just add /marketplace, and after that we will clear the search. So let's use the setter function set search and provide empty string. So here we have created on change search function. Now we'll link this function with our input field. So in this input field let's add on change property and provide this function on change search. Then we'll add the value also. In this value just provide the search state. So now this input field is a controlled input field. Correct. So we have added the search bar, save the changes and come back to the web page. So you can see here we have this search bar, and in this one you can see we have this Insta. Let me delete it. So it will be removed from the URL also. Now if I type YouTube, so you can see this text in this URL also. The key name is search and the value is YouTube. Now let me remove it. Now after that I'll just come back here, and here you can see we have created the search bar in this div. So after that we'll add the comment. So let me write the comment here called platform filter, and here we'll add the div where we will display the list of platform, and user can filter the list using the platform filter. So in this div first we'll add the button. So let me add a button here. Now in this button we have to add the label text. So I'll write label property and write the text called platform like this, and after that here we have to add the icon. So I'll write opening arrow, chevron down, and import this icon from Lucid React, and after that in this icon we'll add the class name property, right? And after that let's add the classes here. So in this div or in this button we will add the class name property flex item center justify between width full and margin bottom 3, right? Now let me set the size for this icon. So here we'll add the size property 4 like this. Save the changes and open the web page. So you can see here we have this text platform and this drop down icon. Next we have to rotate this icon whenever we will fold or unfold this platform list. You can see here we have this platform list in the UI design, so we can fold and unfold this, and according to that it will also rotate this icon, right? For that let me just come back here, and here we'll create one handler function, that is toggle section. So after this function we'll add const toggle section equal to arrow function, and after that here we'll get the section in the parameter. Then we'll add the state. So this state will be updated according to this function, right? So here we'll create the state first. So I'll write const, and the state variable name is expanded sections, and the setter function name is set expanded sections equal to use a state. And in this one, let's add the object where we'll add the platform, then we'll add the price, then we will add followers, niche and status. So we have these items to filter the list, and by default all sections will be expanded, right? That's why we have added the value true, correct? Now let's come here in this toggle section, and we will use the setter function set expanded sections, and then we'll add the arrow function. Here we will get the previous data in the parameter, and after that here we'll add this parenthesis, and then we'll add the object. Then we'll use the spread operator and previous value. Then we'll add section name. So just add the section here. So it will update this section, and here we'll add not of previous and then section. So it will invert the value. If it is expanded, it will collapse it, right? It is fold, then it will unfold it, and it is folded, then it will unfold it, right? Now after that, let's come here, and you can see we have added this button, right? So in this button we'll add the on click property, and here let's add the arrow function. Then we will call the toggle section function, and in this one we'll add the section name, that is platform, right? Now we'll come to this icon, and we have to rotate it, and it is depending on the status of this expanded sections, right? So I'll just come here and let me add it in the curly braces. We'll add the classes in the curly braces, and we'll add the backticks also. So remove this and change it to backticks. So we have added the size 4. Then we'll add the transition, transform, then we will add $sign curly braces, and here we will use this expanded sections dot platform, right? And if it is expanded, right, so if it is true, then we'll add question mark, and here we will insert the class name called rotate 180, and if it is false, then we'll add the colon and we will insert empty string. That's it. Now let's save the changes and come back here. So here you can see we have the platform, and right now we have the arrow up icon. If I click here, it will change it to drop down icon. You can see it is rotating, correct? So whenever we will display the list of platform here, it will also fold and unfold that list. Now just come back, and here we have to display the list of platform. So here we will define it. So I'll just scroll up, and here we'll create one array. So I'll write const platforms equal to one array, and in this one let's add different object. So in the first one we'll add the value. So the value is YouTube, and the label text is YouTube, right? Now we'll add comma, simply duplicate it, and here we'll add the next value, that is Instagram, and the label text is Instagram, correct? Similarly we will add other platform name. So we have added TikTok, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, Twitch and Discord, right? Now let's use this platforms to display the platform list. So I'll just come here, and just after this button we'll add curly braces and provide expanded section dot platforms. If it is true, then only we have to display the list. So we'll add this parenthesis, and here we'll add a div, And in this div we'll add curly braces, then we'll add the platforms dot map. Now in this one we'll add the arrow function, and here we will get the individual platform in the parameter, and after that we'll add this parenthesis that will return the label tag. And after that, in this label we'll add the key property. So in this key property, let's add platform.value, because this value is unique, so we can add it as key. Correct? Now after that, here we have to add the input field so that we can check and uncheck this. So we'll add the input, and the type is checkbox. Correct? And after this, here we'll add the span tag, and in this span tag we'll add the text. So the text is platform.label, like this. Now let me add the classes here. So we will start with this div. So here we'll add flex column and gap, so that it will align the checkbox icon and text. Then we have this label tag. In this label tag also we have to add the classes. So let's add the class name property here and provide these classes in this label. Right? Now let me save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see we have the list of platforms like YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, right? Next we have to add the functionality so that when we select anyone, it will be added in the filter, right? So I'll just come back here, and in this input field, let me add the checked property. So here we have the name and ID. I'll remove it, and let's add checked equal to 1 curly braces, and here we'll add filters dot platform. If it is true, then we'll add dot includes. So if it includes this platform dot value, right, then it will be used, or we'll add the OR operator here and make it false. So if the filters data is having this value, right, then it will be checked, else it will be false, it will be unchecked. Correct? Next we have to add the function. Using that we can check or uncheck this input field, and it will update the filters. Right? For that we have to create a filter function. Correct? So I'll just scroll up, and here let me create a function. So I'll write const on filters change equal to, and create the arrow function. Now in this one we will get the new filters data in this parameter, and after that here we'll use the setter function set filters, and in this set filters we'll add the object and use a spread operator, provide the filters, comma, a spread operator, new filters, like this. Correct? Now let's come here in the input field. So here we have the input field, and in this input field now we'll add this on change property and add the arrow function here, and in this function parameter we will get the event, and after that in this function let's add const checked equal to e dot target dot checked, right? Then we'll add const current equal to filters dot platform or empty array. After that we'll add const updated equal to checked. So we'll add the ternary operator. If the checked is true, then we'll add array spread operator current dot platform dot value, right? And here we'll add the colon if it is false, if it is unchecked. So in this case we'll add current dot filter, and in this one let's add the arrow function where we'll add the p in the parameter, and here let's add the p not equal to platform dot value. And after that here we will add the on filter change function. So we have added on filters change, and in this one let's add a spread operator, filters, then comma, platform, and here we will add updated dot length greater than 0. If it is true, then we will add updated, else we will add null. That's it. Save the changes, and after that if I come here, you can see we have this input fields. We can check and uncheck this one. So according to this data it will filter the list, right? We have not updated the list yet. We will do it later after displaying all the filter items here in the filter sidebar. So after this platform filter, we'll add the price range filter. So I'll just come back to the VS Code, and you can see here we have added the platform filter, right? Here we have this div. So let's fold it, and here we will add the comment price range like this, and then we'll add another div, or instead of creating another div, I'll just copy this previous one and paste it here. So we have added the price range and we have copied the same div. So in this one we have this button with on click, and here we'll update the text. So here let's add price in this toggle section, correct? Then we have this label text. So in this label text we'll add the text called price range, right? Now in this previous one, if I expand the div, you can see we have the label tag. So in this label tag we have to add the classes also. So I'll write class name property and provide the text small, font medium, and text gray 800. So now it is looking good, right? Now just come back here and we'll fold this one and come here, and in this label also we'll add the same class name like this. So we have the price range here, and after that you can see we have this icon. It will be same, but here we will update the text. Instead of this platform we will add price. So let's add price. Save the changes and come here. You can see we can fold and unfold this first one, but the second one is not working. So let's just come back and let's fix it. So here we have the expanded sections dot platform. So here we'll add expanded sections dot price like this. Save the changes and come here. If I click here, you can see we can fold and unfold the price range. You can see in the left sidebar, right? Now just come back, and after that here we have this div that contains this flex classes. So here we will simply add the space y3. That's it. Now we have this list of platform, correct? So we don't need this. I'll remove this one. Here we need the input field only. So I'll remove this entire label tag and remove this curly braces also, and simply add the input. Now the input type will be range, right? And in this range we'll add the minimum value 100, max 100k, then a step is 100, correct? And after that we'll add the value property here. So in this value property, let's add the filters dot max price, correct? And if it is not available, we'll add odd operator and provide this 100k, right? Then we'll add the onChange property, and in this onChange property we will add the arrow function, and in this arrow function we will add the event as a parameter. Now in this arrow function, let's add on filter change, and in this one we'll add the object where we'll add a spread operator, filters, then comma max price, and in this max price let's add parse int and provide e.target.value, that is the value of this input field, right? And after that, here we have to add some classes also, so we'll add the class name property for this input field, and in this one we have added width full, then height, background, border radius, appearance none, cursor pointer, and accent indigo 600. Then we'll add one div here, and in this div let's add the classes. So we'll add the class name property and provide these classes, and here we'll add the span tag. In this span we'll add 0, and then we'll add another span tag, and in this one let's add the curly braces, then we'll add this parenthesis, and here we'll add filters dot max price or 100k, right? Then we'll add dot to local string, so we will add this to local string function, right? Now save the changes and come here. So if I expand it, you can see here we have this price range 0 to 100k, and we can change it like this, correct? Next we have to add the currency symbol here, so I'll just come here and let's import the currency from the environment variable. For that we'll add const currency equal to import meta.env.wheat currency, and if it is not available it will add dollar symbol, right? So after adding it, let's use it here. So I'll write this curly braces and currency and add it in the second span also, like this. Now just come back, you can see here we have the currency symbol 0 to 100k, right? And we can change this range, but right now this range slider is not taking the full width, so I'll just fix it. I'll just come back here and let me find it. Here we have this extra quote symbol, so I'll remove it. Now save the changes. Now it is looking perfect. We have the price range selector, right? And let me refresh it. So you can see the default value is 100k, right? That's why it is at the end. So we have created the platform and this price range, and we can fold and unfold these sections, right? Next we'll add this minimum followers and niche, and after that we'll add this account status verified and monetized. So for that we'll come back to the VS Code. Here we have created the price range, so let me just copy this div, and after that we will fold this div, right? And then here we'll add the comment, that is followers range, and then paste this div. Now in this one let me update the data. So here we have the onClick property and then toggle section. So in this one we'll add the section name, that is followers, correct? And after that here also we'll add expanded sections dot followers, and here also we'll add expanded sections dot followers. right? Now here we have this div, so just fold this div and delete it. That's it. Now after adding it, save the changes, and let me update the text also. So here we'll add the text called minimum followers, and then we have this icon that will rotate when we click here. So I'll just come back here, and here we are getting some error because we have not added anything in this statement, right? So here we have to display the select box. So let's add select tag. We have the select opening and closing tag, right? Now in this one we will add the options. So let's add the option tag, and in this one we'll add the value 0, and then we'll add text, that is any amount. Now duplicate it. Here we'll add the value 1000, and then we'll add text called 1k plus. Similarly we'll add other options. So here we have added the options like this, that is 10k, 50k, 100k, 500k and 1 million plus. Now in this select box we'll add the classes. So we'll add the class name property, and here let me provide these classes, correct? And after that, if I come back, you can see here we have this minimum followers, and we can fold and unfold this section, and here we have the drop down item, correct? Now let me update the functionality here so that when we choose any option it will be added in the filter. So in this select tag we'll add the space, and here let's provide the value. So in this value we will add the filters dot followers question mark. If it is available, then we'll add dot to a string. So we will convert it into a string, right? And if it is not available, then we'll add the OR operator and provide string 0. After that we'll add the onChange property. In this onChange property we'll add the arrow function, and then we'll add the event in the parameter, and here we'll add on filter change, and here let's add the object and provide the spread operator filters comma minimum followers, and let's update the minimum followers property here. So in this one we will store the parse int and provide the value from this select input field. So just add e.target.value. So this value will be added, right? And if it is not available, here we'll add the OR operator and provide 0. So if it is not selected, then it will add 0. That's it. Now after adding it, if I come back here, you can see here we have the list of items in this minimum number of followers, and we can select it and it will update the filter. Next we have to add the drop down for the niche name, like category name. So I'll just come back and just fold this one, and here after closing of this div we will add the comment. So let's add the comment niche filter, and then we'll add the same div here. Just copy and paste it here. Now in this one let me update the text. So I'll update this toggle section, and then here we'll update the expanded sections dot niche, and here also expanded sections dot niche, correct? And after that here we have to add the select tag. In this select tag let's add on filter change spread operator filters and provide the niche here. It will be parse e.target.value, that is parse int, correct? Now come to this value. In this value we'll add filters dot niche question mark dot to a string. So let me remove this toString. We will simply add filters.niche. If it is available, then we'll add it, and if it is not available, then we'll add 0. Or instead of 0, here we'll add empty string, because here we are adding the text like category name or niche name, right? And after that, here we have the parse int, so we will remove this parse int also. We will simply add niche and the value will be e.target.value, or we will add null. So instead of 0, we will add null. That's it. Then we have the classes here. So the classes will be same like this. And after that we have the options. So we have to update the options here. So instead of adding all the options manually, here we will add the array. So here let's add one variable and write it as niche. So just add const niche equal to array, and here we'll add the first object, that is value lifestyle, and the label text is lifestyle. Similarly, we'll add other category name or niche name. So let's add it here like this. So we have added fitness, food, travel, game or gaming, tech, fashion, beauty, everything. Save the changes and let's come here. And here, instead of adding the options like this, we will use the array. So let me remove it. And here, let's add first one. So remove this one, and here we'll add option. Value will be empty string, and write the text all niches like this. And then we'll display the remaining category name. So just add curly braces, niches dot map method, and here we'll add the arrow function. Now we'll add the parenthesis, and in this one we will return the option tag. Now here we'll get the individual niche name in the parameter, and here let's add the key property. So in this key we will add the niche dot value, correct? And after that, let me just copy it, and here we'll add the value property. In this value also we'll add the same thing, niche dot value, and then we'll add the text here before this closing option. So we'll add curly braces, niche dot label, that is the label text. Save the changes and open the web page. So if I click on this drop down, here we have all the categories, right? We can select it and it will update the categories in the filter. That will change this data that is displayed here. Now we'll come back here. Here you can see we have added this button and then label tag. In this label tag we have not updated this text. So let me update it. Here we'll add niche like this. Save the changes. Now let me fold this div, and after closing of this div, here we'll add the comment, that is verification status, correct? And in this one also we have to add the same title, right? So I'll just copy this div and paste it here. Now in this one we have this select tag, so just remove this select tag from here and come here, and in this one we will add the text in this toggle section, so it will be a status. Then we'll add it here in the expanded sections dot status, and here also expanded sections dot status. After that we will update the label text. So the label text is account status, so let's add it here in the label, right? And after that, in this one we have to add one div like this, and in this one we have to add two input field, the first one for the verified account and the second one for the monetized account. So here we'll add the class name property and provide a space y3. Then we will add the label tag here. Now in this label tag we will add the input field, and the input type will be checkbox. And after this input field there will be a text in a span tag. So the text is verified accounts only like this. Next we have to add the classes. So let's start with this label tag. So in this label tag we have added these classes, then we'll add the classes in the span tag. So in this span tag we'll add class name and provide these classes, right? Then we will come to this input field. Now in this input field you can see the type checkbox, right? Then we will add the checked property here. So just add checked equal to curly braces, and here we'll get the data from the filters dot verified property. So here we'll get the data from here, right? And if it is not available, then we'll add the OR operator and provide false. So by default it will be unchecked. After that we'll add the onChange property. In this onChange property we'll add the arrow function and provide the event in the parameter. Then we will call the onFilterChange function. In this one we'll add the object and provide the spread operator filters, comma, and verified property. So in this verified property, let's provide the value that is e.target.checked. So it will provide either true or false. That's it. So we have added the first label tag. Similarly, we'll add one more label tag. Just duplicate it. And in this second one, let me change the filters dot monetized property, and after that it also will add monetized, and the value is e.target.checked, and here we'll update the text that is monetized accounts only, like this. Save the changes, and after that let me open the web page. So here you can see we have all these filters like account status, verified, and monetized, right? We can check and uncheck these checkbox, and we can also fold and unfold this filter. Next we have to apply this filter so that we can change this list, and here we will add the functionality to clear the filter, right? So I'll just come back here and scroll up. So in this div you can see we have added this div that contains the header data like text called filters and filter icon, and then we have the cross icon. Using that we can clear the filter. So we have to add the functionality on this cross icon. For that, here we have to create a function. Let's scroll up, and here we have the list of functions, right? So here we'll add one more function. I'll write const on clear filters and create the arrow function. And in this one we'll add the if statement. If search, it means we have some search query. Then we'll add navigate, and in this navigate we will add the path. So let's add /marketplace, right? And after that here we'll add the setter function, set filters, and then we will add the object. In this one we'll add the default value like platform, it will be null. Then we'll add the maximum price 100k. Then we'll add minimum follower, niche, verified, and monetized, right? So it will clear all the filters. Next we have to apply this function on the cross icon. So I'll just come here. You can see here we have the cross icon. So let's add on click property and provide this on clear filters function. So it will clear the filters. Now just come back here, and here you can see if I check this YouTube, Instagram, select the price range. Here we'll choose the minimum followers, choose the category, then these verified account, and click on this cross icon. So it will clear everything, right? You can see everything is unchecked and it is on the default value, correct? Now let me come back here and we will open our marketplace.jsx file. So in this one, you can see we have this listings and then we have the filtered listings, right? So next we have to filter our listings when we select the filters from the sidebar. So when we select the filters from the sidebar, it will update this filters state. So according to this state, we will filter the listings. So let's come here in this filter, and here before this return true, let me filter the data one by one. So first we'll add the if statement, and in this one we'll add the filters dot platform. So if the filters dot platform has some value, then we'll add the AND operator, and here we'll add the filters dot platform length is greater than 0, right? It means the filters is selected, right? So in this case, let's add if and provide not of filters dot platform dot includes, and here we'll add the listing dot platform. Then we'll add return and provide false. After that, we have to filter the listings using the maximum price. So just duplicate it, and here we'll add filters dot max price, and then we'll add if listing dot price greater than filters dot max price, then it will return false. So it will filter the list using the price. Let me update it here. I'll move this here at top. So first we'll filter the platform, then max price, and then we will duplicate it. And in this one we will filter the minimum followers. So let's add filters dot minimum followers, and then write if listing dot followers count less than this filters dot minimum followers, then return false. After that, just duplicate it, and here we'll add filters dot niche, and then we'll add the AND operator and provide filters dot niche dot length greater than 0, like this. Then we'll add this one, just copy it and paste it here, and in this one we will add not of filters dot niche dot includes listing dot niche, then return false. After that, we have to add the another if statement, and here we'll add the filters dot verified, and if it is true, then we'll add the AND operator, and here we'll add listing dot verified not equal to filters dot verified, then return false. Now just duplicate it, and in this one let's add monetized property, filters dot monetized, and listing dot monetized not equal to filters dot monetized, then return false, like this. So it will filter the data, right? Now let me just come back here, and you can see here we have the entire list. If I click on this YouTube, you can see here we have only YouTube. Now uncheck it, and here we have all items. Now click on this TikTok. Here you can see we have the TikTok only. You can see this listing for TikTok. Uncheck it. Now let me click on this Facebook. So we don't have any listing for Facebook profile. Let's click on Twitter. We don't have any Twitter profile listing. Let's click on this niche or category. Here we will choose the gaming. So we don't have any item in the gaming. Let me choose fashion. So here we have the listing in the fashion category. We can also filter the data using the price, and we can also filter the data using the verified status or monetized status, right? Let's select all, and here we'll change the amount. You can see if I change the amount, here we have only 3 listings. Correct? So this filter is working fine. Next we have to apply the filter for this search box, right? So let's just come back, and here before this return true, we'll add if statement. If search. So when we have the search data in the input field, then we'll add const trimmed equal to this search dot trim. So it will remove the extra space from beginning and end, and here we don't have that search, right? So first we need to get this search keyword from the params. So here let's add const search params equal to use search params and import it from React router DOM like this. And after that, here we'll add const search equal to this search params dot get, and here we'll add the key name, that is search. So now we have the search query here in this variable and we are using it here. So it will trim the search query. It means it will remove the extra space from beginning and end. And after that we'll add the if statement here, and in this one let's add not of listing dot title dot to lowercase dot includes, and in this one we'll add the trimmed dot to lowercase. So it will search the listings using the listing title, right? Then we'll add the AND operator here, and then just duplicate this line, and here we'll add not of listing dot username property, and then to lowercase includes trim dot to lowercase. Now just duplicate it. Here we'll add description, then duplicate it. Here we'll add platform, then duplicate it, and here we'll add niche. So we can search the listings using title, username, description, platform, and niche, right? And here we'll add return false. At the end we have this AND operator, so just remove it. Now it is correct. Save the changes, and let me just come back to the web page. Now in this input field, if I type fitness, you can see we have the listing for this keyword. Now just clear it, or we can click here. So it will clear everything, and after that let me type travel. So we have the listing for this travel type, right? Now clear it, and after that if I type fashion, so we can get the list for this fashion keyword. Now let me search using the platform name. So here we'll add YouTube. So you can see we are getting the list for this YouTube platform. So this filter is working fine, and here we have completed our marketplace page. So here we have the filters, and then we have the list of social media profiles, and when we click on this button it will open this listing details page. So next we have to create our listing details page. To create this listing details page, let me see our UI design. So I'll come here in the Figma file, and let me see the next page. So this is the next page, that is listing details page. You can see the phone view and desktop view. So in this one you can see we have to create the back button. After that we'll add the content in 2 columns. In the left side we'll add the title, then platform icon, username, and verified and monetized status. Then we'll write the price. After that we'll add the text and display the images, and we will display multiple images so that we can see all images using these arrow icon. We can switch different images, right? So we will create an image gallery. After that we will display the matrix, then we'll add the description and then additional details, and at the bottom we'll add a normal copyright message, and in the right side we'll add the seller profile details like image, name, email ID and joining date, and then we'll add the chat button. And if the profile details like credential is verified and updated by admin, then we'll display the purchase option also, right? So to create this details page, I'll just come back here in the VS Code and let's open this sidebar, and in this one you will find the pages, and here we have listing details.jsx file. Here we have the title, so let's remove it. Correct. Now in this one, before this return statement, let me import the data that we want in this page. So first let me get the use navigate function so that we can navigate to other pages. So let's add const navigate equal to use navigate from React Router DOM. After that, here we need the currency from the environment variable. So I'll write const currency equal to import.meta.env.wheat currency. If it is not available, then we'll simply provide the $sign, right? After that, here we'll create the state where we will add the listing details. So just add const listing, and the setter function name is setListing equal to use a state, and import the use state, then we'll initialize it using null. So in this listing we'll add the particular listing for which we have to display the details. Then we'll create the profile link. So here let's add const profile link equal to use this listing. So when the listing is true, we have some data, then we'll add and here we'll add the function get profile link, and this function is available in the asset file, so just import it. You can see get profile link has been imported. In this one we have to provide two data, so let's add the listing.platform. So we'll add the platform name here, listing.platform, and then we'll add comma, provide the listing dot username. So according to this platform name and username, it will create the profile link, right? After that, here we'll add const curly braces, then we will get the listing ID from the URL. If I come back here, you can see in this URL we have some ID listing 3 like that. If I open another listing, let's click here, you can see the ID listing _5. So this is the listing ID and we'll get it from the URL. So let's add curly braces listing ID equal to use params, and the use params has been imported from React Router DOM. Now after that, here we will get all the listings from the state. So just add const curly braces listings equal to use selector and import the use selector from React Redux. Correct. Now in this one we'll add the state and create the arrow function. So let's add the state in the parameter, and this function will return the state dot listing. So here we have all listings, and from this all listings we will find the particular listing using the listing ID. For that we have to create a function, right? So here let's add use effect. In this use effect we will add the arrow function, and then we will add comma dependency array, right? Now in this dependency array we will provide the listing ID, and with that we will provide the listings also. So whenever the ID or listings changes, it will execute this function, and it will also execute this function once the component gets loaded, right? After that we have to find the individual listing. So let's add const listing equal to listings dot find method, and in this find method we'll add the arrow function, and in this one we'll get individual listing, and here we will compare. Let's add the listing dot id equal to listing id. So here we'll get the individual listing that we have to display on this page. After that we'll add the if statement. Here we'll add this listing. If it is available, then in this case we will use the setter function set listing and provide this listing. So it will add the data here in this state. You can see here we have this listing and set listing, correct? So it will add the data here. Now we can display the listing data on this web page, correct? After that, let's come here. You can see here we have the return statement. So in this one, just add this listing and ternary operator. So when the listing is available, then we will display this div. Else we'll add colon, and here we will display one div. So just add this parenthesis, and here we'll add a div. And in this one we'll add the loading animation. So just add loader to icon, import it from Lucid React, and here we'll add some classes. So I'll write class name property, size, animate a spin, text indigo 600, and here we'll add the classes in the div. So in this div we'll add the height, it will be screen, then flex justify center item center, so that this icon will be in the center, and we'll see the loading animation until this listings gets loaded, right? Now suppose the listing data is available for this particular page. So in this case, here we'll add the classes, and let's set the mx auto min height screen padding, and then we'll add the padding for different screen size. After that, here we have to add the back button. So we'll add the button tag, and in this one first we will add the arrow icon. So I'll write arrow left icon, import it from Lucid React, and then we'll add the class name here to set the size. So I'll set the size 4, right? And after that, here we have to add the text also, that is go to previous page, like this. Now in this button we'll add some classes. So in this button we have to align the icon and text, so we have added the flex classes. Now in this button we'll add the on click property also, so that we can click here. So let's add on click and add the arrow function, and here we'll call the navigate function, and in this navigate function simply add -1, so it will navigate the users on the previous page, right? Now let's save the changes, and I'll open the web page. So here you can see on this listing detail page we have this button go to previous page. We can click here, so it will come here on the previous page. If I click here, it will open the listing details page, right? After that, let's see the UI design. You can see we have to create the column. So we'll create two columns. In the left side we'll add the listing details, in the right side we'll add the seller details. So just add one div here after this button. So after creating of this button we'll add a space, and here we'll add a div. Now in this one again add one div, and in this one we'll add the details for the left side, and after that let's add the comment, and after this comment we'll add another div. So here we have two div. The first one will contain the listing information or social profile information, and then we have this comment seller info and purchase options. So here we'll add the details of seller. Now let's add the classes in this parent div that will align the div side by side. So here we'll add the flex classes. So we have added these classes, and after that come here in the first one, and in this one let's set the classes. So we'll add flex1, so that it will use the entire space available in the row, and then we'll add the width full for the maximum MD device, right? and after that here we'll add the comment. So let's add the comment. Top section. If I come back to UI design, you can see this is the top section where we have to display the platform icon, title, username, platform name, and verified and monetized status and pricing. So just come back, and after this comment top section, let's add one div. Now in this div we will provide some classes, so we'll add the class name property and provided these classes: background white and border radius, border color and padding, right? Then let's add another div here, and in this one we will add the flex layout. So we have added the class name and provided this flex item center gap 3, correct? Then we will add the platform icon in a div. So let's add a div here, and in this one we'll add curly braces, provide the platform icons from the assets. You can see we are getting the suggestion to import it, and after that we'll add square bracket listing dot platform. So here we'll get the platform icon, and now we'll add the classes here. So let's add the padding and border radius using this rounded XL, right? Then we'll add another div, and in this one we have to add the title. So let's add the title in h2 tag. So the title will be listing dot title. So just add curly braces listing dot title, and after that we'll add the arrow icon so that we can click here to open the profile. So let's add the link tag imported from React Router DOM, and here we'll add the closing link tag, correct? Now in this one we'll add the target, it will be underscore blank. Then we'll add to property, and in this to property provide the profile link, correct? Then we'll add the arrow icon. So just add arrow right from a square. So we have arrow right from a square. Let's write from a square icon, and it has been imported from Lucid React. And after that we'll add the classes for this icon. So just add the class name property, set the size, and we'll add the hover effect. So we have added size 4, hover, text indigo 500, correct? Now save the changes and open the web page. So you can see here we have this text, that is the title, and here we have the link icon. When we click here it will open this profile, right? So I'll just come back, and let's align this title and link. So for that here we have a div, and then we have the h2. So let's move this link tag inside this h2 tag. So just move it here after this link. So we have the h2 tag, right? And within this h2 tag we have the link tag, correct? And now let's add the classes in this h2. So we'll add the class name property and set the classes flex, item center, gap, text XL, font semi-bold, and text gray 800. You can see it is aligned in the same line, right? And after that I'll just come back here, and after this h2 we will add the text. So just add the p tag, and in this p tag we'll add the username. So let's add at the date curly braces and provide the listing dot username property, right? And then we'll add the dot here, and after that here we have to add the platform name. So just add curly braces listing dot platform question mark if it is available. Then we'll add dot char at 0, right? Then we'll add dot to uppercase. So it will change the first character in uppercase, and then we'll add plus listing dot platform question mark dot slice 1. So after adding it, if I come back, you can see here we have the username and then we have the platform name, and in the platform name we have the first character with capital letter. Correct? After that we have to add the status like verified profile and monetized profile. So I'll just come back here. First let's set the classes in this p tag. So we'll set the color and text size. So we have added the color and text size, and after this p we'll add a div. Now in this div we have to align the content, so we'll add the class name property and provide flex gap 2 and margin top 2. Then we will add the curly braces listing dot verified property. So if it is true, then only we have to display that verified badge. So just add AND operator, and then we'll add this parenthesis, and here we'll add the span tag. Now in this span tag we have to add the icon. So I'll write opening arrow and provide check circle 2, import it, and after that we will set the width and height. So we'll add the class name property and provide width and height 3 and margin right 1. Then we have to add the text also. So the text is verified, and then we have to align the text and this icon. So in this span tag we'll add the class name and provide these classes. Correct? Now similarly we'll add the monetized status, so just duplicate it, and here we'll add listing dot monetized property. If it is true, then we will add this span tag, and in this span tag again we have the same classes, right? And after that let me change the color here. So you can see the color BG indigo 50. So I'll change it to BG green 50. Correct? And then we have the text. Let me change it to green 600. And then we have the padding X, padding Y, and rounded MD. Then we have to add the icon. So let's add $sign. Import it from Lucid React. So $sign has been imported, and then we'll add the text called monetized. So just add this text, save the changes, and let's open the web page. So here you can see we have this text verified and monetized. Correct? Next we have to add the price in the right side. Correct? So I'll just come back and let's see the div. So this is the div that contains the status like verified and monetized. So here we have added this verified status in this div. Now let's scroll up. So here we have the top section where you can see this div that contains background white. Then we have this another div. In this one we have added this platform icon. Then we have added this div that contains the listing title and other details. So just fold it, right? So here we have two div like this. Inside this flex items. Correct? So let's add a space here and here also. So here we have this div. Now let me wrap it in another div. So we'll add a div like this, and let's close it here like this. Now in this one we'll add the class name property, and here we will provide the flex layout. So just add flex column and flex row for medium and above a screen. Then we have added the items in, justify between, and gap 4. So in this one we have added a div that will be displayed in the left side, and just after this we will add the another div where we'll display the pricing. So here let's add a div, and in this one we'll add the class name. So I'll add the class name property, that is text right, and after that here we'll add the s3 tag. In this s3 tag we will add the currency symbol. So just add currency, and then we will add the price. So just add curly braces listing dot price property question mark dot to local string and call this function like this. Now after that we have to add one text. So here we'll add the p tag, and in this p tag we'll add the text USD. You can update it as your currency. So let's add the class name property in this one, and we will set the text size and text color. Then we'll add the classes in the s3 tag. Here also we'll set the text size, font weight and text color. Now let's save the changes and open the web page. So you can see in the right side we have this price and this sort name of the currency USD. So we have created the top section of our listing page, that is listing details page, right? Now let me just come back to the VS Code, and you can see here we have the top section, right? In this one we have this div. So let's fold this top section like this, and after closing of this div, here let's add the screenshot. So first we'll add the comment. So just add screenshot section, and then we'll add curly braces. Here let's add the images. So first we have to get the images from our listing, correct? So let's scroll up. Here you can see we have the listing. Now from this listing we have to get the images also, and we have to set the current image also that will be displayed in the gallery. So here let's add const current, and the setter function name is set current equal to use a state, and in this one we'll add 0. After that let's add const images, and the images will be listing question mark dot images, and if it is not present then we'll add OR operator and empty string. So the images will be empty string, right? And after that let's come here and we'll add curly braces and provide the images dot length, and before that we'll add the question mark also. So when the images is available then we'll check the length greater than 0. So if the length is greater than 0 then we'll add the AND operator, and here we'll add this parenthesis, and in this one we have to create the image gallery. So let's add a div. Now in this div we will add the text in another div. So let's add one div here, and here we'll add the text in h4 tag. So the text is a screenshots and proof like this. Now in this title we'll add some classes. So here we'll add the class name property and provide these classes, right? And after that you can see we have this div that contains this title. So here we'll add the class name and provide padding 4 like this. Now come here in the div, and here we'll add the class name property and provide the background white. Then we will provide the border radius, border and border color, and margin bottom and overflow hidden, right? Now just after this div that contains the title, here we'll add the comment, that is slider container. And here let's add another div that contains the slider. So here we'll add the position relative. So we'll add class name and relative, width full, aspect ratio video, and overflow hidden, correct? Now in this div again add a div that will contain all the images, right? So here we'll add curly braces, images dot map method, and here we'll add the arrow function. That function will get the individual image and index number, right? And it will return the img tag. So let's add the img tag, and in this img tag we'll add the key property. So the key will be index, and after that we'll add the src. So in this src, just provide individual image, so just add img, right? And after that, here we'll add the alt text, so it is listing proof. Then we'll add the classes here, so just add the class name property and provide the width full and shrink 0 for this image. Now this div contains all the images, so we'll add the classes in this div also. So here let's add the class name property and provide these classes. Now with that, we'll add the additional classes using the style property, so just add the style property here, and in this one we'll add curly braces and provide the transform. And in this transform, let's add the backticks, then translate x, and here let's add parenthesis dash $, curly braces, and provide current multiplied by 100, and here we'll add %. That's it. And it will add all the images, and if I come back here, you can see here we have this listing image. Right now we cannot slide this image, right, because we have to add the buttons also, like previous and next button. So I'll just come back, and just after this div, here we'll add navigation buttons. So we'll add the comment here, and let's add the button tag. Now in this button tag, we have to add the icon. So let's add opening arrow, and let's add this icon and import it from the Lucid React, right? And after that, for this icon we have to add some classes, so we'll add the class name property and set the width, height and text color, correct? Now in this one we'll add some classes also to set the position and design, so we have added these tailwind classes in this button tag. Similarly, we'll add the another button, so this is the left arrow button, so just duplicate it, and in this one we will change the icon. So let me change it. Here we'll add this right icon imported from the Lucid React, correct? And here also we'll add the same classes, and after that in this one we have to add some functions. So let me just save the changes and come here. You can see here we have the icon and the position for both icon is same, so let me change it. In the second one we will add right, instead of this left we'll add right 3, then top 1/2 and translate is good. Save the changes and come back here. You can see here we have the left icon and then right icon here, and we have the hover effect also, right? Now we have to add the functionality for these buttons, so scroll up, and after that here we'll create two functions. So before this use effect, let me write const previous slide equal to arrow function, and in this one we will use the setter function set current and provide the arrow function. Here we'll add the previous value, and then it will return this previous equal to 0 question mark. Then we'll add image or images dot length -1, right? Else we'll add colon, and then we'll add previous -1, like this. Now just duplicate it, and here we'll change the function name, that is next slide. And in this one, let me update it. Here we'll add the images dot length -1, then we'll add question mark and provide 0, and then we'll add previous +1, like this. Update this function. Here we are getting some error, so let me correct it. We'll add previous equal to, let me change it, it will be like this, images dot length -1 greater than 0 like this. Save the changes, and now let's link these functions with our button. So I'll come here in the navigation button, and in this second button we'll add on click and provide the next slide function, and in the first button we'll add on click and provide the previous slide function. Save the changes and come here. Now let's click on this previous. You can see we are changing the images, right? If I click on the next, we can change the images like this. It is working. Next we have to add the indicators also, right? So I'll just come back, and just after closing of this button tag, here we'll add the comment, that is dot indicator, and here we'll add a div. Now in this div we'll add curly braces, images dot map, right? And after that we'll add underscore comma index and create the arrow function like this. So in this arrow function we have the parameter underscore and index, and here we'll add the parenthesis. So in this one we'll return the button tag. Now in this button we have to add the classes so that it will look like a small circle. So here we'll use the self-closing button like this, correct? And after that we'll add the key property, it will be index. Then we'll add the class name, and in this class name property let's add curly braces and provide backticks. So first we'll set the width, height and border radius, that is rounded full. Then we'll add $, curly braces, and here we will add this current. So if the current is equal to index, correct? So if it is true, in this case we'll add the different background color, that is background indigo 600, and if it is false then we'll add the colon, and here we'll add background gray 300 like this. And after that we'll add the on click property also. So here we'll add on click, and in this on click we'll use the arrow function, and it will call the setter function, that is set current, and provide the index. That's it. Save the changes, and after that let's add the classes in this div also. So here in this div we'll add the position absolute, and then we have added the bottom, left, translate X, and flex and gap. Save the changes and open the web page. So you can see here we have the indicators, right? If I change it, you can see the indicators clearly. You can see the other dots in gray color and one in the indigo color. You can see the dots here. We can click here to change the slides, right? And if I change it from here, still it will change the dots. So we have added the arrow icon and indicator also, and we can control this gallery from this arrow icon and indicators. After that we have to add this matrix, as you can see in this UI design. So we'll add this section to display the accounts matrix. So let me just come back to the VS Code, and you can see here we have the comment called a screenshot section. So just fold this section, and just after this here we will add the comment for account matrix like this, and here we will add a div. Now in this one, first we'll add the title. So we'll add the class name property, and then we'll add the title in a div. Then we'll add the h4 tag, and in this h4 tag we have to add the classes, and then we'll add the title text called account matrix like this, and then we'll add the classes in this div that contains this title. So here we have added this classes, right? And after adding this title, here we'll add another div, and in this one we have to add multiple columns, right? So we'll add the grid layout. So we'll add the class name and provided the grid layout classes, and then we'll add the first div like this. Here we have to add the user icon. So just add opening arrow, users, and import it from Lucid React. And after that we'll add the class name property, and provide these classes for the icon. After this icon, we have to add the text in p tag. So let's add the classes for this text. So we will add the class name property and provide font semi-bold and text gray 800. Then in this one, we'll add curly braces, listing dot followers count, and if it is available, then we'll add question mark dot and to local string, like this. And after this p tag, we will add another p tag where we'll add the text called followers, and in this one we'll again add the classes. So here we'll add the text small and text gray 500. Save the changes and open the web page. Here you can see we have the account metrics and the first data like user icon, then number of followers and the text called followers. Similarly, we'll add other data. So just come back and we'll duplicate this div like this. And in this second one, let me change the text. So here we'll add listing dot engagement rate, right? And here we'll add %. So remove it and then just add %, and then we'll add the text called engagement, correct? And after that, here we have to add the icon. So instead of this user's icon, we'll add line chart icon. So let's add line chart and import it from the Lucid React. It has been imported. Now just duplicate it. And in this third one, we have to update the icon. So it will be icon. Let's import it from the Lucid React. And then we have to change the matrix name. So it will be listing dot monthly views question mark dot to local string, and remove this %. And after that, here we'll add the text called monthly views, right? Save the changes, and now we'll add one more matrix. So just duplicate this div, and here we will add the icon. So it will be calendar icon imported from the Lucid React, and then we will add the text called listed, right? And here we have to display the date. So we'll write listing dot created at, like this. Now we have to convert it into the date format. For that, let me just remove it. Here we will add new date and paste this one, listing dot created at. Then we'll add dot to local date string. Let me correct this spelling. It will be new, NEW. Now it is correct. Save the changes and open the web page. So you can see here we have all the metrics like followers, engagement, monthly views, and listed on. That is the listing date. Now just come back and let's find this div. So here we have the account metrics. So just collapse it or fold it, and here we'll add the comment. So let's add the comment called description. And here we have to add the description in div. Now in this div, again we have to add the title like previous section. So I'll add the same title here like this. You can see we have added one div with this classes and this text in h4 tag, and the text is description, correct? And let's add the classes in this div also. So here we have added the white background and border radius like this. And after closing of this div, here we'll add another div where we will add curly braces, then provide the listing dot description, correct? And for this description, simply provide classes and provide padding, text small and text gray. Save the changes and come here. You can see now we have the description also, right? After that, we have to add the additional details. Like you can see in this UI design, we have the additional details and this is the details. So just come back and after closing of this description, here we have to add another data, right? Additional details. So we'll add the comment first, like this one. And after that, let me just copy this and paste it here. So here we have the div with same classes. Then we have this div that contains the title, and then we have to update the text, that is additional details, right? Then we have this div where we have to display additional details. So let's clear it. And in this one, we will change the classes. We have to create the grid layout. So we will update this classes like this. Now in this one, we'll add the div, and here we'll add the text in p tag, that is niche. After that, we'll add the text in p tag. So just add listing.niche, right? Now we'll add the classes also. So we'll add the class name property and provide text gray 500. Then we'll add the classes in the second one. So font medium and capitalized. Save the changes, right? Now we'll add the next data. So just duplicate this div. In this next one, we will update primary country. And here we have to add the font medium, right? Then we'll add the flex and item center, like this. Then remove this capitalized. And in this one, we have to add the country. So just add listing.country, like this. And before that, we have to add the map also. So let's add the opening arrow map pin imported from Lucid React. So we have added this map icon or pin icon. And here we have to add the classes for this icon. So we have provided these classes. Save the changes and come here. You can see here we have the additional details. Then we have the niche, fitness, primary country, icon and country name UK, right? Now just come back and let's copy this div. Now in this one, we will add audience age, like this. And then we have to add the text in the second p tag, and here we will add the font medium. That's it. And let's provide listing.age range. Correct. Now just duplicate it. Here we'll add platform verified, right? Let me move it in same line. It looks good. And here we'll add platform verified property, listing.platform verified question mark. If it is true, then we'll add yes. And if it is false, then we'll add no. Now just duplicate it. And in this one, we'll add the monetization. And here let's add listing.monetized property. So here we'll add enabled, and then we'll add disabled if it is false, right? After that, let's duplicate it. And in this one, we'll add the status. So in this status, we'll add listing.status. That's it. And here we have to change the text transform. So just add capitalized. Save the changes and open the web page. So you can see here we have the niche, fitness, audience age, monetization enabled, then platform verified, yes, primary location, and status is pending, right? So we have added the additional details also. And then we have to add the seller details in the right side. As you can see in this UI design, we have to add the seller details in the right side. So just come back here in the VS Code, and you can see we have already added the comment here for the seller info and purchase option, we have a div here, right? So in this div, let's add the text in h4 tag. So the text is seller information, like this. And after that, let's add a div. And in this one, we will add the seller information like seller image, then we'll add the name and email ID, correct? So we have to align it. So just add the class name here and provide these classes for flex layout, and then we'll add the img tag. In this image tag, we'll add curly braces, listing dot owner property. So when we have the owner property, then we'll add question mark dot image, right? So from here we'll get the image. In the alt tag, we'll add the seller image. Then we'll add the classes for this image. So we have added the class name property, correct? And after that, we have to display the name. So we'll add a div here and provide the p tag. We will add listing.owner.name with this question mark. Then we'll add another p tag, and here we'll add listing.owner.email with this question mark, correct? And after that, let me add the classes also. So in this p tag, we'll add the class name property and provide these classes. And then in the second one, let's add the class name and provide these classes, right? And here we have this name and email, correct? And with that, we have this image, and here we have this div, right? And just after this div, that is this one that contains the image, right? So here, let's add another div. In this one, we have to add the date when this member joined this platform. So here we have to add the p tag, and let's add the text called member since. And then we'll add the span tag here. In this span tag, let's add curly braces, new date, and provide the listing dot owner question mark dot created at. So it will give the date, and we have to convert it. So just add to local string function like this. And after that, we have to change the font weight for this span tag. So in this span tag, we have added the class name and font weight. Now let's add the classes for this div. So we'll add the class name property here and provided this classes, right? After adding it, save the changes and open the web page. Now you can see in the right side, we have this seller information, and we have the seller image, name, email ID, and member since. Now we have to increase the width of this sidebar, and we'll also add some other classes. So just come back, and here you can see we have this div for the right sidebar. So in this one, we'll add the class name property, and here we'll add the background. Then we'll add the minimum width full. Then we'll add the minimum width for medium and above screen size 370 pixel. Then we'll add the border radius, then border and border color and padding. And here we have added the margin bottom. Save the changes, and then we'll add the classes in the seller information text. So here we'll add the classes and provide this font semi-bold and text color. Then save the changes and open the web page. So you can see here we have the seller information, then seller image and name and email and member since, right? Let me compare it with this design. It's correct. Next, we have to add this button. So I'll just come back, and let's open the VS Code. So in this one, we have added this div that contains the information when this member joined this platform. So just after this div, here we'll add a button. Now in this button, we have to add the icon. So I'll write opening arrow, message, a square more, icon and import it from Lucid React. Then we'll set the size here, so I'll set size 4, and just after that we'll add the text, that is the button text called chat. Correct? Now in this button we have to add the classes to design this button, so we'll add the class name property and provided these classes. Now you can see here we have this button. It looks good. Next we'll add the one more button, that is purchase. So just come back, and after that here let's add the curly braces. Then we will check the status here, like listing dot is credential changed. When it is true, then only we will display that button. It means when the credential is verified and updated by the admin, then we can display the purchase button. So let's add this parenthesis and provide the button tag. So just copy this and paste it here. Now in this button we will add the same classes, but let's update it. So let me replace the entire class. So we have updated the classes here in this button, and then we have to update the icon also. So here we'll add the different icon, that is shopping bag icon, and import it from the Lucid React, and the size will be same, and then we'll add the text called purchase like this. Then save the changes and open the web page. So here we don't have that button, but if I open the another listing, like let's see the second one, you can see here we have the second button also in the different color, and here we have the hover effect also on these buttons. We will add the on-click functionality also, but before that let me add the footer on this page. So just come back, let's come here, and just before this closing div, here we'll add footer. So let's add comment here, footer, and then we will add a div. Right? Now in this div we will add the classes. So let's add the class name property and provide these classes. Then we have to add the copyright message in the p tag. So here let's add the class name property, provided these classes for this p tag. Right? And after that here we'll add the copyright icon. Then we will add the year. Then let's add the text in a span tag. So here we'll add the span tag and write the text GreatStack, and after that we'll add alright reserved. Then we'll add the color for this span tag. So here we'll add the classes. That's it. Save the changes and come back here. You can see at the bottom we have this copyright message. Correct? Now let's add the on-click properties on this button, that is chat button and purchase button. Right? So I'll just come back here, and here we have these buttons like purchase and chat. So in this purchase button we will add the on-click property, and here let me add one function name. We will create this function. First we'll add this name here, purchase account. Right? And after that in this first button, that is chat, here also we'll add the on-click property. In this on-click property we'll add load chat like this. Correct? Now just scroll up, and here we'll create these functions. So in this one, before this use effect, here we have this use effect. So before this use effect, let me add const purchase account equal to one asynchronous arrow function, and we have already connected this function with that button. We will complete this function functionality when we will create our backend. Now we'll add one more function here, that is const load chat box, and create the arrow function here. And in this one we have to set the chat. For that we have to create the state management for the chat feature. So I'll come here in this sidebar. In this sidebar you can see we have the app folder. In this app folder we have the features, right? So in this features folder we'll create a new slice, that is chat slice. So let's create a new file here. Write the file name chatslice.js for the chat functionality, correct? And in this one we will create this slice using Redux. So I'll write import create slice from redux.js/toolkit. Then we'll write const chat slice equal to this create slice. And here we'll add the object. So first we'll add the name. So the name will be chat. And after that we'll add comma, and here we'll add the initial state. So the initial state will be one object where we'll add the listing. So the listing will be null. Then we'll add is open. It will be false. Then we'll add chat ID null. That's it. After that here we'll add the reducers. So let's add the reducers. So here we'll add the reducer function called setChat, and it will be one arrow function. In this function parameter we'll get the state and action like this. And after that in this one we'll add a state dot listing equal to action dot payload dot listing. After that we'll add the state dot is open, and it will be true. After that we'll add if statement, and in this if we'll add action dot payload dot chat ID. So when we have the chat ID also, so in this case let's add the state dot chat ID equal to action dot payload dot chat ID, correct? After that we'll create the another reducer function, that is clear chat. So here we'll add comma, and let's add clear chat. It is also one arrow function like this, where we'll get the state only. And after that we'll add a state dot listing, set it to null. Then we'll add a state dot is open, make it false. Then we'll add a state dot chat ID and make it null. So we have the set chat and clear chat, correct? After that come here at the bottom, and here we'll add export const curly braces and provide the set chat and clear chat reducer functions equal to chat slice dot actions, correct? And after that here we'll add export default and provide the chat slice dot reducer. That's it. So we have created the slice for the chat functionality, and after that we have to add it in our store. So let's come here in the store, and here we'll add comma and provide the chat colon and provide the chat reducer. So let's add import statement, import chat reducer from, and provide the path dot slash features slash chat slice, right? And here we will provide this chat reducer. Save the changes. Now after that we can use this set chat in our listing details page. So let's open this listing details page, and in this one we have to add this dispatch. So here we'll add const dispatch equal to use dispatch, imported from the React Redux. Use dispatch has been imported, and after that let's come here in this load chat box. In this load chat box we'll add dispatch, and then we will add set chat and import this set chat from the app features and chat slice. You can see it has been imported. Set chat has been imported, correct? And after that let's add this parenthesis, and in this one we will provide the listing, and in this listing simply provide the listing. That's it. Now save the changes, and after that we have completed our listing details page. Correct? Now let me come here in the marketplace and click on the last one. You can see here we have this listing for the Twitch account, right? Now come to previous page, click here. So this is the listing for the Pinterest account. Here we have the seller details. Let's come back, click here. So this is the listing for the Instagram profile. This is the seller details. We have the chat button, right? So we have completed our home page. Then we have completed the marketplace, and after that we have completed the listing details page or social profile details page. After completing this listing details page, now we will add the functionality on this chat button. So when we will click on this chat button, it will open the model or window where we can chat with this particular user, right? For that, I'll just come back here in the listing details page, and in this one you can see we have added load chat box function, and in this one we are calling this set chat. When we set the chat, then it will update this state. You can see we have the chat slice, and in this chat slice you can see using this set chat we will update the state.listing, state.isOpen, it will become true, right? And if we have the chat ID in the action payload, then it will also add the state.chat ID. So we will get all these data from the state and display the chat box. For that we have to create a component. So let's create a new component in the components folder and write the file name chatbox.jsx. Here we will add RAFCE to create the component structure, and after that we have to mount this chatbox component in our app.jsx. Let's open app.jsx and we will mount it here just after closing this routes. So here we'll add chatbox and import it from the components folder. So the chatbox is mounted here. After that I'll just come back here in the chatbox.jsx file that we have just created. Now in this one, first we need the chat data from the state. So here before this return statement, let's write const curly braces and we'll get the listing, then isOpen property, and then chat ID, and let's get it from the state. So here we'll add use selector and import the use selector from React Redux. After that in this one we'll add the function, and in the parameter we'll get the state and it will return the state.chat. So from here we will get the listing, isOpen and chat ID, right? Now here we will add one user details. Right now we are getting the front end only, we are not connecting the backend. So right now we will chat with the dummy user. So here we'll add const user and let's add the ID, and in this ID let me write user_2. We have the user data in this assets. If I open this assets, in the assets.js file or JSX file, you can see we have the dummy listing, and here you can see we have the dummy users. So here we have the user ID like user1, user2, right? So here we have added the dummy user ID. So I'll just come back here in the chat box. So now we have the user that will be displayed in the chat box. After that we'll create some state. So let's add const, and the state variable name is chat, and then we'll add the setter function set chat equal to use a state, and let's initialize it using null. So initially the chat data will be null. Now just duplicate it, and here we'll add the next state variable, that is messages. So initially the messages will be empty array. There will be no data in the messages state. Now just duplicate it, and here we'll add new message, and the setter function name is set new message, and here also we will update the initial value. So let's initialize it using empty string, right? After that, let's duplicate it. Here we will add the next state, that is loading, and the setter function name is set is loading. So whenever the component gets loaded, it will be loading a state, right? So just initialize it using true, and after loading the data, it will become false. So we have initialized this state variable with true. Now duplicate it, and here we'll add the state variable name is sending, and the setter function name is set is sending. So this state variable will contain the information when we will send the messages in the chat box, and by default it will be false, and when we send the message it will become true, and after sending the message it will become false, right? And after that, here we'll create a function that will fetch the chat data, right? So just add const fetch chat equal to async arrow function, and in this function we will use the set chat that is available here, and in this set chat let's provide the dummy chats imported from the assets, and here we'll add the index 0, so we will get the first chat from the dummy chat. After that, let's use the set messages state, and in this one we will use this dummy chats index 0, and from here we'll add the messages property, right? And after that, let's add set is loading and make it false. So after loading the chat data, it will set the state false, correct? Next, we have to execute this function whenever the component gets loaded. For that, here we'll add use effect. In this use effect, we will add one arrow function, and then we'll add the dependency array. In this dependency array, provide the listing. So whenever the listing changes, it will update or call this function. Now in this function, we'll add if statement, and it will check when the listing is true, right? So in this case, it will call this function fetch chat that will fetch the chat data. And after creating the backend, here we'll add the other codes also, correct? So now we have the listing data is open value, and then we have the chat data also in this state. So now let's create these elements. So here in this div, let's add the class name, and here we'll add some tailwind classes. So we have added position fixed because it will be fixed at its position, right? And after that, here we have to add another div, and in this one let's add the class name property and provide the background white, and then we have added the other classes, and here we have added flex layout, right? So you can see in this first one we have added the background with opacity 50, right? And this is the background color black 70, so it will be a dark color on entire screen, right? And in this dark screen we will create another div with white background where we have to display all the chat messages, correct? And after adding it, if I save the changes and come here, you can see here we have the dark screen, and then we have the white color of box where we will display the chat messages. Now just come back, and you can see here we have added this return, but before this one, here we'll add one if statement. Let's add if statement, and here we'll add not of is open, correct? Then we'll add or not of listing, right? So when the is open is false and the listing is false, if anyone is true, then we'll add return null. Then it will not display this chat box, right? So Still we have this chat box, but if I refresh it, you can see it is gone, right? Now let me just click here. So you can see it is displaying this chat box. Let's refresh it. We don't have that chat box, but when we click on this chat button, it is displaying this chat box, because when we click here, it will set the listing and chat. Now just come back, and here we'll add the header of this chat box. So let me add the comment first. We'll add the comment header, right? Now here we'll add a div. In this one, we have to add some classes. So we'll add the class name property, provide these classes, correct? And in this one, we have to add the content like listing title. Then we'll add the user details, and then we'll add the button also, that is the cross button, so that we can close this chat box, right? So here let's add a div that will contains the information, and then we'll add the button like this. So let me create this button first. Now in this button we have to add one cross icon. So let's add opening arrow X and import it from the Lucid React. So we have added the X icon. Now here we have to add the width and height for this icon like this, and then we have to add the classes to design this button. So we'll add the class name property, provide these classes, right? Now here we'll add the content in this div. So in this div, first let's add the class name property, and we will provide the flex1 and then minimum width 0. Now within this div we have to add the text in h3 tag. So the text will be our listing question mark dot title. So here we will add the listing title, and for this one we'll add the classes, like we will change the font weight, then we'll add the text size and truncate. So after this text, we'll add a small text in p tag. So in this p tag, let's add curly braces, then provide the user dot id equal to listing question mark dot owner id. If it is true, then we will add chatting with buyer, and after that we'll add this bracket, and in this one we'll add $, curly braces, and provide the chat question mark chat user question mark dot name, right? And if it is not available, then we'll add the OR operator, and here we'll add loading. Now suppose this user ID is not equal to this listing owner ID, then we are chatting with the seller. So here we'll add colon, and here let's provide backticks and write the message chatting with seller, then this bracket, and here we'll add $, curly braces, and provide the chat question mark dot owner user question mark dot name. Then we'll add OR operator, and here we'll add loading. So when the data is not available, it will display loading, right? So we have added the p tag also, and in this p tag we have to add some classes. So we will change the text size, like text will be small, then we'll add the text indigo 500, that is the text color, and truncate, right? Save the changes, and here we have added the button also. If I come back, you can see we have the chat header where you can see the listing title, then we have the text chatting with buyer, and this is the buyer name, and here we have the cross icon. Next we have to add the functionality on this cross icon so that we can close this chat, correct? So let's come back, and if I come back to the features, chat slice, you can see here we have the clear chat function, right? So we can call this function to clear the chat. That will set the listing null, is open false, and chat ID null. That will close that pop-up. So I'll just come back here in the chat box, and here let's add onClick property. In this onClick property, we'll add the arrow function. And here we have to get the dispatch function. So just add dispatch. So first we have to import it. So let's scroll up. Here we'll add const dispatch equal to use dispatch and import the use dispatch from React Redux. Now we can call this dispatch function in this onClick, correct? And in this one we have to call the clear chat. So let's add clear chat and import it from the features/chat slice. It has been imported, correct? Now save the changes and come back here. If I click here, you can see we can close this chat box, and when we click on the button, it will open the chat box. It is working fine, right? Now here we have to update our states also. You can see when we clear the chat, it will clear the listing, it will clear the is open property, right? It will make it false. So when it is false, we will update these states also. We will clear this state to the default value. For that, here we'll add one more use effect. So after this one, let's add another use effect, then add the arrow function, and here we'll add the dependency array, and let's add is open. So when the is open property will get changed, then it will execute this function, and here we'll add the if statement if not of is open. So when the is open is false, so here we'll use the set chat and make it null. Then we will use set messages, and here we'll add empty array. Then we'll add set is loading and make it true. After that, we will use set new message, and here we'll add empty string. Then we'll add set is sending and make it false. So it will reset all the states. Now after resetting all the states, let's come here in our UI design, and here you can see we have created the header of our chat box, and this header is closing right here. Now here we'll add the messages. So let's add the comment first, that is messages area, and after that let's add a div. In this div we will display the messages, and if the messages are not loaded, then we'll add the loading animation. So first let's add the class name and provide these classes, and then let's add curly braces and provide the is loading state question mark. So when the loading is true, so in this case we have to display the loading animation. So let's add a div here, and in this div we have to add the loader icon. So let's add loader to icon from Lucid React, and for this icon we have to add the classes so that it will be animated. So we have added the size, animate, spin, and text color. Then we'll add the classes in this div. So in this div we have added the flex classes and height full, and this loading animation will be displayed in the center of this div. Now suppose the loading is false, so it means we have the messages, right? So again we'll add the ternary operator, and here we'll check for the messages length. So let's add the messages dot length property, right? So when the messages length is 0, so in this case we have to add the message like start the conversation, and if the messages length is greater than 0, then we will display the list of messages. So here we'll add this parenthesis, and then let's add colon and another one. So in the first one let's add a div, and in this one we have to add the same classes that we have added in the previous one. So we have added the same classes here, and after that I'll add another div with text center. So just add the class name, provide text center, and then we have to add the message in p tag. So the message is no messages yet, correct? Then we'll add one more message, that is a start the conversation. Next we'll add the CSS properties for this messages. So here we'll change the text color and provide the margin from the bottom, and in the second one let's add the text size and text color. So we will add the class name and provide the text small, text gray. That's it. Now come here in the else condition. So in this parenthesis we will add the messages, and this is an array, so we can use the map method, and in this map method we will add the arrow function, and it will return this parenthesis where we will return a div. So in this div we have to display our user message. So first in this div we have to add the key property, and we'll get the key property from the messages, and we will receive the messages from this parameter. So in this parameter we have added the messages, and then let's add the key property. It will be messages or individual message. So here we have added the message, right? And then we have the individual message here. Then from this one we'll find the ID. It is added in the key, correct? Now we'll add the class name here. So let's add it here. So in this class name we'll add curly braces and backticks so that we can add the dynamic classes based on the user type. So here we'll add class name called flex, and after that we'll add $ curly braces and provide the message dot sender. Let me add sender underscore ID is equal to the user dot ID, right? So in this case we will add question mark and provide justify end, so it will be aligned in the right side. Else we will add colon and provide justify a start, so it will be aligned in the left side, correct? And after that here we will add another div. Now in this one we have to add the text in p tag, so the text will be our message, right? So let's add curly braces message dot message property. Then we will add another p tag, and here we have to add the date, right? So let's add curly braces, and here we'll add new date and provide the message dot created at property, like this. And after that we have to add some classes also. So let's start with this div. So in this div we'll add the class name property and provide curly braces backticks. Now in this one we will add the maximum width, rounded large, padding and padding bottom. After that we'll add the dynamic classes using this ternary operator in this template literal. So let's add template literal and provide the message dot sender underscore ID equal to user dot ID. So in this case let's add question mark and provide background indigo 600 and text white. Else we'll add colon, and here we will provide the background white and border, then border color, and provided this text gray 800, right? Now we'll add the classes in this p tag, right? So in this p tag we'll add the class name property, provide these classes, and then we'll add the classes in the next one, that is date. So in this second p tag again add the class name property, and here we'll add curly braces backticks. Then we have to add the text that is the text size 10 pixel and margin from the top. And after that we'll add the dynamic classes using this $ curly braces, and let's provide this one. I'll just copy this, paste it here. That is message.sender_id equal to user ID. If it is true, then we will add text indigo 200, and if it is false, then we'll add colon and provide text gray 400, like this. Now save the changes and open the web page, and I'll click here. It is not opening the chat box. So to fix it, I'll just come back here. You can see we have added this new date and it is returning the object. So at the end here we'll add dot to local date string. Save the changes and come back here. You can see here we have this messages, and below this message we have this date also, right? But we have to convert this date format. For that we are going to use a package. So I'll just come back here and open the terminal. In this terminal the project is running, so I'll write Ctrl C, and after that we'll add npm install and write the package name date-fns, that is function. Press enter, so it will install this package. After installing it, start the project again using npm run dev. So now the project is running on same URL. We can hide this terminal. Now let's scroll up, and here we will import that package. So let's add import curly braces from and write the package name date function, and from this package we will get the format function, like this. So here we have the format function that will format our date, right? So let's come here where we have added the date. It is here. So now let me come to the new line here, and you can see here we have new date, and at the end we have this to local date string. So let's remove it, and here at the beginning we will add this format and call this function. Correct? Now let's move this one inside this format function, like this. So here we have the format function. In this one we have added new date and provided this message.created@. Correct? After that here we will add comma, and then we have to add the format that we want to display. So here we'll add the format MMM, that is the month name. Then we'll add DD for day. Then we'll add the text called at in single quote, and after that we'll add the H for hours. Then we'll add minutes, and after that we'll add A. After adding it, save the changes and come back to the web page. Let's refresh it and click on this chat box. Now you can see here we have the proper format for the date and time. You can see the date at this time, that is 2:30 p.m. then 2:32 p.m. right? Then we have the date also. So now this date time format is looking good. And after that we have to add a div here so that we can scroll this chat box to the latest chat. So just come back and let's remove this space from here. Correct? So here we have this div for the single chat message, and then we have this another div, and after that here we have this closing curly braces. Correct? So here only we will add a div like this, and in this one we will add one reference. So let me remove this closing div and we'll add this self closing like this, and here we'll add the ref tag equal to and provide one name. So I'll write the name message end reference, and next we have to create the useRef to link this div. So scroll up and here we'll add const message end reference equal to useref, import it from the React, and after that here we'll add null. That's it. Now after that we have to add the function that will scroll the web page or this chat box to the latest chat, right? So let's add it here. Let me move it here, and here only we will add that function. So let's add the use effect, and in this use effect we will add the arrow function, and then we'll add the dependency array, and then we'll add the messages dot length. So whenever the messages length will change, then it will execute this function, right, within this use effect. So what will happen here? Here we'll add the messages end reference, then we'll add dot current question mark dot scroll into view. So it will scroll the chat box, right? And here we'll add the behavior. So let's add the behavior smooth. So it will scroll the chat box smoothly, right? And after that here we'll add the comment also. So let's add the comment for auto scroll, correct? Now just come here, and here we have this div that contains our messages area, right? This messages area div is closing right here. So after that we'll add the space, and here we'll add the comment, because here we have to add the input area where we'll add the messages text input, right? So let's add curly braces and provide the chat. Then let's add question mark. When the chat is available, we'll get the listing. Then from this listing we'll get the status, right? And let's add the status equal to active. So when the listing status is active, then only we can chat with the user, we can send the message, right? So here we'll add the question mark and provide this parenthesis, right? Now suppose it is false, then let's move it here. Let's add colon and provide another parenthesis that will be displayed when the status is not equal to active. So here we'll add a div like this, and in this one we have to add the text. So let's add p tag. In this p tag we'll add curly braces and provide the chat. If the chat is available, then let's add the message here in backticks. So the message is listing is $ curly braces and provide the chat.listing.status. So it will display the message like listing is inactive, and if the chat is not available, then we'll add the colon and provide the message like loading chat like this, right? Now we'll add the classes in this div. So we'll add the class name property, and here we have to add the padding. Then we'll add the background white, border color, and border radius from the bottom, right? After that, let's come to this first parenthesis that will be displayed when the listing status is active. It means we can send the messages. So in this one we have to add a form so that we can send the message. So I'll write form tag. Now in this form tag, let's add a div. Now in this div we will add the text area, and in this text area we have the name and ID. Let's remove it, and after that let's add the self-closing tag like this. Text area will be self-closing, and in this text area we have to add the placeholder, and in this placeholder we'll write type your message. After that we'll add the classes. So just add the class name property, and here we have added these classes for the text area. After that, in this text area we'll add the rows. So let's add the row 1, correct? And now let me add the class name in this div also. So in this div we'll add the flex items end and a space x2. Now we'll add the classes in the form tag also. So here we have the form tag, and here we'll add the class name and provide these classes, right? Now save the changes, and after that let me open the web page. We are getting some error here. Let me refresh it. To fix it, I'll just come back to the VS Code. Here you can see we have added the ternary operator, chat listing a status equal to active. So here let's add triple equal to, that is the comparison. Just correct this one, save the changes and open the web page. Let's click here. Now you can see at the bottom we have this text area where we can type our message, right? Then we have to add the button also. Using that we can send the message. So I'll just come back, and here after this text area we have to add the button tag. Now in this button tag we have to add the ternary operator. So just add is loading. So when the is loading is true, then we'll add the loading icon. So just add opening arrow loader to icon, import it from the Lucid React, and here we'll add the width and height for this icon. Then we'll add the a spin in the animation. So just add class name and provided the width, height, and animate a spin, right? And after that here we'll add the colon, and if the loading is false, then we'll use the send icon. So let's add opening arrow send, import it from the Lucid React, and close this tag. In this one let me provide the width and height. So we'll add the class name property and provide this width and height. Let me close this loader icon tag here. I'll add this closing bracket. Now it is correct. You can see I'll move it in the new line. So when the loading is true, it will display the loading icon, and if the loading is false, it will display the send icon, right? And instead of this loading here, I'll use this state is sending, right? So when the sending is true, then we'll display this loading, right? And when the sending is false, then we'll display send icon, right? Now we'll add the classes in this button. So in this button we'll add the class name property, and before that here we'll add the button type also. So let's add the type, and the type will be submit, so that it will submit this form. Now here we'll add the classes. So we'll add the class name property and provided these classes in the button. Now in this button we'll add the disabled property also. So just add disabled equal to, and here we'll add not of new message dot trim, right? So when we don't have the message, it will be disabled. Then we'll add the or operator, and here we'll add each sending. So when the each sending is true, then also this button will be disabled, right? Next we have to connect the state in this text area input field, so that when we type something, the message will get stored in the state. So let's add the space here, and in this text area let's add the value. So the value will be new message, right? And after that we'll add the onChange property. In this onChange we'll add the arrow function, and here let's add the event in the parameter, and here let's add the setter function set new message and provide the e.target.value. So now it is a controlled input field. After that here we'll add the on key down property, and let's add the arrow function here and get the event, and here we'll check for the key name. So let's add the curly braces and provide if event dot key is equal to enter. So when we type something and press the enter key, right, and here we'll add the AND operator, not of E dot shift key, right? It means we are pressing the enter key without shift. So here we will use E dot prevent default, and after that let's call a function that will be executed after submitting this form. So first we have to create that function. So I'll scroll up, and before this return statement and before this if, here we will add const handle send message equal to asynchronous arrow function, and here we'll get the event in the parameter. So this function will get executed when we submit the form, right? So again come to this form, and here after this e.prevent default we will call that function. So simply type handle send message and provide the event in the parameter like this. And after that come to this form tag also, and in this form tag let's add on submit, and here provide this handle send message function, correct? Now after that let's scroll down, and here you will find this text in p tag. So in this text also we have to add the classes. So we'll add the class name property here, and let's provide the text small, then we'll add the text color gray 600 and text center, right? Save the changes, and after that just come here in this handle send message function. So let me complete the functionality. So here in this one first we'll add e dot prevent default, so it will stop the web page from loading when we submit the form, and after that we'll add the if statement, and here we'll add not of new message dot trim. So when we don't have the new message, or when the is sending is true, right? So in this case we will simply add return, so it will stop executing this function. So when the is sending is true and we don't have the message, right? After that here we'll add setter function set messages, and in this set messages let's add the array and use the spread operator and provide the messages. Then we'll add a new entry here, so just add the id, and in this id we'll add date.now. So this will be the message id, and after that we'll add comma chat id. So the chat id will be chat.id, right? Then we'll add the comma, and here we'll provide the sender id. So the sender id will be user.id, right? Then we'll add comma, and here we'll add the message. So in this message property let's add the new message, then we'll add comma, and here we'll add created at, and in this created at property let's store the new date like this. And after that here we'll use set new message and make it empty string, so it will reset the new message state variable, right? Now save the changes and come back to the web page, and here you can see now if I type something in this input field, then only it will enable this button. You can see right now this send button is disabled, right? Let's type something hi, and we can click on this button, it will send the message, or we can also press enter. So you can see this message has been sent, and you can see the message and date time also. But right now this message is not getting stored in the database, so when we'll close it and open again, we have previous messages only that is available in the asset file. But this send message is working fine, it is adding the messages in the state. So we have completed our chat feature also. Next we'll create our messages page. Let me just click here. So you can see this is the messages page and we have to display the user messages on this page. To create this messages page, let's see our UI design. So we will come to Figma file and you can see here we have the messages page UI design. We have the UI design for desktop view and mobile view. In this one you can see we have to create this header section where we'll add the text and a small description. Then we'll add a search box. In this search box we have to add the search icon and the placeholder text. And after that we will display the list of chats. Right? We have 2 chats in this UI design. So we have to create this design. In this one you can see in the right side we have to display the time also. So we will display the time or date. Right? So to create it, I'll just come back to the VS Code. And let's open this sidebar. In this sidebar, you will find the pages. And in this pages, we have already created messages.jsx file. Correct? In this one, we have this text. So just remove it. Now in this one, first we need the dummy user data. Right? So here we'll add const user equal to object and provide the ID. And the ID is user1 like this. And after that we will add some states where we'll add the chat data or message data. So just add const chats and the setter function name is setChats equal to use a state. Import the user state and initialize it using empty array. After that we will add a state variable to store the search query. So we have added search query, set search query and user state, initialize it with empty string. After that we'll add a state that will be loading and the setter function name is set loading and by default it will be true. Right? Now we have to add a function that will load the user's chat. So just add const fetch user chats equal to async arrow function. Now in this one just use the setter function set chats and provide the dummy data. So just add dummy chats and import it from the assets. Then we will set the loading false. So just add set loading and make it false. Now we have to call this function whenever the component gets loaded. So here we'll add use effect. In this use effect we'll add the arrow function and then we will add the dependency array. So this dependency array will be empty array. Now here let's add the function fetch user chats. Next we have to call this function at every 10 seconds. So I'll write const interval equal to set interval. And in this set interval we have to add a arrow function and here we will call this fetch user chats. Right? And after that here we have to add the time. So just add comma 10 multiplied by 1000, that is 10 seconds. Right? And after that we will add return and provide the arrow function that will call the clear interval function and provide this interval. Right? Now after that just come here in this div. So in this div we'll add the class name property in the first one and here we'll add these tailwind classes. And after that we'll add another div where we will add the padding only. So we'll add the class name property here and provide the padding y10 like this. Now in this one we have to add the header section of this page. So just add the comment here, that is header, and then we'll add the div, and in this div we'll add the margin bottom. That's it. And after that here we have to add the text in h1 tag and the text message is messages, and then we'll add the text in a small p tag. So here we'll add the p tag and provided this small description. Now we have to add some classes. So let's add the classes in the title and description like this. Save the changes and after that open the web page. So you can see here we have the messages and this a small description, chat with buyers and sellers. Right? Now just come back, and here we have to create the search bar. So I'll add one comment here, search bar, and then create a div where we have to add the search bar. So in this one we have to add a search icon also. So let's add opening arrow search and import it from the Lucid React. Now in this icon we have to add some classes to set the position and size. So just add the class name property, provide these classes, and after that we'll add the input field. So input type will be text, and then we have to add the placeholder. So we have added the placeholder text here, and then we have to add the value property, and in this value property we will add the search query state, right? And then we'll add the onChange property also. In this onChange we'll add the arrow function and get the event in the parameter, and here we'll call the set search query function, and then we'll add e.target.value. So this input field is converted into controlled input field. After that we'll add the class name here. So in this class name we have to add the width full, then we'll add some padding, and we'll provide the border color and border radius, and provided the focus color, that is indigo 500 in outline, right? Save the changes, and after that let's add the classes in this div also that contains both input field and this icon. So we have added this classes. Save the changes and come back here. You can see here we have the input field where we can search the chats or we can filter the chats, right? Now just come back, and here let's add the comment. So we'll write chat list. Here we have to display the chat list. So here we'll add curly braces, and we'll check for the loading state. So if it is still loading, then we'll add the message called loading messages. So here we'll add this parenthesis, and in this one we'll add a div, right? And in this div we'll add the text called loading messages, and then we'll add some classes also. So here we have added these classes in this div. Now after this parenthesis we'll add colon, and here we will check for the messages or chats. So here we have the chats data, right? So let's add the chats dot length. So when the chats dot length is equal to 0, so it means the chats are loaded but the length is 0. We don't have any chat. So in this case we will add this parenthesis, and in this one we'll add a div, right? And suppose the length is greater than 0, then here we'll add this colon, and again add the parenthesis and provide another div. So this div will be displayed when the chat length is 0, right? So here let's add the classes first. So we'll add the class name property and provide these classes in this div. After that, in this one we have to add the text and image. So first we'll add the image in this div. So we'll add a div here, and in this div we'll add the message circle. Just import the icon from Lucid React, and for this icon we'll set the width, height and text color. And now we'll add the classes in the div that contains this icon. So here we have added the class name property and provided these classes. And after that, here we have to add the text also. So let's add the text in S3 tag, right? Now in this one, let's add the text. So we'll add the curly braces, and in this curly braces just add the ternary operator, that is search query is true. When the search query is true, then we'll add the message called no chats found, right? And if it is false, then we will write the message called no messages yet, like this. And after that, let me add the classes also for this text, that is in S3. So we have added these classes. After that, we'll add a small text in p tag. So in this p tag, let's add the curly braces and provide the search query and create the ternary operator. So when the search query is true, so in this case we'll add the message called try a different search term, and when it is false, then we'll add the colon here, and here we'll add the message. So the message will be start a conversation by viewing a listing and click chat with seller. So this is the message, right? Now for this p tag, let's add the classes. So here we have added the class name property and provided text gray 600, right? So it will be displayed when the chat length is 0. Now suppose we have the list of chats, right? So just come here in this div. In this div, first we'll add some classes. So let's add the class name property, provided these classes, and then let's add curly braces and provide this chats dot map method, right? And after that, let's add the arrow function in this map, and then we'll add the curly braces for this function. Now here we will get the individual chat in the parameter, and then let's add const chat user equal to this chat dot chat user ID equal to user dot ID with this question mark. Then question mark, we'll add the chat dot owner user colon, then we'll add the else condition here. So we'll add chat dot chat user like this. So here we are identifying the chat user, and after that here we can use the return statement. So let's add return parenthesis and provide a button tag. Now in this button tag, first we'll add the key property, and in this key property provide the chat dot ID because it is an unique ID. After this key property, we will add the class name, and here let's add these classes like this. Now in this one we have to add a div, and in this one we'll add the first div that contains the user image. So first we'll add the classes here, and let's provide these classes, and here let's add another div to display the image only. So just add the img tag, and in this image let's add curly braces and provide the chat user question mark dot image, right? So in this image tag we have added the user dot image, right? Then we have to add the alt property. So in this alt property we'll add curly braces and provided this chat user and name. Then we'll add the classes also. So we'll add the class name property and provided the width, height and border radius and object cover like this. Now let's add the classes in the div that contains this image. So here we'll add the class name property and provided flex shrink 0, right? After that, here we'll add another div. So after closing of this div, let's add a div here, and it will contain the listing details and time. So in this one, let's add class name property and provided flex 1 and minimum width 0. Then we'll add a div here. Now in this div we have to add the content in left and right side. So we'll add the class name and provided the flex classes, and then we'll add the s3 tag. So it will be displayed in the left side, and here in this s3 we'll add the listing title. So let's add the curly braces and provided chat.listing.title, right? Then in the right side we have to display the time, that is the chat time. So just add the span tag, and in this one we will add curly braces and provide the chat dot updated at like this. And now let's add the classes also. So we'll add the class name in this s3 tag and provided these classes, and then we'll add the classes for this time. So just add the class name and provided these classes for the span tag, right? Now after closing of this div, here we have to add the text where we'll display the user's name. So let's add the p tag, and in this p tag we'll add chat user.name, and then we have to add the classes here. So just add the class name property and provided these classes. Then we have to add the last messages. So here we'll add another p tag, and let's add the curly braces and provide the chat.lastMessage like this. And if it is not available, then we'll add OR operator and provide no messages yet like this. And after that we'll add the classes here. So just add the class name property, and here we'll add dynamic classes. So just add curly braces, then backticks. In this one we will provide text small truncate, then we'll add $sign curly braces, and in this one just add not of chat dot is last messages read. Then we'll add AND operator, and here we will add chat dot last messages or last message sender ID, right? Then we'll add not equal to this user dot ID. If it is true, so in this case we'll add this indigo color. So just add the text indigo 600 font medium. Then we'll add the else condition. So just add colon, and here we'll add text gray 500 like this. Now save the changes, and after that we will open the web page. So here you can see we have two messages, right? And in the first one you can see it is in the purple color or indigo color because this message is unread, right? And after that in the right side you can see we have this date, right? But we will format this date. It will exactly display the day, or else it will display the time if it is sent today or yesterday, right? For that I'll just come back here and scroll up. Here we will import the function from the package, that is date function. So just add import curly braces from package name date function, and from this one let's get the format. After that we will get is today. After that we will get is yesterday. Then we will get parse ISO, right? And using this we will create our own format function, right? So here let me add const and write the function name format time equal to, and create the arrow function, and in this parameter we'll get the date string, right? And after that let's add the if statement. If not of date string, then simply add return. Now suppose the date string is available, so we'll add const date equal to parse ISO and provide the date string, and after that let's add the if statement, and here let's write is today and provide this date. So if it is today, then what will happen? It will return today, and with that it will return the time also, correct? So let's add today, and then we'll add the space here and provide the plus format, and here we'll get the date comma time, that is hours and minutes, like this. And after that let's add another if statement. I'll just duplicate it, and here we'll add is yesterday. Then we'll add the return yesterday and then format date, hour and minute, right? And after that let's add return and provide the format only. So let's copy this one, paste it here, and here we'll provide the month name and day. Now save the changes, and now we have to use this format time. So I'll just come here. You can see we have this suspend tag, right? In this suspend tag, we have simply added chat.updated@, correct? So let's update this one. Here we'll add this format time, and in this one, just move this chat.updated@. Now save the changes and come here. So in the right side, you can see we have the month name and day, correct? And if the messages are sent today or yesterday, it will display today or yesterday with time, correct? Now we have to add the filter functionality so that when we type something in this search box, it will filter our result. So just come back and let's come here, and here we'll create that function. So let's add const filtered chats equal to use memo. Import the use memo from React, and after that in this one we'll add the arrow function, and then we'll add the array here, and in this array let's provide the chats, and then we will provide the search query. Right, now come to this function. Now in this function, let's add const query equal to this search query dot to lowercase, correct? And after that we'll add return. It will be chats dot filter, and in this filter method we'll add the arrow function and get individual chat here. Then we'll add the curly braces here, and here we'll add const chat user equal to chat.user_id, then equal to, here we are using the comparison operator, and here we will add user.id, right? When it is true, then here we will add chat.owner_user, else we'll add chat.chatUser, right? And after that we'll add the return statement. In this return, let's add chat.listing.title dot to lowercase dot includes query, right? Then we'll add OR operator, and here we'll add chat user dot name to lowercase includes query. So if the search query is included in the title or user's name, then it will be displayed, right? So after that, let me just copy this filtered chats variable and use it here. You can see here we are checking the chats.length. So replace it. We will add filtered chats.length. Correct? And after that, here we have the map method for this chats.map, right? So let's update this one also. Filtered chats.map. Save the changes. Correct? Now just come back here, and now you can see if I type YouTube, you can see we are getting only one chat. Now let me remove it, and here we have all the chats. Now let me type the user's name, Alex. Here we have only one user, right? And if I remove it, again we have all users. So this search query is working fine. Next we have to add the click functionality on these chats, so it will open the chat box for this particular user, right? So just come back. Here we will scroll up and come here before this function, and here we'll add a new function. So I'll write the function name open chat, or let's add handle open chat. So we'll add const handle open chat and create the arrow function. Now in this one we have to provide the chat. After that, here we have to call the set chat reducer function. So let's scroll up, and first let's get the use dispatch. So here we'll add const dispatch equal to use dispatch, and the use dispatch has been imported, correct? Now let's come here in the function, and here let's add this dispatch function, and in this one let's use the set chat and import this set chat from the features folder chat slice. It has been imported, and in this one we have to provide the data like listing. So let's add the listing, and the listing will be this chat dot listing property. Then we'll add the chat ID. So let's add the chat ID property, and in this chat ID property provide the chat dot ID, right? So it will open our chat component, right? Next we have to link this handle open chat function. So I'll just come here in the button. You can see we have added the button tag here, correct? Now in this button tag, let's add space and provide on click property, and in this on click let's add the arrow function. Then provide this handle open chat function, and in this one simply provide this chat. Save the changes, and after that I'll open the web page. So if I click here, you can see it is opening this chat box, right? Let's close it and click on the second one. It is also opening the chat box. You can see the title here, travel Instagram page. Now click on the first one. You can see the title here, YouTube channel with 120k subscribers, right? You can see the username also, and here also username. So it is working fine. So now we have completed our messages page. After that we have to create our my listings page. Let me open it. You can see here we have my listings page. To create this my listing page, let me see the UI design. So I'll open the Figma file and let's move here. So you can see this is our UI design for my listings page, correct? Now in this one we have to add the page title and description, and in the right side we will add the button, that is new listing, so that we can add a new list in the my listings page. After that we will display the order data or listing data like total number of listing, active listing, then number of sold listing and total value, right? And after that we'll add the earnings like total earning, withdrawn amount and available amount. After that we'll display the list, that is the social media profile list, and here we'll add multiple feature. Like here you can see we have this lock icon. When we hover on this lock icon, it will display a button. Using that we can submit the credentials of this social media profile. Then we have this star icon. Using that we can make this listing featured. After that here we will display the status like active, inactive, sold, like that. After that here we have the delete button, then edit, and after that here we have the eye icon. Using that we can make the status active or inactive for this listing, correct? Now let's create this page. So I'll just come back to the VS Code, and here we'll open the sidebar and you will find the pages folder. In this pages folder you will find my listings.jsx file. Here we have the title, so let's remove it. Now in this one we need the listings data, right? And we will get it from the state. So here we have the listing_slice.js file, and here you can see we have the initial state where we have the listings, then user listings and balance. So we will get the user listings and balance so that we can display the total earning, withdrawn amount and available amount, and we will display the users listing also, right? So to get it from the slice file, I'll just come here in the my listings.jsx file, and here let's write const curly braces equal to use selector. import the use selector from Redux, and after that here we'll add the arrow function, then get the state in the parameter, and then it will return a state dot listing. Now from this listing we will get the user listings, and we will also get the balance. So we have this data. After that, in this one we have to display the amount also, so we will get the currency from .env file. So here we have added the currency and imported it from the environment variable. After that, here we'll add the functionality to navigate the users on other pages. So here we'll get the use navigate hook. So just add const navigate equal to use navigate from React router DOM. After that, we'll create the variables where we'll store the total value of the listing, then total number of active listings, and total number of sold listing. So just add const and write the variable name total value equal to, and here let's add the user listings dot reduce. We will use the reduce method, and in this one let's add the arrow function. Here we will get the parameter, that is sum and listing, and it will return the sum plus and provide this listing dot price, and if the price is not available then we'll add OR operator and provide 0, and after this here we'll add comma 0. So here we have total value. After that we will get the total number of active listings. So just add const active listings equal to user listings dot filter, and in this filter method let's add the arrow function and get individual listing in the parameter, and it will return the listing dot status and equal to active, right? Then we'll add length. So here we'll add dot length. After that we'll add another variable where we'll get the total number of sold listings. So just add sold listing and copy this one and paste it here. In this one we have added user listing dot filter listing, and then we'll check for the status equal to sold, then dot length, right? After that just come here in this return statement where we have a div. So let's add a class name here for this main div, and in this one we'll add some padding only. Then we'll add the comment here, that is headers or header, and here we'll add a div for the header. Now in this one let's add the flex classes, and after that here we'll add a div that will be displayed in the left side. So in the left side we have to add the text called my listings like this, and after that we have to add some classes. So we have added these classes. After that we'll add a small text in p tag. So in this p tag we'll add the text called manage your social media account listings, and for this one we have to change the text color, and we will add the space from the top, margin top 1, right? Now in the right side we will add a button also. So after closing of this div we will add a button, right? Now in this button we have to add the icon. So we'll add opening arrow plus icon from Lucid React and close this tag, and after that we'll set the size for this icon. So we'll add the class name and provide the size. Then we'll add the text here, that is new listing. So we'll add this text in a span tag. After that we have to add the classes in this button so that it will look better. So just add the class name and provide these classes. Now we'll add the on click property on this button. So let's add the arrow function here, and it will call the navigate function and provide the path here. So let me add the path, that is create listing. So when we'll click on this button it will open this path create listing where we can add the new listing, right? Now here we have the div for header. after that we'll add the comment. So let's add the comment called stats, and here let's add a div where we'll display the stats. So we will display it in grid layout. For that we'll add the class name property and provided these grid layout classes. Then we have to add the cards here. So here we'll add the new component, a stat card. So I'll open the sidebar, and here in this components folder create a new file, statcard.jsx. So in this statcard.jsx file, let's add RAFCE to create the component structure, and after that here we'll get some data from props. So let's destructure the props here, that is title, value, icon and color, right? And after that, here before this return we'll add const color map equal to curly braces and provide indigo, and then provide indigo 100, that is BG indigo 100. Then we'll add comma, provide the green color and yellow color also, like this. And after that, let's come here in this div. So in this div we'll add the class name property and provide the background white and other CSS properties using this Tailwind classes. Then we'll add another div here. So here we have added another div with classes, and then we'll add one div that contains the text. So here we'll add the title that we'll get from the props, and for this one we have to add some Tailwind classes. So let's add these classes. Now just add one more p tag, and in this one we'll add the value. So here we have added the p tag with these classes and provided the value. And after closing of this div, here let's add another div, and in this one we have to add the icon. So let's add the icon that we are getting from the props, and for this icon let's add the classes. So just add the class name property, and here we'll add the dynamic class. So just add curly braces, backticks, and provide the size. So the size will be 12, and after that we will use the template literal using $sign curly braces and provide the color map like this. And after that, here we'll provide the other classes. So let's provide rounded full, flex, item center, justify center. Let's move this curly braces here. Now it is correct, and here also we'll add one curly braces. Now it is correct. So we have created this component, a stat card, right? Now let's mount this stat card component in our my listings page. So let's open mylisting.jsx file, and in this div let's mount this component, a stat card, and import it from the components folder. It has been imported. Here we have to provide the props. So let's add the title, and we'll write the title here, that is total listings, right? After that we'll add the value. So it will be user listings dot length, right? And after that we have to add the icon. So in this one we have to add the eye icon. So let's add icon and provided this eye icon here. And now we have to import this eye icon. So let's import it from the Lucid React. And here we have to close this curly braces like this. And after that we have to provide the color also. So let's provide the color indigo for this first card. Correct. Now save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see we have this title, then a small text, and in the right side we have this new listing button, and after that you can see this total listing, right? And we have this eye icon. If I open the design, you can see it is same. Now just come back and we'll add other cards. So just come back and just duplicate this one. In this second one, let's add the text called active listings, right? Then we'll add the value here. So the value is active listings, and then we have to add the color. So the color will be green, right? And after that, here we have this icon. So let's update the icon also. So in this one, I'm going to add the another icon, that is check circle. So let's add check circle and import it from the Lucid React. Then we'll update the icon color. So the size will be 6, and here we'll add the green color. So just add text green 600, right? So we have 2 cards. Now just duplicate it and create the third one. Now in this third one, let's add the title. So the title is sold. Then we'll add the value. So the value is sold listing or sold listings. Then we have to add the icon, and here we'll add the icon called trending up. So let's import the trending up icon from the Lucid React, and here we'll change the color. So it will be indigo 600, and here we'll add indigo, correct? Now let's duplicate it, and in this last one we'll add the title, that is total value, and then we'll add the value here. So in this value we will add curly braces, and then we'll add backticks, $, and curly braces. First we'll insert the currency symbol, right? So let's add the currency here, and after that we'll add another $. Here also we'll add the $, and here again add $, curly braces, and provide the total value dot to local string, like this. Now we have to update the icon. So let's update the icon. It will be $, and import it from the Lucid React, and then we'll update the color. So here we'll add yellow 600 and color yellow. Save the changes and open the web page. So you can see here we have these cards, correct? Here you can see we have this $, in yellow color, and we don't have any background color behind these icons. So we'll add the background color. For that, I'll just come back here. You can see we have added this color property inside this icon. By mistake, we have added it here. So let's move it. Just cut this one and paste it here before this last closing tag, like this. After that, let's do it for the other card also. So we have updated all the cards and updated the props. Save the changes and come back here. Now you can see these icons are looking good. After that, we'll display the list where we'll add the amount details or balance details. So I'll just come back here, and after closing of this stats, here we'll add another div, but before that we'll add one comment, that is balance section. And here let's add a div. Now let's add some classes in this div. So here we have added these classes, right? Now in this one we have to add the data in an array. So first we'll add the curly braces, then create one array. Now in this array, let's add the first element. So it will be one object, right? In this one, we'll add the label property, and the label property value is earned, that is the total earning. Then we'll add the value, and in this value, let's add the balance dot earned, and after that we'll add comma icon, and in this icon let's add wallet icon and import this wallet icon from Lucid React. Now we'll add the comma here, duplicate this line. Now we'll add the next label, that is withdrawn, right? And after that, here we have to add the value. So in this value we'll add balance dot withdrawn, and then we have to add the icon. So here let's add arrow down circle icon and import it from the Lucid React. Now just duplicate it, and here we'll add the next label, that is app label Then we'll add balance.available property, and here we'll add the icon, that is coins icon. So let's add the coins icon and import it from Lucid React. Right, now we have the data that we can map. So here we'll add .map method and create the arrow function, and it will return a div. Now in this function parameter we'll get individual item and index number, correct? Now in this div, first we have to add some classes. So let's add the class name property and provided these classes. Then we'll add the key property and provide this index, right? And after that, in this one, let's add another div. So in this div, we will add the classes. So here we have added these classes. Now in this one, we have to add the icon first. For that, let's use opening arrow, then item.icon property, right? And then close this tag. For this icon, we have to set the width, height and color. So here we have added this color and width and height. After that, we have to add the text. So just add the span tag, and in this span tag, we'll add some classes. So let's add these classes, and then we will add item.label, that is the text in this span tag. And after closing of this div, here we'll add another span tag, and in this one we have to add the currency symbol. So just add the currency, and then we'll add curly braces item.value dot to fixed and provide the number or digit 2, right? And then we'll add the classes in this span tag. So here we have added these classes. So here we have added this div that will display a card. Now save the changes and come back here. So you can see here we have the cards where we can display the total earning, withdrawn amount and available amount. Now we'll come back to the VS Code, and here we have created the div for the balance section. So after closing of this div, here let's add the comment called listings and then create a div. But before that, we'll add curly braces, and here we will use user listings dot length. So when the length is equal to 0, it means we don't have any listing, right? So just add question mark, and here we'll add this parenthesis, and in this one we have to add a div like this. And suppose the user listings dot length is greater than 0, then we'll add the colon and add another parenthesis, and here we'll add another div like this. Now just come to the first case when the length is 0. So here let's add the space and provide the class name here. Now in this one we'll add another div, and in this one just add the class name, and now we'll add one icon here. So let's add opening arrow and plus icon, import it from the Lucid React. And after that, here let's add the class name property, and in this one we have to set the width, height and color like this. After that, here we have to add one text also. So let's add the text in S3 tag, and the text message is no listing yet. Then we'll add the classes for this title text. So we have added the classes also. Then we'll add one message in P tag. So the message is start by creating your first listing, and then we'll design this description text also. So we'll add the classes here, and after this text we'll add one button also. So here we'll add one button tag. Now in this button we'll add the button text, that is create first listing. Then we'll add the classes in this button. So we'll add the class name property and provided these classes, and then we'll add the onClick property on this button. So just add the onClick, create the arrow function here, and it will call the navigate function. And in this navigate function we have to provide the path that will be our create listing page. So we have added /create listing. That's it. So when the listing length is 0, it will display this div. Now suppose we have some listing, then the another div will be displayed, which is here. So let's design this one. In this one we have to display the list. So just add the classes, and here we'll create the grid layout. So here we have added these grid classes, right? After that we'll add curly braces, and let's use the user listings dot map method, right? And in this one we'll get the arrow function, and it will return one div. Now in this function parameter we will get individual listing, right? And come to this div, and here we have to add the key property first. So in this key, let's add the listing dot id, right? After that we have to add the classes here. So just add the class name property and provide these classes for this div. After that, in this div, let's add another div, and here we'll add the class name and provide p6, right? And after that, here we'll add another div, and in this one we have to add the classes. So let's add the class name property and provided the flex classes, right? After that, here we have to add the icon. So just add curly braces, then platform icons from the assets file, and after that here we have to add square bracket and provide the listing dot platform name. So after adding it, save the changes and let's open the web page. So here you can see we have multiple cards here, and in this one we have the platform icons only, right? Next we have to add the listing title, and in the right side we'll add the icons like this one. You can see here we have the lock icon and a star icon. So let's come here in the VS Code, and after this icon let's add a div. In this div we will add flex1. So just add the class name property and provide flex1, right? And within this we have to add the div, and in this div we'll add the flex, justify between, and then we'll add the items start. And after that, here we have to add the text in S3 tag. So the text will be listing title, right? And for this title, let's add some classes. So we have added these classes for this title, right? After this title, we'll add a div here, and in this div let's add some classes. So we have added the class name property and provided these classes, and in this one we have to add some icons. Let's add the text here, icons. We will update it later. So let's save the changes and come here. So you can see here we have the listing title, and in the right side we have the icons, correct? Now after that I'll just come back, and let's come here after closing of this div. So this div contains the icons, right? And then we have another closing div that is for this one. So here let's add a text in p tag. So we have added the p tag, and in this p tag we'll add the span, right? And in this one we'll add @ then curly braces and provide the listing dot username like this, and then we'll add some classes also. So here in this p tag we'll add the class name property and provided these classes. Let's save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see we have the username also. So we have the platform icon, listing title, and username, as you can see in this UI design, right? Now let's add some icons here. So I'll just come back to the VS Code, and let's remove this p text, right? And here let's add a div. So in this div we'll add the first icon, that will be lock icon, and after that here we'll add curly braces and provide listing dot status, and if the status is equal to active, right? So then we'll add the AND operator, and here we'll add this parenthesis, and in this one we have to add the star icon and import the star icon from Lucid React. Now just close it, and after that here we have to set the size, and then we'll add some classes here. So let's provide the size 18 and then provided the class name, and here we have added the dynamic classes using this curly braces backticks. So we have added the text yellow, cursor pointer, and here we are checking listing.featured. If it is true, then only we will provide the fill yellow 500, right? Now after that I'll just come here. You can see here we have the star icons, and in the first one we have the filled color. It means this listing is already featured, correct? Now just come back and let's add the content in this first div, right, where we have to add the lock icon. So in this first div, let's add the class name property, and let's provide the relative and group. Then we'll add the icon here. So I'll write lock and import this lock icon from the Lucid React. Now after that here we'll set the size 14, right? Then we'll add a div here so that we can add the hover effect on this lock icon, and in this div we'll add the class name property, and let's add these classes. After that let's add another div, and in this one let's add the class name and provided these classes, and then we have to add curly braces, provide not of listing dot is credential submitted, right? And then we'll add the AND operator. Then we'll add parentheses and provide the fragment here, right? Now in this fragment we will provide the button tag, and in this button tag let's add the text called add credentials, correct? And just after this button we will add HR tag, and in this HR we'll add these classes, right? And after that here we'll add some classes also for the button tag. So in this button we'll add the class name property, provided these classes, correct? And after that let's come here after closing of this fragment, and here we have this curly braces, and then let's add another button here, and in this button we will add the class name property and provide text no wrap. Now within this button let's add the status. So the status will be like empty string, and after that we have to add the span tag. Now in this span tag we will add curly braces, provide the listing dot is credential submitted. Then we'll add question mark listing dot is credential verified, then question mark, and provide listing dot is credential changed. Then we'll add question mark, and here we'll add changed. Then here let's add colon and provide verified, then provide colon and provide submitted, then provide colon and provide not submitted, like this. After adding it, save the changes and open the web page. So you can see here we have the lock icon, but when we hover it, you can see it is displaying this status. A status is changed. In the second one, a status is submitted. In the next one, you can see a status verified. In the next one, you can see add credentials and a status. So here we have to add the credentials using this button. In the last one also, you can see a status changed. Next, we have to add different color. So I'll just come back, and in this span tag, let's add the class name property, and it will be curly braces. right? And again we'll add the same thing. So here we'll add this one, listing dot is credential submitted question mark, listing dot is credential verified question mark, listing dot is credential changed. Then we'll add question mark, and here we'll provide the class name. So just add text green 600. Then we'll add the colon and provide text green, or we'll add text indigo 600, then colon and provide text slate 600, and then provide text red 600, like this. Now save the changes and come here. Now you can see we have the colored status like changed, then you can see submitted, then you can see verified, here you can see not submitted, right? After that we'll come back to the VS Code, and let's come here. You can see here we have this lock icon, then this div, and then another div that contains both icons. So let's fold it like this, right? And after that you can see we have added this text that contains the username, and after that here we have the closing div. So here I'll add another div. After this to closing div, we'll add another div here, and in this one let's add class name and provide the class name a space y4. After that let's add a div here, and in this one we will add the grid layout. So let's add the class name and provided the grid classes. Then let's add the icon, that is the user icon, and then we'll display the total number of followers. So let's add it inside a div, and here we'll add users and import it from the Lucid React. This icon has been imported, and for this icon we will set the size and text color. Then we'll add the span tag, and in this span tag we'll add the total number of followers like this. So before that we'll get the total number of followers. So here we'll add the listing dot follower count like this. Now let's add the classes here. So start with this div that contains both icon and text. So in this div we'll add the flex classes. So just add the class name property and provided flex item center space x2, right? Save the changes and come here. So you can see here we have the total number of followers, as you can see in this design, right? And after that we have to convert this total number in a format like 100k, 1 million, right? For that we have to create a function. So I'll just come back to the VS Code, and here scroll up and let's create a function here. So write const number format equal to arrow function, and here we'll get the number from the parameter, right? And after that let's add the if statement. If the num greater than equal to 1000k, then we'll return the num slash 1000k dot to fixed 1, and then we'll add plus m. So it will display like millions. Then we'll add the if statement, and here let me provide the same thing like this, and here we'll add 1000 and it will return this and divide it by 1000, and here we'll add k, correct? And after that again add the return, and here we'll add num question mark dot to a string, right? Then we'll add OR operator and provide 0, right? Now after that, let's use this format number function. So I'll just come back here and let's use the function here in this span tag. So in this span tag, let's write curly braces format number function, and in this one just provide this listing dot follower count like this. Now save the changes and come here. So you can see here we have 120k, then 300k. After that we have to add the status and engagement. As you can see in this UI design, here you can see we have this total number of followers, and then in the right side we have to add the status like active, pending, sold with one icon, and after that we will display the engagement, right? So just come back to the VS Code, scroll down and come here where we have added the total number of followers. It is here. So after closing of this div that contains the total number of followers, here we'll add the span tag. Now in this span tag, let's add curly braces, and in this curly braces we have to add the status, right? So first we'll add the icon here. So let me write the text icon, and after that we'll add curly braces and provide the space here, and after that let's add the span tag, and in this span tag again add the curly braces and provide the listing dot status like this. Save the changes and come here. You can see here we have the icon and then active, then icon, active, icon and pending like this. So here we have to add the icon. So now we'll create a function using that we can fetch the icon according to the status, right? So I'll just come here. Here we have created this function. So here we'll add one more function. So write the function name get a status icon equal to one function, that is the arrow function, and here we'll get the status in the parameter. After that here we'll add the switch case. Now let's add the key. So the key will be this status, and after that we'll add the case. So let's add active, right? So when the status is active, then we'll add return and provide this check circle icon. Import it from the Lucid React and close this tag. Now we will set the size. So let's add the class name and provide this size, right? And after that let's add the another case. Remove this break and provide this case. Just duplicate it, and here we'll add the ban. Then we'll add the ban icon here, import it, and after that let's add the next case, and here we'll add the status sold, and here we'll add $sign icon. Now let's add another case. Here we'll add inactive, and in this one we'll add X circle. Import this icon, and then we'll add the default. So in this default case, let's add the clock icon. So let's add return and clock, import the clock icon. That's it. And after that, let me just come here, and now let me remove this icon text from this curly braces, and in this one we will use this function get a status icon, and here we'll provide the listing dot a status. So it will provide the icon. Now save the changes and come here. You can see here we have different icons, correct? Next we have to align it, so I'll just come back, and in this span tag we'll add the class name property, and let's add curly braces backticks and provide flex item center, justify end and gap 1, And after that, here we have to add the dynamic classes for different status, right? So you can see right now it is aligned in the same line, but the color is same, so we'll add different colors here. For that also we have to create the function. So I'll just come back here where we have created the last function, that is get a status icon, right? So here only we'll create another function, that is get a status color. So just duplicate this one, and here we'll add the function name get a status color, then a status in this parameter, and here we'll get the status in this switch, right? If it is active, then we'll add return and green. So we'll add return text green 800. Then we'll add the next case where we'll add return text red 800. Similarly, we will add other cases. So let's add sold, then indigo, then inactive gray, then default it will be gray, right? Now save the changes and let's use this function to get the color for different status. So scroll down. Here you can see we have added this curly braces for the class name, right? Now in this one, let's add $, curly braces, and provide this function get color or get a status color. And here let's provide listing.status. Save the changes and come back here. So you can see different color for all the status. Here we have the active, it is in green color. Then here we have the pending in gray color. This sold is in the indigo color. Now we have to display the engagement. So just come back here in the VS Code, and after closing of this span tag, here we'll add a div. Now in this div, we'll add the icon. So let's add trending up icon. Import it, and after that here we have to add the size and color. So we have added the class name and provided the size and color. Now after that we have to add a span tag, and in this span tag we'll add curly braces, then provide listing dot engagement rate, right? Then we'll add the percent and then text called engagement. After that, let's add the classes that contains this icon and text. So here we will add the class name property and provided these classes. Now just come back and you can see here we have the 4% engagement with this icon, then 3%, 4%, 6% and 5%, right? Now after that, let's see the UI design. So in this one you can see we have to add this line, and after that we'll display the price and these action buttons like delete, edit and toggle a status like active or inactive, right? So just come back and let's come here. You can see here we have this a span, then these closing div, right? So here we'll add this space and provide a div. Now in this one we will add the classes like this, and then we will add one span tag. In this span tag we'll add the currency symbol. So just add the currency, and then we'll add curly braces and provide the listing dot price. Then we'll add two local string function. After that, let's add the classes for this span tag like this, and now save the changes and come back here. So you can see here we have the line and this listing price, correct? And after that we have to add the action buttons in the right side of this price. So I'll just come back, and after closing of this span tag, here we will add a div. Now in this div, first we'll add the class name property, provided these classes, and then let's add curly braces and provide the listing dot status not equal to sold, right? Then we'll add the AND operator. If it is not sold, then we'll add the button. So let's add the button tag here. Now in this button we'll add the delete icon. So let's add trash icon, import it, and after that in this one we'll set the size like this. Next we have to add the classes in this button, so we'll add the class name property and provided these classes for the button. Correct. Now after this curly braces we'll add another button tag. Right. Now in this one we have to add the edit icon, so let's add edit, import it, and now set the size. Now we'll add the classes in this button, so again add this class name. Correct. Now let's come here in the bottom of this closing button tag, and here we'll add another button. Now in this one we have to add the eye icon. It will be eye open and closing icon, right? So just add curly braces and provide the listing dot status equal to active. So when the status is active, then we'll add the AND operator and provide this parenthesis, and in this one we'll add eye of icon, close this icon, and here we'll set this size 4 like this. Now let's duplicate it, and here we'll add a status not equal to active like this. Then we'll add eye icon here, so let's update it. Alright, eye icon, it has been imported. Save the changes. Now we'll add the classes also, so here we'll add the class name property and provided these classes. Now let's come back here. You can see here we have 3 icons. You can see when we hover it, it will display different color, right? Now let's add the functionality. So I'll just come back here and let's create the functions. So I'll scroll up here. Let's create a function called toggle status equal to async arrow function, and in this one we have to provide the listing ID like this. Similarly we'll add another function here, so write the function name delete listing, right? And here also we have to provide the listing ID. Now duplicate it, and here we'll add the function name mark as featured, right? And here we'll add the listing ID in the parameter. So we have added 3 functions here. We have not added the functionality in this function, we have just declared it, right? Now let's connect these functions. So I'll just scroll down, and you can see we have added the button for toggle status, right? So in this one let's add the onClick property. In this onClick we'll add the arrow function and call the toggle status and provide the listing dot ID like this. Now come to the previous button, that is the edit button, right? So when we'll click on the edit, it will open the new page. So just add the onClick property, then we'll add the arrow function here, and then we'll add the navigate function, and here we have to add the path. So let's add the path slash edit listing, and then we'll add slash and provide the ID. So let's add the backticks here like this and provide $sign curly braces and provide the listing dot ID, so that it will open this page and provide the listing ID in the params. In this button you can see we have this onClick property. Now come to the first button, that is the trash button or delete button. So here we'll add onClick. In this onClick let's add the arrow function, and it will call delete listing function and provide the listing dot ID like this. After that we have to add one more function, that is mark as featured. So let's scroll up. You can see we have folded this div, so just expand it, and in this one you can see we have added the star icon. It is right here, a star icon, correct? So in this one let's add the onClick property So I'll add the space here and provide on click. Then we'll add the arrow function, and here we'll call mark as featured and provide the ID. So just add the listing.id. That's it. Now after that I'll open the web page. So it is working fine. Next we have to add the footer in this page, correct? So I'll just come back to the previous page. As you can see in this page we have the profile details or listing details, we have the footer, right? So let me just copy the footer from this page, that is listing details. So I'll just come back here in the VS Code, open the sidebar, open listing details and scroll down and copy the footer. And after that I'll come back to the my listings and come here. At the bottom you will find this closing div tag. So before this one, let's add this footer, right? Save the changes and come back here. So at the bottom you can see this footer also, correct? After that we have to add the functionality so that when we click on this available button, then it will display a model window or pop-up where we can withdraw the amount, right? And then we have to add one more model window for this add credentials, right? We can see this link add credentials, so it will open a pop-up. So let's come back to the VS Code, and first we have to create the state that will manage that pop-up. So scroll up and here let's create some states. So I'll write const show credential submission and the setter function name is set show credential submission equal to user state and initialize it using null. And now let's duplicate it, and here we'll add the show withdrawal, and then we'll add the setter function set show withdrawal, and let's initialize it using null. Now let's create the components to display the credential submission form and withdrawal page or withdrawal pop-up. So let's open the sidebar, and here in this components folder create a new file called credentialsubmission.jsx. Then write RAFCE to create the component structure, and in this one we will get the data from props. So here let's destructure the props. We will get the on close and listing in the props, right? And after that let's add the states here. So before this return statement, let's add const and write new field, and the setter function name is set new field and equal to user state, and import the user state and initialize it using empty string, right? After that we'll add the another state variable called credential, and the setter function name is set credential equal to user state, and after that let's add the array. In this array we'll add the type. So let's add the type email, then we'll add the name, email and value empty string, then add the comma and duplicate it. Here we'll add the type password, and the name will be password, and then value will be empty string. So we have added the state variables, right? And after that here we'll add the function called handle submission. So just add const handle submission equal to async arrow function, and in the parameter we'll get the event, right? And here we'll add e.prevent default. So we have just declared a handle submission function, right? Now let's add one more function here. So just add const, and the function name is handle add field equal to arrow function, and then we'll add the const name. So let's add name equal to new field dot trim, and after that let's add the if statement, and here we'll add not of name. So when the name is not available, then simply add return. and in this return we'll add the notification. So to display the notification, we have to use the toast notification that we have already added in the packages. But before using it, we have to come to app.jsx file, and in this one we have to add the tag, that is the toaster tag. So here within this div, let's add opening arrow toaster and import this toaster. We are not getting this suggestion here, so let's add import curly braces from React hot toast, and here we'll get toaster, right? And after that, let's close this tag, that is the toaster tag, right? Now after that, I'll just come back here in the component that we are creating, that is credentials component. Now in this one, we can use the toast notification, right? So simply write toast and import it from the React hot toast, and after that in this one we can add the message, please enter a field name, like this. And after that, let's add set credential, and in this set credential, let's add the arrow function and provide the previous data in the parameter, and after that it will return the array with spread operator, provide the previous data, and then we'll add new entry, that is type text, the name, then value empty string. Let's add 3 dot. Now it is correct. After that, let's add set new field and make it empty string. That's it. Now after that, just come here in this div, and in this div we have to add some classes. So let's provide these classes. After that, let's add a div. Now in this one we'll add some classes, so provide the class name property and provided these tailwind classes. Now after that, here we have to add the header, so let's add the comment first and then we'll add one div. Now in this div we will add another div that will contain the text, that is listing title, so just add curly braces listing dot title, and after that we'll add text in p tag. So in this one we'll add adding credentials for, and then we'll add this listing dot username on, and then we'll add listing dot platform. Now we'll add one close button here, so after closing of this div we'll add the button tag, and in this button we'll add X icon, so import it from Lucid React, and for this X icon let's set the width and height, like this. Now in this button tag we'll add the class name property, and let's provide these classes, and after that in this button we have to add the onClick property also, so let's add the onClick, and here simply provide this onClose that we are getting from the props, right? Now let me add the classes in this div which is in the header. So here we have added these classes, and after that we'll add the classes in this second div, that is flex1 min width 0, right? So after this header, here we will add the form, so let's add the comment form, and then we'll add the form tag. Now in this form tag we'll add the onSubmit property. In this onSubmit, simply provide this handle submission, right? Then we'll add the classes and provide the flex classes, and here we'll add overflow by scroll, right? Then we'll add the curly braces credential.map method, and here we'll add the arrow function. Then we'll add parentheses and it will return a div. Now in this one we'll get individual credential and index number in the parameter like this. Then come to this div and here we'll add the key property, and in this key just add the credential dot type, correct? And after that we'll add the classes also. So here let's add the grid layout like this, and after that here we have to add the label tag for the form. So we have added the label tag. Now within this label tag we'll add credential dot name, and let's design it using these classes. After that we have to add the input field, so let's add input. Then we'll add the type, so input type will be text, and after that we have to add the value here, so the value will be create.value, and then we'll add the onChange property. So let's add onChange, and here we'll add one arrow function, and in this arrow function we will get the event in the parameter, and after that it will call set credential setter function, and here we'll add the arrow function and provide the previous value, and it will return the previous dot map, and here we'll add the arrow function and get the credential and index number in the parameter. Then it will return I equal to index, right? Then question mark, provide curly braces, a spread operator credential, comma, value property, and in this value we'll add e.target.value, right? And after this curly braces we'll add colon C, right? Now we'll add the classes here, so just add the class name property, and in this one let me provide these classes for this input field, correct? And after this input field here we'll add the cross icon, so let's add X icon, and in this one we have to add some classes, so we have added the class name property, and then we'll add the onClick property here, so just add onClick, and in this onClick we'll add the arrow function, and then we'll use the set credential, and let's add the arrow function here and get the previous data here, and then it will return the previous dot filter, and in this filter let's add the arrow function, that is underscore and I in the parameter, and then it will return I not equal to index. That's it. Now after this credentials map, here we'll add comment, that is add more fields. So let's add this comment before this closing form tag, and here we'll add a div. So we have added the div with the class name, and after that here we have to add the input field. So I'll write input, then we'll add the type text, and here we'll add the value. So the value will be new field. Then we'll add the onChange property here, and in this onChange property we have to add one arrow function. So let's add the arrow function here, and then we'll get the event in the parameter, and after that it will call the setter function set new field, and here we'll add e.target.value like this. Then we have to add the placeholder. So let's add the placeholder here, that is field name, and then we'll add some classes. So here we have added these classes, correct? And after that we'll add the button tag, and in this button tag we'll add the icon. So just add circle plus icon. So the icon has been imported, close this tag. So you can see in this button we have added this circle plus icon, and for this one we have to add the width and height. Now we'll add the classes in this button. Using that we can add a new field. So we have added these classes, right? And after that here we'll add the button type. So button type will be button, and then we'll add the onClick property. In this onClick property, let's add handle add field. After that, we have to add one submit button. So just before this closing form tag, we'll add the comment submit button, and then let's add the button tag. So here we'll add the button tag. Now in this one, we'll add the type button and we'll add the classes also. So here we have added the tailwind classes, and after that we'll add the button text called submit. So now we have completed this component. Using that we can submit the credentials, right? Next we have to link this component, but before that let me create the other component also, that is withdraw model, right? So I'll open the sidebar, and here in the components folder, let's create a new file and write the file name withdrawModel.jsx. Using that we can withdraw the amount, right? Now in this one, let's add RAFCE to create the component structure, and after that here we'll get the data from this props. So just add curly braces and on close, correct? And after that here we'll create some state. So let's add const amount and the setter function set amount equal to use a state and initialize it using empty string. And after that we'll add another state, that is account, and setter function set account equal to use a state, and in this one we'll add the array. Now in this array we'll add the object, and here we'll add the type. So the type will be text, then name, it is account holder name, and then value. Now let's add the comma here and duplicate it. So here we'll add the type text, then we'll add the name. So the name will be bank name, and then we'll add the value, it will be empty string. Similarly we'll add the other properties like account number, account type, swift, and branch, right? And after adding it, here we'll add one function also. So here let's create a function const handle submission, and it will be async function, and here we have added e.preventDefault, right? Now after that come to this div. Now in this div we have to add the classes and provide these tailwind classes. Now in this one, let me add another div. So we have added another div with this classes, and then we'll add the header here. So we'll add the comment first, and then we will add the div, and in this one let's add the classes like this, and then let's add the text. So we'll add the text in another div. So here we have added withdraw funds in the S3 tag with these classes, and the div that contains this title will add the classes like this, flex1 and minwidth 0. And after that we have to add one button also. So here we'll add the button tag. Now in this button we'll add the X icon. So let's add opening arrow X and import this icon, and then we'll add the class name like this. And after that in this button we have to add the onClick property, and then we'll add some classes. So we have added this onClick property and provided these classes. Here we have used onClick onClose, and we are getting this onClose from the props, right? And after that here we have to add a form where we can enter the bank details, correct? So here let's add the comment like this form, and after that we'll add the form tag. So we have added the form tag, and in this form tag we'll add on submit. In this on submit just add the handle submit function, correct? Now we'll add the classes also in this form. So we have added these classes. Now come to this form tag, and in this one we'll add the div. Now in this div let's add the class name property and provide these classes, and then we'll add the amount here. So let's add the text amount, and then we'll add the input field. So let's add the input, and then we'll add the input type. So the type will be number, correct? And after that, here we have to add the classes. So let's add the classes here, and with that we'll add the required property, correct? Now in this input we'll add the value also. So let's add the value property and provide amount. You can see we have created this amount state, right? Next we have to add the onChange property. So let's add the onChange also. And in this onChange we have added the arrow function that will call set amount and provided this e.target.value, correct? Now after that, here we'll add curly braces and use this account.map method. Now in this one we'll add the arrow function, and after that we'll add this parenthesis, and here we'll add a div like this. Now in this parameter we'll get individual field name and index number, correct? Now in this div, let's add the key property where we'll add the index, and after that we'll add the classes. So just add the class name property and provide these classes, right? And after that we have to add the label. So let's add the label tag. In this label tag we have added the classes, and then we have added the field.name, correct? And after this label we have to add the input. Input type will be this curly braces, and provide the field dot type. Then we have to add the value here. In this value we'll add field dot value, and then we have to add the onChange property, right? So in this onChange property we'll add the arrow function and get the event in the parameter, and after that here we'll call the set account setter function. Then we'll add the arrow function in this set account and provide the previous data here, and it will return the previous dot map. Now in this one let's add the arrow function, and in the parameter we'll get the individual value and index number, and after that it will return this parenthesis I equal to index question mark. Then we'll add curly braces and provide this one value. It will be e.target.value, else we'll add C. Here after this map we'll add this bracket. Now it is correct. And after that, in this input field we have to add the classes also. So just add the class name property, and we will provide these classes like this. Now after that we have to add a submit button. So here let me add the comment and create a button like this. So we have added the button tag and provided the type submit and this classes, and then we have added apply for withdrawal. This is the button text. So we have added this component. Using that we can display the withdrawal pop-up. Right now we have to link these components. So let's open our file, that is my listings. Let's open my listings.jsx file, correct? And after that let's come here where we have added the cards for the balance. You can see we have the balance section, right? Now in this balance section we have this div, right? So in this div we have to add the onClick property. So let's add onClick, and then we'll add the arrow function here, and after that let's add the item dot label equal to available, right? It means the available balance, correct? Then we'll add the AND operator, and it will call the setter function set so withdrawal, and let's make it true, right? And after that we have to link our next component, that is credentials, right? So let's come here in the card. Here we have the listings, right? In this listings we have added the lock icon, then hover effect. So let's find it. You can see here we have the add credentials button, right? So on this button we have to add the onClick feature so that it will open that window to submit the credentials. correct? So here we have the button tag. In this button we'll add the onClick property, and then we'll add the arrow function, and here we'll call set so credential submission, and let's make it true, or instead of that we'll add the listing. Here we have to provide the listing, correct? And after that we have to mount this component. We have just connected it, now we have to mount it. So just come here at the bottom, and here we will mount this component. So let's come here before this footer, and we'll add curly braces and provide so credential submissions and operator. So when it is true, then we'll add this parenthesis, and in this one we'll add credential submission and import it from the components. You can see we have imported this credential submission component, and after that we have to provide the props here. So let's provide the listing, and in this listing let's add so credential submission, right? Then we have to add on close, and in this on close we'll add the arrow function, and then let's provide set so credential submission, and let's make it null. Now we have to mount this next component, so just add curly braces, so withdrawal and operator, and then we'll add this parenthesis, and in this one let's add withdrawal model component. So this component has been imported, and here we'll add on close props, and in this on close let's add the arrow function, and it will call the setter function, that is set so withdrawal and provide null, so it will hide that pop-up, right? So after adding it, save the changes and open the web page. So now you can see if I click on this new listing, it will open this manage listing page, and if I click on this available, it will open this pop-up where we can enter the details and withdraw the amount, right? And after that, here we have this add credentials button. If I click here, it will open this window where we can enter the email ID, password, and we can also add a new field, right? We can enter the field name and click on this plus, right? Like username, add. So it will be added here, and we can enter the data and click on submit. Now if I click on this cross, it will hide it. So we have completed our my listing page also. After that we have to create the next page, that is add new listing or manage listing. If I click on this new listing page, it will open this page where we can add a new listing, and we can also update the listing. To create this new listing or manage listing page, let's see the UI design first. So we'll come here in the Figma design, and you can see we have the UI design for this page. So in this page we have to add the title like this, list your account, and this small description. Then we'll add the input fields in different sections. So first one is basic information. After that we'll add the account metrics, then pricing and description, and then we'll add the screenshots and proof. And then we have this button, cancel and create listing, correct? Now in this one only we will add the another feature like update the listing or manage listing. So these input fields will become editable, and we can update the details, right? So this page will be used to add a new listing, and the same page will be used to edit or update the listing. And this is the UI design for phone screen, right? So to create it, I'll just come back to the VS Code, and let's open the sidebar, and in this one we have already created the pages folder, and in the pages folder you will find manage listing.jsx file. Let's come here. Now in this one we have this return statement. So before this return we need some data, so let's add const curly braces ID. We will get the ID from the URL parameter. So let's add use params, and use params will get imported from React Router DOM. After that, we need the use navigate hook so that we can navigate the users on different pages, right? So here we'll add const navigate equal to use navigate. It has been imported. After that, we need the user listing, right? So I'll just come here in the my listings, and in this my listings you can see we have this user listings from this use selector. So let's just copy it and paste it here. So in this one we will get the user listings only, we will not get the balance. And let's get it using use selector. So import the use selector from Redux, and here we have added the state, and it will provide a state.listing, right? Now we'll create some state variables. So first we'll add const loading listing, and the setter function name is set loading listing equal to use state, and let's initialize it using false. So by default loading will be false, and after that we'll add one more state. Using that we will edit our listing. So just add is editing, and the setter function name is set is editing, and initialize it using false, like this. After that, here we have to create multiple input fields, and we'll create a state where we'll store the input field data. So let's add const form data, and the setter function name is set form data equal to use state, and here let's add the object where we'll add different properties. So in this one, let me provide title, then platform. You can see the value, it is empty string. Then we have the username, followers count, engagement rate, monthly views, niche, price, description, verified, monetized, country, age range, and images. This images is an array, so we can store multiple images for this listing data, right? Now here we have the platform, then you can see the niche, right? And then we have the age range. So for these values we have to add one array, and in that array we will add the different values that will be displayed in the drop down. So here we'll add const platform equal to one array, and in this array we will list all the platform name. So here we'll add different platform name like this: YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, right? Similarly, we'll add the values for niche or category. So here we have added const niche and provided this array and provided different categories here. After that, we'll add the values for the age range. So here we have added const age range and provided different age range like 13 to 17, 18 to 24, like this. After that, here we will add one handler function. Using that we can store the input field data in the state. So let's add a function here. Just write const handle input change equal to one arrow function, and in this parameter we will get the field name and value, right? And according to this field name and value we will update our data. So let's use this setter function set form data and provide the previous value in the parameter of this arrow function, and it will return the object where we will insert the previous value and we will add the field name and value, right? So when we will enter anything in the input field, it will get updated in the form data, right? After that we'll add the function. Using that we can upload the images, and the images will get stored in this array inside this form data, right? So here let's create a function called handle image upload. It will be arrow function like this, and provided the async keyword, right? Here we'll get the event. Now after that, here we will add files. So just add const files equal to array from event target files, right? Now we will check the file is available or not. So let's add if not of files.length, then return 0, right? So when we don't have any file, then return Nothing, so simply add return. And after that, now let's add another if statement. So here we'll add if, and in this one we'll check for the length. So when we have the length, and after that we'll add form data dot images dot length is greater than 0. It means we have selected any image and we already have 5 images available in this array, right? So in this case, let's add return, and then we'll add the toast notification. So just add toast dot error and provide the message here, that is you can add up to 5 images, right? Now suppose the files dot length is available. It means we have selected any image file and this length is not greater than 0. Then we can add that image in the array. So here we'll use the setter function, that is set form, and in this one let's add the arrow function, provide the previous data in the parameter, and it will return the object with previous data using a spread operator, and come to the images property, and in this images property we have the array, right? So in this array we will get the previous images and then insert the newly added files. That's it. So we have created the function to handle the image upload. Next we'll add the function using that we can remove the particular image, right? So here let's add const remove image and create the arrow function, and here we will get the index to remove, correct? So here we will use the setter function, that is set form data, and in this form data we have the image, right, in the images property. So let's add this arrow function here. Here we'll get the previous data, and after that here we'll add a spread operator previous, and then provide the images property. In this images property let's add previous images dot filter, right? And in this filter we have to add the arrow function, and it will return I not equal to index to remove. So it will remove the particular image using this function. Now suppose the listing ID is provided in the URL. It means we are in the edit mode. So to edit the listing, first we have to get the listing data, right? So here we'll add the comment, and let's add the use effect that will execute the function whenever the component gets loaded. And let's add the dependency array, and here we'll add the ID, right? So whenever the ID changes, it will execute this function. Now in this one we'll add the if statement and provide not of ID. So when the ID is not available, then we'll add return. That's it, right? Now suppose the ID is available, then we will use the setter function set is editing and make it true. It means we are in the edit mode, right? After that we will use this set loading listing and make it true. So it will load the listing, right? And after that let's add const, and here we'll add listing variable equal to user listing dot find. So here we have all the listing, right? So just add the find method, and in this one we'll add the arrow function. Now just provide the individual listing here, and then it will return the listing dot id same as id. So here we'll find the particular listing, and let's add the if statement. If we have the listing available for this particular id, so in this case use the setter function set form data, and in this one provide the listing, so it will insert all the data in the input fields. Then we will use the setter function set loading, and in this set loading listing will make it false after loading the data, right? Now suppose the listing is not available, so just add the else statement, and here we will add the toast notification. So just add toast dot error, and here we have to add the error message called listing not found, and after that we will redirect the users on my listings page. So just add the navigate and provide the path, that is my listings, like this. So we have added this use effect that will check for the ID. If the ID is available, then we will be in the edit mode and it will provide the listing data in the input fields, right? After that, here we have to create the form. Using that, we can update our listing or we can create a new listing, correct? So for that form, we have to create a handler function, right? So here we'll create one function that will handle that form submit, right? So let's add const handle submit and create the asynchronous arrow function. And here we'll get the event in the parameter and provide e.prevent default. So this function will handle the form submission, right? Now you can see here we have added a state loading listing. It means it is loading the listing when the ID is available. So in this case, it will display the loading animation. So we'll add the if statement here and provide loading listing, and then we'll add the return. So it will return one div. So just add parenthesis and provide a div here. Now in this div, we have to add the loader icon. So let's add the loader icon and provide these classes, and we will import this icon from Lucid React. Now for this div, we'll add some classes also so that it will align the icon in the center. So we have added these classes, right? So for now, we have added this if statement that will check when the loading listing is true, it will display the loading animation on the web page. And after loading the data, we will come here in this div, right? Now in this one, let's remove this title, and here in this div we'll add some classes like this. And after that, here we'll add the header where we have to add the title and description. So it will be added inside a div like this. So we have added a div with margin bottom 8. Now let's add the text in h1 like this, and in this h1 tag we'll add some classes like this. And after that, let's add the ternary operator. We'll add is editing. So when the is editing is true, in this case we'll add the text called edit listing, and when the is editing is false, then we'll add the text called list your account, because we'll use the same page for adding a new listing and editing the listing, right? Now similarly, we'll add the description also, right? So here we'll add the p tag and provide these classes in the p tag, and then we'll add the curly braces and provide ternary operator. Is editing true, then we'll add this message, and if it is false, then we'll add this message, right? Now save the changes and come here. You can see the text list your account and this description. Now I'll come back here in the my listings. When we click on this edit icon, you can see it will update the title and description. You can see the title edit listing and update your existing account listing, right? So when we go to new listing, it will display this title list your account, and when we go to edit mode, it will display this title edit listing, right? Now let's align it. So just come back to VS Code, and after that, before this div, let's wrap everything in another div. So here we'll add a div like this, and let's move this one inside this one here. Now here we'll add some classes, and let me provide the maximum width, and then we have added MX auto, then some padding. Save the changes and come back here. Now you can see perfect position for these title and description. After that, we have to create a form. So I'll just come back here, and after closing off this div that contains our title description, so here let's add a form tag. Now in this form tag, we'll add on submit property. In this on submit property, simply provide the function that we have already created, handle submit, and then we'll add some classes also. So we'll add the class name property and provide a space y8 like this. Now after that, here we have to add the first section, that will be the basic info, right? For that we have to create a section component. If I come here in the design, you can see we have this basic information section. So here we have to add this title, right? And then we will add the box with this gray border, and you can see the same layout in other section also. That's why we'll create a separate component and then we'll mount it. So let me create that component in the same file, right? So I'll just scroll down here just before this export tag. Here you can see we have the export tag, right? So here only we can create a reusable component. So let's add the comment here, that is common elements, and I'll write const section equal to one arrow function, and then add this parenthesis, and it will return a div like this. Now in this one we will get the data from props, so we will get the title and we'll get the children. And after that, here let's add the classes in this div. So we will add these classes, and after that within this we will add one title in h2 tag. So we have added the h2 tag here and provided the title that is available here, correct? And after that, here we have to add the classes also. So we'll add these classes, and then we have to add this children. So we will mount this children here in this curly braces. So we have created the section component, that is the reusable element, right? Now just come here in the basic info, and here we will mount this section and provide the title in the props. So let's add section, and then here we will add the title, and in this title let's provide the basic info. Let's add it as a string, basic information, and instead of using this self closing, we'll add the closing section tag like this, right? And when we'll add anything here, that will be added as a child. So here let's add another div. Now in this div we have to add the input field. So the input field will be used multiple times. That's why we'll create a reusable element for the input field. So I'll just come here after this section. Let's create one input field element. So I'll write const input field equal to arrow function, and then we'll add this parenthesis, and it will return a div. In this div we'll add the label tag, and after this label we'll add the input field like this. Now here we'll get some data as props. So in this parameter we'll get the label, value, on change, placeholder, type. So default value will be text. Then we'll get the required, then default value is false, then minimum it will be null, and maximum null. So after getting these data, we can display it in this label tag. So in this label tag, let's add curly braces and provide this label. And after that, we have to add some classes also. So here we will provide these classes in the label tag. Now come to this input field where you can see the type. So in this type, let's provide curly braces and provide the type that we are getting as props. After that, we'll add the minimum and provide this min. Then we'll add the maximum and provide this max. Then we'll add the placeholder. And here let's add curly braces, placeholder. After that, we have to add the value property and provide the value that we are getting from the props. And after that, we'll add onChange property. In this onChange property, we have to add the arrow function and provide the event in the parameter. And after that, here we'll add onChange that we are getting from the props. And here we have to add the value. So just add e.target.value. Then we have to add some classes here. So let's add the class name property and provide these classes. And at the end, we'll add the required property. So let's add required, and it will be required. So we have added the input field reusable element or component, and let's mount it here inside this div. And then we have to provide some props here, correct? So we will mount this input field and it will be self-closing like this. Now in this one, first we'll add the label, right? Then we'll add the value. So the value will be form data dot title. Then we'll add the placeholder. So we have added this placeholder, and after that we have to add the onChange. So let's add this onChange function, right? After that we'll add required property. So required will be true. After adding it, save the changes. Now let's open the web page, and here you can see we have this basic information, then we have this card, and then this is the label text, that is listing title, and this is the input field where we can type the text. So right now we are in the edit mode, that's why here we are getting the value by default. If I come back here, click on new listing, and you can see it is empty, and here we have the text area, right? And we have the placeholder in this text area or input field. Now let's add the other input fields. So I'll just come back here and let's add the another input field. Next we have to add the input field to get the platform name, right? And we will display the platform name in drop down list. We will not add the input field where we can type something, right? If I come back to the UI design, you can see we have the listing title and then we have the platform. So in this platform we'll display the list of platform, right? So for that we'll create the reusable element again. So I'll just come here at the bottom, and here we'll create another reusable element, that is the select field. So let's add it here. Const select field equal to arrow function, and it will return the div like this. Now in this one also we'll get some data from props. So let's add curly braces here, and we'll get the label, options, value, onChange, and required equal to false. Here we'll add the arrow. Now it is the arrow function. Now come to this div, and first we have to add the label here. So let's just copy this, paste it here. We have added the label, right? And after that we have to add the select box, right? So let's add the select tag and the closing select tag. Now in this select tag we have to add the value property and onChange property like this. After that in this one we have to add some classes also. So let's add the class name property and provide these classes, and then we'll add the required property and let's add required. So it will give the required property from this props, right? Now within this we will add the options tag. So let's add options, or we'll add option, right? Now here we have to add the value, it will be empty string, and then we'll add the text here within this option opening and closing tag, that is select. After that we'll display the options list from the array that we have just created here. You can see we have the platforms, right? So we will pass it from the props. So I'll just come here, and you can see we will get it from this options, right? So here let's add the curly braces, options dot map method, and then we'll add the arrow function. Here we'll get the individual option, and in this parenthesis we'll add the option tag. Then we have to add the value here. So in this value we will add the option like this, and here also we'll add the option, and then we have to add the key property. So the key will be option because it is the unique value, right? And after adding it, I'll just mount this component here just after this input field. So this input field is closing here. So here only we will add the select field. So I'll write opening arrow select field and close this tag. Now we have to add the props. So let's provide the label. Then we will provide the options, and in this options we have added this platforms array. Then we have to add the value. So in the value we will add the form data dot platform. Then we'll add the onChange property, and in this onChange property we'll add the arrow function, and here we'll call the handle input change and provide this platform and value. We have to add the field name and value, right? Then we have to add the required property. So let's provide true. After that we have to add the another input field, right? So let me just copy this one and paste it here. Now in this one we will add the label tag that will be username / handle. Then we'll add the value. So the value will be form data dot username. Then we have to add the placeholder. So the placeholder will be username. After that we'll add the onChange, and in this onChange let's add handle input change username and v. Then required true, right? After that again we'll add the select field. So just copy this one, paste it here. In this select field we will add the label text, that is niche category. Then we'll add the options, it will be niche, and then we'll add the value. So it will be form data dot niche. Then we have to add the handle input change. In the onChange property we'll provide the field name niche and this value. Required will be true. Then save the changes and come here. You can see here we have created the basic information section. We can type something in this listing title, this handle, and here we can choose the list from this drop down, right? After that come here in the UI design. You can see we have to create this one, that is account matrix, where we'll add the followers, engagement, monthly views, then primary account audience, then we'll add the primary audience range, and these checkbox account is verified or account is monetized. So just come back here and open the VS Code. After closing of this section tag, here we'll add the comment, that is matrix, and here we'll add section element again. So just mount it and close this tag like this. Now in this one we have to provide the props, that is title, that is account matrix, and after that here we'll add a div. Now in this div we have to add some classes, that will be the grid classes, and here we'll add the input field. Using that we can get the total number of followers, engagement rate, and monthly views. So we have to add the input field here, right? So just copy this input field, paste it here. Let me add the space here. So we have added the input field. Here we'll add the label text. So the label text is followers count. Then we'll add the type. So we'll add the type here. It will be number. Then we'll add the minimum. So the minimum will be 0, right? And after that we have to add the value. So in the value let's add form data dot followers underscore count. After that we'll add the placeholder. So let's add the placeholder, that is 10k, right? And then we'll add the onChange. In this onChange let's use the handle input change and provide the field name here, that is followers count. Then required true. Similarly we'll add the next input field. So just duplicate it, add the space here, and in the second one we'll add the label text, that is engagement rate %, then type will be number, minimum 0, and then we'll add the maximum 100, right? Then we'll add the placeholder, so the placeholder will be 4, and after that we have to add the value, so the value will be form data dot engagement underscore rate, right? Then we'll add the on change, and in this on change let's add the field name engagement underscore rate and remove this required property, right? Now let's add one more input field, so just duplicate it, and here we have to provide the label text, that is monthly views / impression. Type will be number, minimum will be 0, and remove this maximum value. And after that we will add the value property, where we'll add the form data dot monthly views. Then we have to add the placeholder, so in the placeholder let's add 100k. Then we'll add the on change property. In this on change we have the handle input change and provide the field name monthly underscore views, right? Save the changes. After adding it, if I open the web page, you can see here we have account metrics, and you can see the followers count, engagement rate, and monthly views impression, right? Now in this account metrics we have to add another row where we'll add two input field, that is for the country and age range, right? For that I'll just come back here, and first we will add one div here. So let's add the div with some classes after closing of this div. So we have added one div with these grid classes, and then we'll add the input field. So let's copy it and paste it here. So in this one we'll add the label text, that is primary audience country, like this. And after that we have to add the value, remove this type, by default it will be text, remove this minimum also, and then we'll add the value, so it will be form data dot country, then placeholder, so let's add United States. Then we'll add the on change, and in this on change we'll add the field name country. That's it. After that we have to add the drop down select field, so just copy this one, select field, and paste it here. Now in this select field, first we'll update the label, so let's add the label here, that is primary audience age range. Then we have to add the options, so the options will be age range variable, that is an array, and then we'll add the value. So in this value let's add form data dot age underscore range. Then we have to add the handler, and in this handler we'll add age range as a field name and remove this required property. Save the changes and come back here. So you can see here we have two other input fields, and this is the drop down, right? We can select the age range from this drop down. After that we'll add checkbox. As you can see here, you can see we have two checkbox, right? So just come back, and first we'll add the div that contains both checkbox and text. So after closing of this div, we'll add another div like this, and here we have to add the checkboxes, right? For that we'll create a reusable element at here. So before this export, let's add const and write the variable name or element name checkbox field equal to one arrow function, and then we'll add the parenthesis, and in this one we will return the label tag. Remove this HTML4 from this label. Now in this one we'll get some data from props. So in this one we'll add curly braces, label checked on change required false. By default the required will be false, and then come here in this label tag. In this label tag we'll add some classes like this, and after that we'll add the input field, so let's add the input, and the type will be checkbox, correct? And after that we'll add the checked property. In this checked property, let's add the checked from this props. After that we have to add the onChange. So here we'll add the onChange property and provide this onChange that we are getting from here, and then provided this value, right? And after that here we have to provide the class name also. So let's add the class name and provide the size 4. Then we have to add the required property. So let's add the required property, and the value will be required from this props, as you can see here. Then we have to add the text also. So we'll add the span tag, and in this span tag we'll add the label text. So we'll add curly braces and provide this label text. Then we'll add some classes also for this span tag. So here we have added these classes, right? So we have added the checkbox reusable element. Similarly, we will add one more element, that is the text area, right? So I'll write const text area field equal to arrow function and provide the parenthesis, and it will return the div. Now here let's get the label, then value, then onChange required from the props, right? After that come to this div, and here first we'll add the label tag, and in that label tag we'll add the label text also, like this one. You can see this label is available here in this curly braces, and we have added these classes for the label tag. After that we have to add the text area tag, like this, and in this text area tag we'll add the rows. So let's add the rows 5, and let me use the self closing tag, remove this one. And after that here we have to add the value, so provide the value from this props. Then we'll add the onChange also. So in this onChange property, provide this onChange function from this props, and then provide the value here. And after that we have to add the classes here. So let's add the class name property in this text area, and then we will provide the required property, and the required value is available in this props, right? So we have added checkbox field and text area field. Now just come here, and within this div we have to mount our checkbox field, right? So let's add opening arrow checkbox field and close it. Now we'll provide the props here. So first we'll provide the label. So this label is too long, like this, and after that we'll add the checked property. So the checked property will be form data dot verified property. If it is true, it means it is checked. Then we'll add the onChange function. So here we'll add onChange property and provide the handle input change and provide the field name verified, and then value v. Now let's duplicate it, right? And after that in this one let's add the label text. So the label text is account is monetized, right? And then we'll add the handle input and provide the field name monetized. Then we'll add the checked property. It will be form data dot monetized. That's it. Save the changes and come here. You can see here we have two checkbox. Account is verified on the platform, account is monetized, right? Now we have to create the next section, like this one, that is pricing and description. So I'll just come back here, open the VS Code, and after closing of this section we'll add the comment. So let's add the comment here, that is pricing, and then again we'll add the section. Close this tag. Now in this section we have to add the title also. So let's add the title props, that is pricing and description, and then we'll add the input fields here, right? So I'll just copy one input field. Let me just copy this one, paste it here. So in this one let's provide the label tag, that is asking price. So let's add asking price, Then we'll add the type. So I'll write the type number. Correct. Then we'll add the minimum. So the minimum will be 0. And then we have to add the value. So the value will be form data dot price. Then we have to add the placeholder. So let's add the placeholder text here. Then on change, and in this on change we'll add the field name called price. Then we have to add the required property and let's set it as true. Right. After that, here we have to add the another field, that is text area field. So let's add text area field like this. Then we have to provide the props. So first we'll add the label, it is description. Then we'll add the value, so it will be form data dot description. Then we have to add the on change property. So we have added the on change property, handle input change, and field name description. Then we'll add the required property and let's set it true. So this description will be required. Save the changes and come back here. You can see here we have the pricing and description where we can enter the price, and here we can enter the social profile description. Next we have to add another section where we can upload the images, right? You can see the section title, screenshots, and proof. So I'll just come back here, and after closing up this section, let's add the comment. So I'll write the comment here, images, and then we'll add the new section. Let's add the section closing tag also like this. Now in this one we have to provide the title as props. So here we'll add the title, that is a screenshots and proof. Then we have to add a div here. So let's add a div with some classes like this, and within this div we'll add the input field. So let's add input, and the type will be file like this. Then we have to add the ID here. So the ID will be images, and then we have to add multiple so that we can upload multiple images. Then we'll add accept, so it will accept the image type. Then we have to add the on change, and in this on change we'll link the function, that is handle image upload, and then we'll add the class name hidden. So this input field will be hidden, right? And then we have to add a icon. So let's add upload and import it from the Lucid React. It has been imported, and after that here we have to add some classes for this upload icon. So this icon will be visible, right? After this upload icon, here we'll add the label tag, and in this HTML4 let's provide this ID, that is images, and in this one let's add the text called choose files, right? Next we'll add some classes also. So here we'll add the class name property and provide these classes in the label tag. After that we'll add some other text. So after this label tag we'll add the p tag, and here we'll add the text like this, that is upload a screenshots or proof of account analytics. Now we'll add some classes also. So here in this p tag we'll add these classes. Now save the changes and open the web page, and you can see here we have the screenshots and proof. Here you can see we have this upload icon, then this button choose files, and this text, right? If I click on this choose files button, it will open the window to upload the images, right? But when we choose any image, it is not displayed here. So we have to display the uploaded image here. So I'll just come back, and after closing of this div, before this closing section, let's add curly braces and provide the form data dot images dot length greater than 0 if it is true. So just add the AND operator, and then we'll add parentheses and provide a div. So this div will be displayed, right? Now in this div we have to display all the uploaded images, and we will align all the images. So just add the class name property, provide these grid layout, and then we will add curly braces form data dot images that will provide the array, right? So here we'll add the map method. So just add dot map And after that, in this one, we'll create the arrow function with the parameter image and index number. Here we'll get the individual image, right? Then we'll add this parenthesis, and in this one, we will add a div. Now within this div, we have to add the img tag to display the images. Now in this div, we'll add the key property and then provide the class name relative. In this key, we have added the index. After that, in this src, let's add curly braces, provide the type of img equal to a string. So when it is true, then we will add question mark and provide the img directly, else we'll add the url dot create object url, and in this create object url we'll provide the img. After that, we'll add the alt property also. So let's add the alt property, that will be this image and index number. After that, here we'll add some classes also. So let me provide the class name property in this img and provided these classes, right? After that, we have to add the button. Using that, we can remove particular image. So just add the button tag, and in this button tag, we'll add the type button, and then we'll add the onClick property like this. So we have added onClick, and in this onClick, we have added the arrow function that will call the remove image and provided the index in the parameter, right? Now within this button, we have to add X that will indicate the cross icon. Let's add a small x, and after that, in this button, we'll add some classes also. So we'll add the class name property here and provide these classes. Now let's save the changes and we will open the web page, and you can see here we have the uploaded image and we have the cross icon. Let's click here, it will be removed. Let's click again and we can select multiple images like this. You can see all images are added here and we can remove one by one. Let's select again. We will select 4 images like this and click one more. We will upload this image and let's select one more image. Let's choose this one, and you can see the notification. You can add up to 5 images. You can add up to 5 images only, right? And you can also remove it. Now after that, we have to add the buttons. As you can see in this UI design, we have the cancel button and create listing button. So I'll just come back to the VS Code, and after closing of this section, before this closing form tag, here we'll add a div. Now in this div, we have to add some classes also to align the button. So we have added these classes and provide the first button tag. Now in this button tag, we'll add the button text called cancel, correct? And after that, let's add the type. So the button type will be button, and then we'll add the classes for this button. So we have added these classes, right? Next, we have to add the onClick property. So we'll add the onClick property here and provided the arrow function navigate -1. So it will navigate to the previous page when we cancel it, right? Now let's add another button here. So we'll add the next button tag, and in this one we'll add the type. So the button type will be submit, so that we can submit this form. After that, we'll add the classes for this button. So here we have added these classes, and after that, here we'll update the text depending on the is editing a state. So just add curly braces and provide is editing and ternary operator. If it is true, it means we are updating the listing, right? We are changing the listing data. So here we'll add text called update listing, and if it is false, it means we are creating a new listing. So here we'll add the text called create listing. Let's add it here, save the changes. Now after adding it, save the changes and open the web page, and you can see here we have the button cancel and create listing. Now let me go to my listings and click on this edit icon. So you can see when we click on edit icon, it will open all the details of that particular listing with the title, platform name, category, username, and then we have other data, we have the selected images, and you can see the button text. It is update listing, right? Now if I just come back here and click on new listing, so here we have empty input fields. We can enter the new data, and the button text is create listing. So we have created this new listing page or update listing page. After that, we have to create the next page, that is my orders. If I click on this drop down and click on my orders, this is the my orders page, and here we have to display all my orders for the social media profile purchase. To create the my orders page, let's come to UI design, and here I'll come to this page, that is my orders. You can see here we have the title called my orders. Then we will display the card where it display the order details like platform icon, then listing title, username and platform name, and then it will display the status also, like account is verified or not, and monetization status. In the right side it will display the price, and then it will display a button where we can see the credentials that we have purchased. So it will be hidden by default. When we click here, then it will expand the section to display the credentials, and when it will display the credentials, the password will be hidden, right? It will display the password like star or dot. So to create it, I'll just come back to the VS Code, and after that let's open the sidebar, and in the pages you will find myorders.jsx file. In this one, first we will get the currency from the environment variable. So let's add const currency and import it from .env file like this. After that we'll create the state where we will store the orders data. So just add const orders, and the setter function name is set orders equal to use a state, and initialize it using empty array. Then we will add another state variable. So write the state variable name loading, and the setter function name is set loading, and initialize it using true. So by default the loading will be true, and after loading the orders data it will become false. Now we'll add one more state here, that is expanded id, and the setter function name is set expanded id, and here we will store null. Now here we have the orders state, and in this orders state we have to fetch the order data. So we'll create a function here. So let's write const fetch orders and create the arrow function, and in this one we will use the setter function set orders and provide the dummy order data. So just add dummy orders from the assets. It has been imported from the assets, and after that we will use the setter function set loading, and let's make it false. So after loading the data, it will make the loading state false. Next we have to execute the function whenever the component gets loaded. So here we'll add use effect also, and in this use effect we will create the arrow function, and after this arrow function we'll add the dependency array that will be empty. So this function will get executed whenever the component gets loaded, and it will call the fetch orders function, right? Now let me add other functions also. Using that we will hide the password, right? So we will mask the password here. So let's add the function name mask and create this function, and in this one we'll get the parameter like value and type, right? So here we'll add the if statement. So let's add the if statement, and here we will check for value. So when the value is not available, right? And then we'll add AND operator, value not equal to 0. So just add return, and in this return we'll add dash like this, and after that we'll add return keyword, and then we'll add the type. So let's add the type dot to lowercase. We are getting the type from the parameter, and after that we will compare it. So let's add equal to password. So if the type is equal to password, right? So in this case we'll add dot, and we will add total 8 dots. So here we'll add dot repeat and provide number 8. So it will display 8 dots, or we'll add a string and provide the value, right? So if the type is not same as password, then we will simply provide a string and provide the value, and if it is password then we'll add dot 8 times. Right, now we'll add another function that will be used to copy the credentials. So here we'll add the copy function. So just add const copy and create the async function, and here we'll get the text in the parameter. After that we'll add the try catch statement here. So just add the try catch block, and after that we'll add await, and here we'll use navigator dot clipboard dot write text, and in this one we'll provide the text, so it will be added in the clipboard. And after that we have to add the toast notification, so just import the toast, and then we'll add dot success and write the message here, that is copied to clipboard, like this. Now come to the catch block, and in this catch block we'll add the error message in toast notification, so just add toast.error, and the message is copy failed. So we have added this copy function so that we can copy the text when we click here. After that we'll add the if statement, and in this if we'll add not of orders dot length. Suppose we load the order data but the order data is 0, right? We don't have any order, right? So in that case we'll add the return, and in this one we'll add a div. So let's create a div and add some classes here for this div, and after that we'll add another div here. So in this one we'll add these classes, and then we'll add the title here in S3 tag. So we have added the title with these classes, and the text is no orders yet. And after that we have to add the message also. So we'll add the message in P tag, that is you have not purchased any listings yet, and this is the classes for this P tag, right? So when the orders length is 0, then this div will be displayed on the web page, right? And after that here we'll add one more if statement. So before this one we'll add another if, and let's add loading. Suppose the loading is true, right? It means the order data is not loaded yet. So let's add the return, and in this parenthesis we will add a div. It will return this div. In this div we'll add some classes also. So let me provide these classes, and after that here we have to add the loader icon. So let's add loader to icon and import it from the Lucid React, and then we'll add some classes in this icons. So we have added these classes so that it will be animated, right? Now after creating these if statements, let's come here in this return, and in this return we have the text, just remove it, and we'll add the classes in the first div like this, and then we have to add the title in S2 tag. So the title is my orders, like this, and we have added text to Excel and font semi bold and margin bottom. Save the changes and come back here. You can see this title here, my orders, right? After that we have to display the orders data. So I'll just come back here, and after this title first we'll add a div, and in this div we'll add the class name and provide the space y4, and within this we will add curly braces and use the orders state dot map method. Now in this map we will add the arrow function that will provide the individual order, right? And after that from this order we will find the data. So first we'll find the ID. So just add const ID equal to order.id. Then we'll find the listings or listing. So we'll add const listing equal to order.listing. Then we will find the credential. So just add const credential equal to order.credential. Then we'll find is expanded, and here we'll store true or false. So just add. So we have added const is expanded, and it will be expanded ID equal to ID. So it will return true or false. So now we have these data. Then we can add the return, and in this parenthesis we will return a div, right? Now in this div we have to add some classes also. So we have provided the classes like this, and then we'll add the key property also, and in this key property provide the ID, right? Now here we'll add one div. So within this we'll add another div, and let's close this div. Now after that here we'll add the platform icon. So the platform icon will be added inside a div like this, and just add curly braces and use the platform icons from the assets, and then we'll add the square bracket, provide the listing dot platform property. So it will add the icon. Now let's add the classes that contains this icon. So here we'll add these classes for the div, right? Now after that, here we will add another div. So just after this, let's add a div, and in this one we'll add the class name, provide flex1, right? Now in this one, let me add another div like this and close it. So we have added div with these classes, right? Now in this one, we have to display the title, then username and platform name. Then we'll display the verified status and monetized status. So it will be added in a group. So here let's add a div without any class name like this, and then we have to add the title here. So we'll add the h3 tag and provided the text large, font semi-bold, and the title will be listing.title, correct? After that we have to add the username. So here after this title, let's add the p tag. Now in this p tag we'll add some classes first. So we have added these classes, and then we'll add @ then curly braces, provide listing dot username. So it will provide the username, and after that we have to add one dot. So here we'll add a space and provide this dot, and again add the space, and here we'll add the span tag. Now in this span tag we'll add curly braces and provide the listing dot platform. So it will add the platform name. Next we have to capitalize the first character of this platform name. So we'll add the class name property in this span and provide capitalize. Save the changes and open the web page. So you can see here we have this title, username and platform name, correct? Next we have to add the status like account is verified and monetized. So it will be aligned side by side. So we'll create a div here. So just after this p tag we'll add a div. Now in this div we'll add the flex layout so that it will align the content side by side, right? And then we'll add the curly braces. And in this one, we'll add the listing dot verified property, right? If it is verified, then only we'll add the AND operator and provide this parenthesis and return the span tag. Now in this span tag, we have to add one icon. So let's import this icon first. We'll add this icon. So let's import this icon from Lucid React and close this tag. Now in this one we'll add some classes also. So we'll set the width and height and margin right. Then we'll add the text also. So here we'll add the text verified. Now we'll add some classes in this span tag. So let's add the class name property and provide these classes for the span. Now we'll add another span tag and let's duplicate it. So in this one we'll add listing dot monetized. When it is true, then we'll display this span tag, and here we'll add another icon, or instead of icon we will simply add the text. So the text is monetized, and here we have to add the $sign. So let's add the span tag instead of this icon like this, and in this span we'll add this $sign, and let's add the classes for this $sign. So we have added these classes, right? And after that let's add the space here, save the changes, and now let me update the classes in this first span tag also. So here we'll add flex, item center, text small, and then we'll update the color. It is background green 50, right? Then text green 600, and then we have the padding and rounded medium. Save the changes and come here. So you can see here we have two icons, verified and this monetized. Here we have to add the space. So I'll just come back here, and before this monetized, let's add curly braces and add the empty string in this curly braces. Still we don't have the space here, so just come back and let me remove this one. Remove the space from here also, and in this span tag we'll add this margin right. Let's just copy it and paste it here. Now come back to the web page. Now it is looking good. After that we have to display the price also, so I'll just come back here, and after closing of this span tag, here we have closing div. So after this to closing div, we will add another div like this, and in this one we'll add the classes. So we have added these classes. Now in this one, let me provide the text in p tag, and in this one we'll add the currency symbol. So just add this currency, and after that we'll add curly braces, number, and in this one let's add the order dot amount. So we'll get the order amount and convert it into number, and after that we'll add dot to local string. Now let's add the classes for this p tag. So here we have added the class name property and provided these classes. Next we'll add one more text here. So after this p, we'll add another p tag, and the text is USD and this classes. Save the changes and open the web page, and you can see in the right side we have this price. After that, let's see the UI design again, and you can see we have to display this button view credentials, and after that at the bottom we will display this text credentials purchased on and provide the date. So let's come back to the VS Code. Let's scroll up, and you can see here we have added this map. In this map we have the return and provided this div with key ID, right? So in this one, this is the first div, that is the header part that display the title of the listing and other details. So let me just fold it, and after this div, here we will add another div where we'll add that button, right? So we have added one div here, and in this one let's add the classes like this, and then we will add the first button. So we'll add the button tag. Now in this button we have to add this curly braces is expanded. So when it is true, in this case we have to add icon and text called hide credentials, right? So let's add this parenthesis, and if it is false we'll add this colon and another parenthesis. Now in this one we'll add the fragment, and let's add it here also in the first one, right? Now in this first one we have to add the icon, so let's add this icon and import it from Lucid React. Then we have to add the size, so we have added the size 4, and then we have to add the text, that is hide credentials. Similarly we will add the another icon and text in the second one. So here we have added space and provided this icon. Import the icon here, and the text is view credentials like this. Now we'll add the classes in the button also, right? So in this button we'll add the class name property, provided these classes, and here at the end we'll add the area expanded, and here let's provide this is expanded state, right? Now we'll add the onClick property here, so just add onClick. In this onClick property we'll add the arrow function, and it will call the setter function set expanded ID, and in this one again add the arrow function and give the parameter here, and after that we'll add p equal to ID and ternary operator, then we'll add null, else we'll add ID. That's it. Save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see we have this button view credentials, right? we can click here, so it will change the icon and text. You can see right now it is view credentials. If I click here, it will display hide credentials. So click is working, right? Now after that, I'll just come back here, and just after this closing button, let's add a div. Now in this div, first we'll add some classes like this, and then we'll add another div, and in this one we'll add the text called credential purchased, right? And after that, here we have to add curly braces and provide the format function. So let's import the format function. We are not getting the suggestion here, so I'll scroll up and write import curly braces from package name date function, and from this date function we'll get the format, right? And now just come here, and now we can use the format, and in this format we will provide new date and provide the order dot created at. So it will provide the date, then we have to add the comma here, and then we have to provide the format that we want to display. So here we'll add the month, name, then day and year, right? So this is the format we want for the date. After adding it, let's save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see credential purchased, and then we have this date, correct? Now after that, we have to add the section where we will display the purchased credentials, and it will be hidden when we click on this button, and it will again display it when we click on this button, right? So I'll just come back, and here we have this div that contains the buttons and this div. So just after that, here we'll add curly braces. You can see this div is closing here. So after closing of this div only, and here we'll add curly braces and provide is expanded and operator, then parenthesis, and here we'll add a div like this. Now in this div we have to add some classes, so we have provided these classes, and then provide another div here, and in this one we'll add the space y2 like this. Then we'll add curly braces, and let's provide the credential dot updated credential, and then we'll add dot map. Then we'll add the arrow function here and provide the parenthesis, and then add the div, so it will display all the credentials using this map. Here we'll get the individual credential in the parameter, and then we'll add the key property. So the key property will be credential dot name, right? Now we'll add the classes. So here we have added these classes, right? Then we have to add a div here. In this div we'll add the text in p tag, and the text will be create.name, that is credential name, and then we'll add some classes also. So we have added these classes for this p tag. Then we'll add another p tag, and here we'll add the credential type, right? And then we'll add the classes for this credential type like this. Save the changes and open the web page. So when we click here, you can see it is displaying this email and email, then password and password, right? Next we have to display the value here. So I'll just come back to the VS Code, and after closing of this div, here let's add a div. Now in this one, just add these classes, then we'll add the code tag. So let's add this code open and closing tag. Now in this code tag we have to add some classes also, so we have added these classes, and after that within this we'll add the function that we have created called mask, and after that here we have to provide some data. So we will provide grade.value and comma provide the grade.type. So we have provided the value and type, right? And after this code, we'll add the button also. So let's add the button tag. And in this button, we will add the copy icon. So let's add opening arrow, copy and import it from Lucid React. Then we will add the size here. So let's set the size 4, correct? Next, we have to add the classes for this button. So we'll add the class name property and provided these classes, and then we'll add the title, right? So let's add the title called copy credential. So when we hover it, it will display this title. After that, we have to add the onClick property so that we can copy the text. So just add onClick, and in this onClick, we'll add the arrow function and get the event in the parameter, and then in this arrow function, we will use e.stop propagation, right? And then we'll add copy function, and in this one provide the text. So the text will be our cred.value. That's it. Now save the changes and let's open the web page. So here you can see we have this email, that is the label name, and this is the type. Then we have the label name password, this is the type. If I click on this icon, it will copy this email ID, right? You can see copied to clipboard. If I click on this icon, it will copy the password also. You can see the title, copy credential. Let's click here. You can see copied to clipboard. If I paste it here, you can see this is the password, right? Now let me just click on this button, hide credentials. So it will hide it. So we can display and hide the credentials. Let's come here in the second one. It is working fine. And we can also copy the credentials like email and password. So we have completed our My Orders page also. After completing this page, let me come to the UI design. So in this Figma file, you can see we have to create the other pages that will be the admin dashboard. So this is the dashboard layout where we have to add the navbar, sidebar, and this is the admin dashboard page that displays some data and recent listing. Then we have to create the view credentials page for the admin. Then we have to create the listings page for the admin. So these are the pages for the admin dashboard, right? Now, instead of creating this page, I'll provide the code in the asset because this video is going so long. So to keep it short, I'll provide the pages source code in the assets file. If I open this assets folder, you will find this assets folder download link in the video description. So in this one, you will find the folder called admin components and admin pages, right? So let's open this admin components folder, and here you can see we have some components for the admin. So just copy all files. We have JSX file here, right? So just copy everything and then come to our project folder. In this project folder, we'll go to client, src, components, and in this components, we have to create a folder called admin. So let's create a new folder here and write the folder name admin. And within this admin folder, just paste all the JSX file like this. After that, let's come back here in the asset file. And here you will find the admin pages. Just open this admin pages, and here we have all the pages for the admin. Just copy this. You can see all listing, credential change, credential view, dashboard, layout, transactions, and withdrawal. So just copy all the pages JSX file and come to the project folder, then client, src, then pages, and in this pages we will create a new folder called admin and open this admin folder and paste it here. So we have provided the admin components and admin pages in our project. You can find it from the video description, right? Now after that, we'll open the VS Code. So in this VS Code, you can see we have this sidebar where you can see the components folder. In this components folder, you will find this admin folder. In this admin folder, we have these admin components, right? Now fold it and open the pages folder. In this pages also, you will find this admin folder, and in this admin folder, we have all the pages for the admin dashboard, right? Next, we have to mount these pages and components. For that, let's open our app.jsx file, right? We will open this app.jsx, and in this one we will mount the admin pages, correct? So just after this loading, here let's add opening arrow. We will add route, and let's add the closing route tag also. We have route tag and closing route tag, correct? Now here we have to add the path. So let's add the path /admin, correct? And after that we'll add the element here. So in this element, let's add equal to curly braces and provide the opening arrow layout, and we have to import this layout, correct? So I'll just open this sidebar, then open pages, and in this admin you will find the layout.jsx, right? Just open this file, and after that if I type the layout here, we will get the suggestion to import the layout from the admin folder. From the pages folder, admin folder, import the layout. It has been imported, and close this tag, right? Now after that, just come here within this route, and here we have to add the route tag. It will be self-closing route tag, and after that here we have to add the index. Then we'll add the element, and in this element we'll add equal to curly braces and provide the dashboard. So let's open the dashboard from here, right? And then let's type the dashboard here. So you can see the dashboard has been imported, correct? Similarly, we will add all the pages here. So just duplicate it, and in this one we'll add the path. So the path will be verify credentials, like this. We have added the path verify credentials, and then we have to add the component here or pages here. But before that, let me just duplicate it. Here we'll add change credentials, then we'll add list credentials, then we'll add transactions, and then we'll add withdrawal, right? So we have added these path, and here we have to provide different pages. So let's import all the pages one by one. So we have imported the layout, then we have imported the dashboard, correct? So after that, let's import all listing from the pages admin all listing. Then we will import credential change from the pages admin credential change. Then we will import the credential verify. After that, we will import the transaction. Then we will import withdrawal, right? Now let's mount these pages. So here we have added dashboard. So after this dashboard, in this one we have to add verify credential page, right? So let's add credential verify, right? In the next one we'll add the credential change. So credential change has been mounted here. Then we have to mount all listings. So just add all listing. Then we have to mount the transaction page. So just add the transactions, and then we have to mount the withdrawal page. So we have added the withdrawal. Save the changes. Now after that, let me just open our web page. And now if I type this URL, that is localhost :5173/admin. So you can see it will open the admin dashboard, right? This is the dashboard page. We have this sidebar here. Let's click on this verify. So it will open the verify page. If I click on the change, it will open the change page. It will open the listing page. When we click here, it will display all the listings. When we click on the transactions, it will display the transaction page. When we click on withdrawal, it will open the withdrawal page. So we have added the dashboard pages also for the social media marketplace website. So we have completed the front end of our project. Next we have to create the backend, where we'll create the APIs and then we'll make it functional. To create the backend of our social profile marketplace project, I'll just come back to the VS Code and let me close all these files. So right click and select close saved. Then open this sidebar and fold this folder client. Now here we have the project folder called PERN. So in this one we'll create a new folder and write the folder name server. Now right click on this server folder and select open in integrated terminal. So now you can see we have two terminals. In the first one, the front end is running, that is the client terminal, and this is the second one, that is the server, right? Now in this server folder, we'll create a new file, that is server.js file, that is the main file of our backend, right? Now after that, come to this terminal and here we will add npm init-y. So it will create a package.json file. Let me show you that file. So in this one you can see we have the name, version, main, scripts, right? So in this one let's add the type. So we'll add it in double quote, provide the type, and let's set the type module, right? Now after that we have to add some dependencies in our project so that we can create the backend server, right? So in this terminal let's add npm and write the package's name that we will install. So first we'll install the express package, using that we'll create the backend server. Then we'll add the cors so that we will allow the backend to connect with other front-end URL. Then we'll add .env package so that we can use the environment variables. Then we have added multer package that will handle the multi-part form data when we'll send the images or any files in the API. So after adding these packages name, express, cors, .env and multer, press enter. So it will install these packages. After that, here we have to add one more package that will get installed in the development mode only or in the dev dependency only. So let's just complete it, and after that we'll add npm install, then we'll add --save -dev, and after that we'll add the package name nodemon. So we have added nodemon package and press enter. It has been installed. After that we have to add this script. Let's come here. You can see we have these packages in dependencies and this is the dev dependency nodemon. Now come to this scripts and here we have the test, right? So instead of this test, let me add server like this, and let's remove this one, and here we'll add this node server.js and just change it. It will be nodemon. So when we'll start the project using server script, it will execute this nodemon server.js that will automatically restart our backend server whenever we will make any changes in the code, right? After that, let's come here in the server.js file, and here we'll create a basic express server. For that, first we have to import the express package. So let's add import express from express, and after that we'll also import .env/config. After that, let's import the cors package, and then let's create one app using this express. So let's add const app equal to express and create one instance of this express. Then we have to add the middlewares. So just add app.use, and in this one just add the express.json. So all the request will be passed using this JSON method. After that, let's add another middleware. So just add app.use, and here we'll add the cors function, right? Then we have to add the route path, right? So here we'll add app.get. We have to define the route. So just add the path, it will be /, and when we will open this route, it will execute a function. So create a function here, and here we will get the request and response in the parameter like this. And after that, this function will return the response. So just add response.send, and here we'll add the message called server is live. So when we'll hit this route, it will return this response, correct? After that, Here we have to define the port number, so let's add const port equal to, we will add the process .env .port. So if it is available in the environment variable, it will be used, else we'll add the 3000 port number. Now we can start our server, so just add app.listen method. And here we have to provide the port number that is available here, and then we have to add one function here. So let's add one arrow function, and here simply add console log like this. And after that, here we'll add the message called server running on port, and then we will insert the port number using this template literal. We have provided the port variable, right? Save the changes. So we have created basic express application. Now let's run this application. So let's open the terminal again, and in this backend terminal we will write npm run server. Press enter. So you can see server running on port 3000, right? After that, if I open the web browser and type localhost 3000, here also you can see this message, server is live. So it means our backend server is successfully running. We have created a simple backend server using Express. Next, we have to connect our project with the database. To store our data, we are going to use Neon database. Neon is a fully managed serverless Postgres database built for modern application. Neon helps developers to build a scalable and reliable app faster. It comes with powerful features like branching and auto scaling that simplifies the development and management. With Neon free plan, you can create up to 30 projects and store up to 500 MB of data at no cost. So just click on the link given in the description to sign up and start using Neon for free. So I'll just click on this login button to log in with my existing account. After sign up, it will ask you to create a project. So here I'll write the project title. Then you can choose the nearest region from this drop down. And after that, click on this create button. Then you need to connect the project using the connection string. So you can see here we have this button, connect to your database. So let's click here, and here we'll get the connection string to connect our Express application with Neon database. To connect our project with this Neon database, let's open the Neon website and then go to docs. And after that, in this navbar, you will find this develop and go to ORMs. And in the left side, you will find the Prisma. Just click here. And here you will find the documentation to connect the project. So this is the first step. You need to get the connection string. And after that, let's come here. You can see you need to add the database URL variable in the environment file and paste the connection string there, right? Similarly, we will add one more environment variable. As you can see here, we have to add database URL and direct URL, right? So let me just copy this one and open our VS Code. Let me hide this terminal, and here in this server folder, right click and select new file and write the file name .env. Now in this environment variable, just paste it, and here we will replace the connection string. So we have to provide the database URL and direct URL. So I'll just come back here, and so just click here, it will reveal the link, and copy it. After that, paste it here. Now turn off this toggle button, and after that click here, so it will reveal the string, and copy it and paste it in this direct URL. So we have the database URL and direct URL. After that, let's come back here and see the next step. Here you can see it is asking to create the schema.prisma file. So we have already created it. Let me just come back here. In the assets file or assets folder, you can find this assets folder from video description. In this one, we have provided the file called schema.prisma. Just copy it, right? And after that, just come back to the project folder, then go to server, and after that here we have to create a folder where we'll add our file. So here let's add the folder name, Prisma, and in this Prisma folder we will paste our schema.prisma file, correct? After that, if I open the VS Code, you can see in this server we have the Prisma folder, and in this Prisma folder we have a schema.prisma. Let me open this schema.prisma. So here we have added these configuration. We have defined all the tables. So you can see we have added the data for creating the user table that contains the ID, email, name, images, and here we have the links with other tables. After that, if I scroll down, you can see we have to create the listing table. So we have the listing model, and in the listing we'll add these data, right? And after that we will store the chat also. So here we have the chat model, correct? So after adding this file in the Prisma folder, let's see the next step. So the next step is to add this command npx prisma generate. So just copy this one and open the VS Code, open the terminal, and we are in the server terminal, right? So just add Ctrl+C to stop the project, and here we'll add npx prisma generate. Press enter. Now press Y, enter. After completing this command npx prisma generate, here we'll add one more command, that is npx prisma db push. Add this command and press enter. It is executed. Now I'll just come back here in the Neon dashboard. Let's close it, and then we'll click on this tables. So here you can see we have all the tables like chat, credential, listing, message, platform message, transaction, user, and withdrawal, correct? So we don't have any data in these table, but the table has been created with these properties, right? ID, owner ID, title, platform, username. Let's come to this user. So here we have the user table where we'll store the ID, email, name, image, and earning, right? So now we have to add the user data in this database whenever we will create any account. But before that, let me just come back here and see the next step. So next we have to add this Prisma adapter. So let's just copy this one and come here, and in this terminal we will paste this command. So let's add. We have added this command. Press enter. After executing it, I'll just come back here and copy the next command. Let's copy and paste it here. Press enter. Now let's see the next step. So the next step is to configure this Prisma with our project. For that we have to create a configuration file, right? So I'll just come back here, and in this server folder we'll create a new folder called configs. Now in this configs folder we'll create a new file and write the file name prisma.js, and in this one we will paste this code. So let me just copy this and let's paste it here. After adding it here, let me hide this terminal, and here we have to enable this line, that is neon config. So just enable this one, uncomment it, save the changes. Next we have to provide the node environment in our environment variable file. So let's open .env file, and in this one here let's add node_env, and right now we are in the development environment, so just add development. When we will deploy this project, then we will change it to production, right? And after that, let's see the next step. So now you can see we have completed the setup. You can now use Prisma client, right? So it is completed, and after that I'll just come here in our package.json file. Here you can see we have these a script, a start and server. Here we'll add one more script that will get executed when we deploy the project. So here we'll add double quote and provide post install. Then we'll add colon and provide double quote, and here we'll add npx prisma generate. So we have added this command locally, and here we have added it in the script so that it will get executed when we will deploy it online, right? So we have configured the Neon database in our Express project to store our data, right? Now let's connect the Clerk authentication also with our Express backend. So I'll just come here, open the Clerk dashboard, then go to configure. Now we'll scroll down in the left side, and here you will find the API keys. So we'll use these API keys to connect our Clerk auth with backend. But instead of coming here, let me open the documentation. We'll open the Clerk website, then go to docs, then open Express, and then click on getting started and scroll down. You can see install this Clerk Express package. So just copy this command and open our VS Code. Then open the terminal. In this terminal, just paste this npm install at clerk/express. It will install this package. Now let me see the next step. So the next step is to add this environment variable, right? Here we have the project name PERN. So for this project, we'll copy the keys. Just click here to copy it and come back to the VS Code. You can see the packages has been installed, and let's open .env file, and in this .env file let's paste these environment variable and provide the keys, right? And after that, let's see the next step. So the next step is to add .env that we have already added, and next we have to add this Clerk middleware in our main file. So let's import it first. We'll copy this import statement and come to VS Code, then open server.js file, and here we will import Clerk middleware from at clerk/express, and after that just copy this and paste it here. App.use Clerk middleware. So we have connected the Clerk auth with our Express backend, correct? Next we have to get the user data. Whenever the user gets created or when we delete the user, we have to delete the user from the database. For that, we will get the Clerk webhooks. If I come here, you can see we have the sidebar. In this sidebar, you will find the webhooks, right? So using this Clerk webhooks, we will get the user data. To manage this Clerk webhooks, we are going to use Inngest. If I come here and click on this add endpoint and click on this drop down, you can see we have two options, webhooks and Inngest. So we will use this second one, Inngest. We need to store the user data in Neon database, and we will get the user data from Clerk webhooks. To manage the Clerk webhooks and other background jobs, we will use Inngest. It provides multiple features to manage the background jobs, scheduling, cron jobs. So just click on the link given in the description to sign up on Inngest platform. I will click on this sign in button and I'll continue with my existing Google account. After sign up, it will ask you to create an organization. So let's add the project name here, and you can also upload your logo. Then click on create organization. Then click on skip. After creating the account and organization on Inngest, just click on this link, see documentation. In the right side, you can see we have this link, see documentation. Let's open it and then click on this Node.js. And after that, you can see the steps to integrate Inngest in our project. So first we have to install the package. You can see the first step, npm install ingest. Just copy it and come to the VS Code, open the terminal. In this terminal, paste this command and install it. It is installing the package, and let's see the next step. So we can skip this second step and let's come to the third one. So we have to create the ingest client, right? So here we have to create a file called index.ts or js in the ingest folder. So we'll create a folder here. I'll just come back to the VS Code, and in the server folder, let's create a new folder and write the folder name ingest. And in this one, we'll create a file and write the file name index.js. And after that, let's see this document, and let's copy this one and paste it here. So you can see we have imported the ingest from the ingest package, and after that, here we are creating the ingest client using this new ingest and provided one ID. So let me replace this ID. You can add your own ID here, right? So I'll write my project title here, that is profile marketplace, like this. And after that, here we have the functions array. In this functions array, we will pass all the ingest functions that we will create in this project. Right now it is still installing the package, so just wait for this to be completed. So now you can see the package has been installed. Let me hide it. And after that, we have to add the ingest keys in our environment variable. So just open .env file, and here we'll add the keys. So I'll just come back here in the ingest dashboard and click on this key icon, and then click on this event key. Then let's click on this title. So here you will find the default ingest key, that is the event key, right? So we have to add it in the environment variable. So first, let me create one environment variable in our file. So I'll just come here and create one environment variable, ingest event key equal to, and here let's paste this key. Copy and paste it here. After that, we'll add one more environment variable, that is ingest sign in key equal to, and here we have to paste the sign in key. So click on this key icon again and click on sign in key and copy this one, then paste it here. So we have provided the sign in key and event key for ingest, right? And after that, come here in the index.js file where we can create the functions. So let's see the next step in the documentation. So here we have the documentation. You can see next we have to set up the ingest HTTP endpoint in our main file. For that, we have to import the ingest and the functions from this folder. So let's copy this import statement. And before that, we have to import this one also. So let's just copy both and come here in our server.js file, and let's paste this import statement, import serve from ingest/express, and then import ingest and functions from this file. So let's update this path. Here we'll add .ingest/index.js file. Provide this complete path with file name extension. And after that, let's see the next step. So we have to use this a statement to create the HTTP endpoint. Let me just copy this, and we will come back here in our main file, that is server.js file. And after creating this first route, here we will paste this statement app.use, and here we have added path /API/ingest, then serve, and provided the client and provided ingest that is already imported here, and then functions, it is also imported here. So we have created the HTTP endpoint for the ingest, and after that we can create the functions like this. You can see we have to use this ingest dot create function method. In this one we have to provide the ID and event, and then we can write our function that will get executed. So we have to create multiple functions using ingest, and using this ingest will manage the Clerk webhooks that will provide the user data. So whenever the user gets created, it will trigger one event and will get the event name from that Clerk, right? So let's come here in the Clerk dashboard and come to this webhooks and create endpoint, and here we'll click on this ingest. Then click on connect to ingest. It will open this window, and here you need to click on this button approve. Now it is connected, and after that scroll down. Then click on create. So we have successfully connected the Clerk webhooks with our ingest account. After that we have to see the list of events that we will receive from this Clerk webhooks. So just come to this event catalog. Here we will come to this user, and in this one you will get user.created, user.deleted, user.updated. So let's click here. You can see we have the user.created, and in this one you will get the data like this, where you will find the user ID, you will find the first name, then you will get the last name, right? And this is the event name, that is user.created. Similarly we will get user.deleted and updated. So, and using these ingest functions we will read the data from here and store the data in the Neon database. So to create the ingest function, let me just copy this one, and after that we will come back to the VS Code and open our ingest folder index.js file. And before this functions array, here let's create our function, and here we'll add the comment also. So I'll write the comment ingest function to save user data to a database, and after that let's add the function name. So I'll write const sync user creation equal to ingest. So here we have the ingest instance, then dot create function. Here we have to provide the ID. So let me write the ID here, that is sync user from Clerk. After that we have to add the event. So in this one let's add /clerk/user.created. This is the event, correct? After that here we have the asynchronous arrow function, and in this one we'll get the data in this parameter. So we will destructure the parameter. Here we'll get the event, remove this step, right? And from this event we will get all the data of user created. So let me just remove this, and first we will find the data. So I'll write const curly braces data equal to event. If I come to this Clerk, you can see we are getting the data property, right? That's why here we have added data from this event. Now after that let's add the comment called check if user already exists in the database, right? So here we'll add const user equal to await, and now we will use the Prisma. So let's add Prisma and import it from the configs folder. It has been imported. Here we'll add the file name extension also, prisma.js, and after that here we'll add dot user model, and then we'll add dot find first, and then we have to add one object, then provide where. In this where property we'll add the object and provide the ID, and the ID is data.id, right? And after that let's add the if statement. So let's add if user. So when the user is already available, then we'll add one comment here, that is update user data if it exists. So here we'll add await, then we'll add prisma.user.update, and in this update method let's add the where property and provide the ID, and the ID will be data.id, and then add the comma and provide the updated data here. So let's add the data, and here let's add the email. So I'll write email property, it will be data.email address is index 0 and find the first email address, right? And after that we'll add the name. So we will get the first name and last name. So let's concatenate it using this data.firstname and data.lastname. Then we will store the image property. So let's add the image, and we will store data.imageURL. So it will update the data in Neon database, and after that here let's add return. Now suppose the user is not available, right? So let's come here and write await prisma.userModel.create method, and in this create method we'll add the object and provide the data only. So in this data property let's provide these data. So let me just copy this, paste it here, and before that we'll add the ID. So the ID will be data.id. Add the comma here. So we have added the ID, email, name and image. So it will store a new data in the Neon database whenever the user gets created. Now after creating this function, we can export this function. So let me just copy this function name, sync user creation, and we will add it here in this array. So let's add it here. Now let's add one more function here, that is sync user deletion. So first we'll add the comment like this, ingest function to delete user from database. Now let me just copy this entire function and paste it here. So in this one let's update the name, it will be sync user deletion, and then we'll update the ID. So the ID is delete user with Clerk, and then we'll update the event. So the event is user.deleted, and here we'll get the data from this event. And after that let me remove this, and I'll remove this one also, and here we'll add const listing. So we will find if the user have some listings, right? So just add listings equal to await, and we will use prisma dot listing model dot find many, then add where property and just add the owner ID and provide the data dot ID. So if the particular user have some listings, right, then we'll get the listings in this variable. So similarly we will find the chats, just duplicate it, and here we'll add const chats equal to await prisma dot chat dot find many where, and here we'll add this one or, and provide the array, and here we have added the object owner user ID is data.id, and then chat user ID data.id. So if there is any chat, then here we'll get the chats in this variable, right? Now we'll find the transaction also. So let's just copy this one and paste it here. Here we'll add the variable name transactions. Then we'll add await prisma dot transactions model dot find many where user ID, right? Instead of this owner ID, we'll add the user ID, it will be data.id. Now let's add the if statement, and here we'll add listings.length equal to 0 and chats.length equal to 0 and transactions.length equal to 0. It means user does not have any listing, don't have any chat and don't have any transaction. Then only we can delete the user account. So simply add await prisma.user.delete method, and after that we'll add where and provide one object ID, and the ID is data.id. So it will delete the account, and then we'll add the else statement here, and in this one we'll add await, provide the prisma.listing.update many, right? So if user have some listings, right, so in this case we will not delete the account but we will disable the listing. So here we have added prisma.listing.update many and provide the object here and provide where property, and let's add owner ID equal to data.id, right? And for this one we will update the data, so just add the data property, and here let's add the status, and in this status let's set inactive, so the listing will get inactive, correct? So here we have created another function and export this function here. Just add comma and provide the function name sync user deletion. Now we'll add one more function here, that is update user data, right? So I'll just copy the first one. Here we have the first function. Let's copy and paste it here. Now let's update the comment first. So the comment is ingest function to update user data in database, and here we'll add the function name sync user updation. Then we'll add the ID here. So the ID is update user from Clerk. Then we will add the event name. So the event name is user dot updated, right? Then we'll add this arrow function, and here we'll get the data from the event, and then let's remove it and remove this one also. And here we'll simply add await prisma.user.update, right? And then we'll add where property. In this where we will provide the ID, and the ID is data.id. Then add comma, and after that we'll provide the data, right? And in this data we will simply provide the email, name and image. Then let's copy this function name and provide it here in this array. So we have created three functions that will store the user data in database, then it will delete the user data and update the user data. After that we have to sync our application with the Inngest dashboard. For that, first we have to deploy this application. But before deployment, we have to add the virtual JSON configuration also. For that, let's open the web browser and search for github.com/greatstackdev. Open this profile github.com/greatstackdev, then go to nodes, open this nodes repository, then go to virtual JSON config for MERN. Now in this one you will find the virtual JSON configuration for Express backend, and then we have the virtual JSON configuration for the front end where we have added React router, correct? So we have to create a file called virtual JSON. Just copy this file name and then open the VS Code. Now in this server folder, create a file called virtual.json in this server and come back here, copy this and then paste it here. So we have added the virtual JSON configuration in the backend. After that, let's add the file name in the front end also. So just copy this file name and in this client folder, create the same file virtual.json and in this one we will paste this one. This is a small script. Just copy and paste it here. Save the changes. So we have added the virtual JSON configuration in the client also and server also, right? After that, come here in the project folder, that is PERN, right? In this project folder, create a new file and write the file name .gitignore. In this one, we'll add node_modules. Here we'll add one file name .env. So it will ignore this folder and this file, right? And after that, just click on this icon, source control icon, and click on initialize repository. So here you will find total number of files 66. Here we'll add the message. First commit and click on commit button. Then click on publish branch. And here you need to write the repository name or project name and then choose the repository type. So I'll choose this one, private repository. Let's click here. So it is uploading the project on GitHub. So it is completed. Now let me open my GitHub profile. So in my GitHub profile, you will find I have this repository PERN. It is uploaded just now, correct? After that, we can deploy this project using Virtual. So let's open virtual.com, and here you need to create an account. Then go to dashboard and click on this button, add new, and choose new project. After that, you will find the repository name here. Just click on this import button in front of this repository name. Then we have to deploy the backend, right? So here we'll add PERN server, right? And after that, come to this root directory, then click on edit, and from here we will choose this server directory and click on continue. Then we have to add the environment variables also, so just expand it, and here we have to paste all the environment variables. So just come back to the VS Code, then open .env file from this server and copy all the environment variables from here and paste it here. Now here you can see we have the node env. So let's change it. I'll write production. After that, here we have the database URL, direct URL, Clerk, Inngest, right? Then click on deploy. So it is deploying the project. You can see the status here when you scroll it. After deployment, you will see this message, congratulations, server is live. So let's click on this button, continue to dashboard. Now you will find the domains. So let's click on this link. So this is the live link of our backend server. Here also you can see this message, server is live, right? Now this is the live link of our backend server that we will use to sync our application with Inngest. So just copy this one. Come to the Inngest dashboard, then click on app. Here you will find this button, sync new app, in the top right corner. Just click here. And after that, here you need to provide the URL. So in this app URL, let's provide this backend server link. And after that, here we have to add /API/Inngest. If I come back to the VS Code, in the server.js file, you can see we have created the HTTP endpoint /API/Inngest. So you need to add this path here, right? And after adding it, just click on this sync app. After sync, you will find all three functions here. You can see here we have functions 3, that is delete user with Clerk, sync user from Clerk, update user from Clerk, right? Now whenever a new account gets created, it will store the data in Neon database. So let's try it. I'll just come back here in the front end, and here we already have an account. So let me just delete this account. I'll just come here in the manage account, then go to security and click on delete. I'll write this text here and click on delete button. It will ask you to provide the OTP because it is a sensitive task. So let me provide the OTP to delete this account. After adding the OTP, the account has been deleted. And if I come here in the Inngest dashboard, go to runs. Here you can see one event is running, that is user.deleted, right? Now let's come here and create a new account. I'll click on this button. It will open the sign in form. Let's continue with Google. Let me choose my Gmail account and continue. So now we are creating a new account. And after creating the account, you can see the profile picture here, and here we have all the list items, right? Next, let's come here in the Inngest. Let me refresh it. And here you can see we have another runs, that is user.created, and it is completed. Let me expand it. You can see the status, it is finished. Now let me open the Neon database, and I'll open this user table, and in this one you can see here we have the user ID, then we have the user's email address, then name and profile image, right? We have the image URL. So whenever we are creating an account, then the user data is getting saved in the Neon database. So we have successfully added this functionality to store the user data in database using the Clerk webhooks and Inngest function. Now let me just come back to the VS Code and we'll add the functionality to create a new listing. To create the listing functionalities, we have to create the APIs, right? For that, we'll create a new folder in this server folder. So let's create a new folder and write the folder name controllers. Now in this controllers folder, we'll create the controller file. So let's add new file and write the file name listingcontroller.js. So we have added listing controller.js file. Now in this one, we'll add the controller function to add a new listing in the database. So let's add the comment here, controller for adding listing to database. Now let's create one asynchronous add function. So just add export const and the function name add listing and create the async add function. In the function parameter, we will get the request and response. Now here we have to add the try catch statement. In this try block, first we'll get the user ID, right? And we will get the user ID from the request. But in the request, we don't have the user ID. So we will get the user ID using the auth function. So here let's add const curly braces user ID equal to await. And then we'll add request dot auth. So this auth function is added using the Clerk. After getting the user ID, we have to count the total number of added list using this user ID. If user have already added the 5 listing, then we cannot add any other listing if they are in the free plan, and if they are in the premium plan, we can add the listing. So we have to check the plan also. For that, we have to create one middleware function, right? So here, let's create a folder in the server file or server folder. We'll create a new folder called middlewares, and here we'll create a file. So let's create a file in this middlewares folder and write the file name authmiddleware.js, right? And in this one, let's create one function called protect. So just add export const protect equal to async add function. And in this function parameter, we'll get the request, response and next function. After that, we'll add the try catch block here. And in this try block, we will get the data from the request, right? So here we'll get the user ID and we'll also get has property. So let's add const curly braces user ID has equal to await, then we will add the request.auth. So this request.auth is added using the Clerk. After that we'll add the if statement if not of user ID. Suppose this user ID is not available, so in this case we'll add return response.status for not one and then JSON and the message is unauthorized. Now suppose the user ID is available, so in this case let's add const and we'll check the plan. So just add const has premium plan equal to await. We will use the has method and we'll add curly braces, provide the plan that is premium. So if the plan is premium, then it will be true, right? So after that we'll add the request dot plan property equal to has premium plan question mark. So when it is true, then we'll add the plan name premium, and if it is false, then we'll add the plan name free, like this. So it will add the plan property in the request, and after that simply call the next function. So let's add return and provide the next function. So it will execute our controller function. Now just come to the catch block. So in this catch block we'll add the console log error and then we'll add the response. So just add response dot status for not one, then we'll add the JSON, and here we have added the message property, right? So we have added the function protect that will protect our route, and it will also add the plan property in the request. After that we will come back to the listing controller file, and here let's add the if statement. In this if statement we'll add the request dot plan. So when the request dot plan is not equal to premium, it means user is in the free plan. So in this case we will count the total number of listings. So just add const listing count equal to await, and let's add the Prisma. So let's add Prisma here and import it from the configs folder. It has been imported. Here we'll add the file name extension .js. Then we'll add Prisma dot listing dot count, and here let's add where, then provide the owner ID, and the owner ID is same as the user ID. So it will count the total number of listing using this user ID, and here we'll add the if statement. If this listing count is greater or equal to 5. So in this case we cannot add a new listing when we are in the free plan. So let's add the return and provide response dot status 400 and then JSON method and provide the message here. You have reached the free listing limit. Correct? Now after that, suppose user have the premium plan or this listing count is less than 5. So in this case we can add the listing in database, right? So let's come here and provide const and write account details equal to JSON.parse, and here we will get the data from the request dot body dot account details property, like this. Now all the details in this account details will be converted into a string, so we have to convert some data into floating number, right? So here let's add account details dot followers count equal to parse float, and in this one we will provide the account details dot followers count, like this. Now just duplicate it. Here we'll add account details dot engagement rate, and it will be parse float account details dot engagement rate. Now duplicate it. Here we'll add monthly views and monthly views. Now duplicate it. Then we'll add the price and price. So these data will be converted using the parse float. After that we have to convert some data in lowercase. So here we'll add same line again, we'll duplicate it, and here we'll add account details dot platform, that is the platform name. So here let's add the same thing, account details dot platform, and at the end we'll add dot to lowercase. Now duplicate it, here we'll add niche, and here also we'll add the account details dot niche to lowercase, so it will be converted in lowercase, right? After that here we'll add account details dot username dot starts with. So if the username starts with @ right, so we have to remove it, so just add question mark and provide account details dot username equal to account details dot username slice 1, so it will be removed, else we'll add colon and provide null. That's it. Now after that we have to get the files also, and we will get the files using the middleware that we'll create using Multer. So let's open this sidebar, and here you can see we have the configs folder. So in this configs folder we'll create a new file and write the file name multer.js. Right, now in this one let's import the Multer package. Import Multer from Multer, and after that we'll create one variable called a storage equal to uses Multer dot disk storage and provide the empty object, and after that here we'll create the variable called const upload equal to Multer, and in this Multer we have to provide the storage that we have created here. So it will handle the multi-part form data, and if there is some images then it will add it in the separate property. So let's add the export, and we will export the upload function from here. So it will be added as middleware that will handle the multi-part form data, and it will add the images in the files property, right? So I'll just come here in the listing controller file, and in this one now we have to handle the images. So we will upload the images on cloud storage. So first let's add const upload images equal to request dot files. So in the request the Multer middleware will add the files property, and in this files property we will get all the images, right? Because we can upload multiple images while uploading a listing. So here we'll add the map method. So in this one we will get multiple images in the files property. After that in this map method let's add the arrow function like this, and in this function parameter we will get the individual image file. So here we have added the file. So now we have individual files that we can upload online. To store our images on cloud storage, we are going to use ImageKit. ImageKit will help us to store our images online. It also provides image transformation feature that will optimize the image quality, size and image format. Let's see the pricing page. So here you can see we have the forever free plan. So in this forever free plan, you can see we will get 20 GB of bandwidth, 3 GB of storage, 500 video units, that is the monthly limit, right? And here we have lots of feature. You can see all the details of this forever free plan. In this one you will get the AI features also, like you can see image background removal, then we have the image generation using the text prompt, right? So just click on the link given in the description and sign up for the forever free plan. So let me just log in with my existing account. I'll log in with my Google account here. After login, scroll down in the left sidebar, and here you will find the developer options, and in this one you will find the standard keys where you can see public key and private key. So we need this private key. We will add it in the environment variable, right? So let's just come back here in the VS Code and open our environment variable file, that is .env file. And here we'll create one new environment variable. So I'll write ImageKit private key. You can see we have added ImageKit underscore private key. And here let's provide the key. So I'll just come back here and copy it. I'll click on this reveal icon and you need to confirm the password. Then copy the key and paste it here. So we have provided the ImageKit private key. After that, let me just come here and open the ImageKit website. Then go to docs. On this documentation page, you will find this Node.js. Just click here. So it will open this GitHub repository. And here we have the steps to use ImageKit in our Node.js project. So you can see the first step is to install this package. Just copy this one and come back to the VS Code. Now let's open the terminal. You can see we are in the server folder, right? And here we'll add Ctrl+C to stop the project and paste this command npm install at imagekit/node.js. Press enter. So it will install this package. And after that again start the project using npm run server. So now the project is running. Let's hide this terminal. After that, see the next step. So we have to create this configuration where we will import the ImageKit, and after that we'll create the client using this new ImageKit, and in this one we have to provide the private key and import the private key from the env file. So let me just copy this one, and after that we'll come back here in the VS Code and let's create one file in this configs folder. We will write the file name imagekit.js. And let's paste the code here. So here we have imported ImageKit from the imagekit/node.js, and after that here we have created the client. So let me rename it. We'll add const ImageKit equal to new ImageKit, and here we have added the private key, and it will be process.env and provided the environment variable name ImageKit underscore private underscore key. And we can also write it like this: process.env dot ImageKit private key, like this. Remove this comment, and after that we have to export it from this file. So let's add export default and provide the ImageKit so that we can use it in any other file. Now let me just come back to the image controller, and here we have to upload the images one by one. So let's see the next step. So here we have to use this client.files.upload method, right? So let me just copy this one and paste it here. So instead of this client, here we have used ImageKit, right? So instead of this client, let's add ImageKit and import the ImageKit from the configs folder. Just click here and you can see it has been imported here from the configs folder imagekit.js file, right? And after that, let's come here. Now here you can see we have used the await. So in this function we have to add the async keyword. So let's add async, and then we'll create this arrow function with file in this parameter, right? Now let's align it. So here we have the const response equal to await ImageKit files.upload, then the file. So file will be fs. So in this file we have added fs.createReadStream. So this fs is file system. So let's import it. We'll add fs. We are not getting the suggestion, so let's import it manually. Here we'll add import fs from fs. We have to import the file system, and after that let's come here. We have added create read a stream, and in this one we have to provide our file from this parameter. So let's add the file dot path, like this, and after that here we'll add the file name. So we will make the file name unique. So let's add the backticks here, and provide $ curly braces and date dot now. So it will provide the unique timestamp, and after that we'll add dot png, that is the file name extension. So we have added the unique name for the file, and after that here we'll add the transformation also. So let's add the transform property, and in this one let's add curly braces, provide the pre, and then in this pre property we will set the width. So I'll set the width 1280, and after that we'll add comma and set the height. So let's add the height auto. So we have added the transformation also, and after that from this response we will get the URL property that we will return from this function. So let's add return response dot URL. Now here you can see we are getting this red line because we have missed the arrow sign here. We have created async and created the function, but here we have to add the arrow sign like this. Now it is the arrow function, and here we have the response after uploading the image. Now we will upload the image in a separate folder. So here we'll add the space and write the folder name also. So let's add the new property folder, and let me add the folder name, that is PERN, or we can write like this, PERN, and then we'll add comma. Now here we have the response URL, and it will be added in the uploaded images, right? So after that let's come here, and here we'll add comment, that is wait for all uploads to complete, and then we'll add const images equal to await, and then use promise dot all and provide this upload images. So after uploading all the images we will get the all URLs in this images array, right? And after that we can upload our data in the database. So here we'll add const listing equal to await, and then we'll add the prisma dot listing model dot create method, and in this one we have to add the object. So first we'll add the data property and write the values here in this object. So we'll add the owner ID. So the owner ID will be user ID. Then we have to add the images array, and then we'll add a spread operator and account details. So this data will be added in the database, and after that we have to send the response also. So let's add return response.status, and the status is 201, then JSON, and provided the message account listed successfully, and after that we will also return the listing. So here we have added this listing in the response. Now come to this catch block. In this catch block we'll add console log and provide the error, and then we'll add the response also. So just add response.status 500, and then we have added the JSON method and provided the error message. So here we have added the controller function add listing. Using that we will add the listing data in the database, and the images will be stored in the ImageKit storage. After that let's add another controller function. So let's add the comment first. I'll write controller for getting all public listings, right? So let's add a new function here. I'll write const get all public listing equal to async arrow function and get the request and response in the parameter. Then we'll add the try catch block. In this catch block just copy this statement, right? Now come to this try block, and here we will get the listings from the database. So just add const listings equal to await, and then we will use the prisma dot listing model dot find many, and in this one we'll add the where property and then provide a status active. So when the status is active, then only it will be displayed for public users. Then we'll add include owner true. Then we'll add order by and provide created at descending. so the latest listing will be displayed at the top. Now after that, let's add the if statement, and here we'll add not of listing. Suppose we could not find any listing, or listings dot length is 0. So in this case, we will simply add return and provide response JSON and listings property with empty array. Correct? Now suppose we have the listings data, right? So in this case, again add this response. So just add return response dot JSON, and here we'll add the curly braces listings. So we have created the controller function to get all the public listings, right? Then we'll add another controller function. So first we'll add the comment here, that is controller for getting all user listings. So we'll get the listing details for the particular user, right? So let's add one function, export const get all user listings equal to async arrow function, and the function parameter is request and response. After that, we'll add the try catch statement and copy this one in the catch block. Now in this try block, first we need the user ID. So again we'll get the user ID from the request auth. So just add const user ID equal to await request.auth method. Then we'll add the comment here, get all listings except deleted, right? So here we'll add const listings equal to await, and then we will use the prisma dot listing model dot find many and provide the object here. Then we'll add the where. In this where, let's add the owner ID. So the owner ID is user ID, and after that we have to add the status. So let's add the status property and status not deleted, right? Then we'll add comma, and here we have to order these lists. So just add order by created at descending. That's it. So now we have the listings. After that, we'll add const user and user equal to await, then provide the prisma dot user model dot find unique, and here we have to provide where, and then add the ID. So the ID is user ID. So here we have the listings, then we have the user data, and after that we'll find the balance also. So let's add const balance equal to object, and here we'll add earned. It will be this user dot earned. Then we'll add withdrawn property. So the withdrawn property will be user dot withdrawn. Then we'll add available. So the available will be user dot earned minus user dot withdrawn, right? Now after that, let's add the if statement, and in this one we'll add not of listings or listing length is 0. So in this case, let's add the return, and after that we'll add the response.json. Listings will be empty array and provided the balance. Now suppose the listings is available, then we'll add this return statement here, and here we'll add response.json and provide the listings like this, and then provide the balance also. So we have completed this function that will return the listings of particular user. Now we'll create another controller function here. So let's add the comment controller for updating listings in database. So we can also update the listing in the database. For that we have created the controller function here. So we have added this function called update listing, and it is the async arrow function with request and response in the parameter. After that we'll add the try catch block, and in the catch block we'll paste this statement. Now come to the try block, and here first we need the user ID. So again we'll get the user ID from the request.auth method, and after that we need the account details from the request body. So let's add const account details equal to json dot parse, and here we provide the request.body.account details. Now we have the account details. After that, let's check if the request.files.length plus accounts.images.length is greater than 5. Then we'll add the return statement. So in this return, we will add the response, then a status 400, and provided this message, you can only upload up to 5 images, right? Now suppose the image length is not greater than 5. So in this case, we will convert other data in floating number, right? So let me just copy it from here. In the first function, we have added it. Let me just copy this one. And after that, let's come here. So here you can see we have added account details, followers count, then engagement rate, then monthly views, then price, platform, niche, then account details, username, right? And after that, let's update the listing data in database. So just add const listing equal to await and provide the prisma dot listing model or table. Then we'll add dot update method. In this update method, first we'll add the where property, and in this where property we will add the ID. So the ID will be account details dot ID, and with that we'll add the owner ID, and the owner ID will be user ID, right? Then add comma and then provide the data that will be updated, right? So in this data, simply add the account details. That's it. So it will update the data, and after that we'll add the if statement not of listing. So if we don't have any updated data, right, then we'll return the response here like this. Response, a status 404, and the message is listing not found, right? Now after that we'll add another if statement. If listing dot a status is equal to sold. So if the listing is already sold and we are updating it, then we'll return this message. Return response dot a status 400, and the message is you can't update sold listing, right? Now let's add another if statement. If request.files.length is greater than 0. So in this case, we have to upload the images also. So I'll just come here and copy this function for uploading the images. Here we have this function, upload images, right? So let's copy this one. I'll copy this and this one also. And let's come here and paste it in this if statement. So first you can see we have created this function, upload images, request.files.map, and async add a function with individual file. Then we have added const response equal to await imagekit.files.upload. Then we have the file. So the file is fs.create_read_stream and file.path. Then we have the file name, that is the unique name, and folder name and transformation, correct? And after that it will return the response.url. So it will return the uploaded image URL, and after that it will upload all images one by one and will get the images in this images array, correct? After that we have to update this images in the database. So here let's add const listing equal to await prisma dot listing property dot update, and here we'll add the where property. In this where property again we'll add the ID and owner ID like this, and then we'll add the data. In this data property, let's add the owner ID. It will be user ID, and then let's add the account details. Then we will add the images, and in this images property let's add the array and use the account details dot existing images. Then we'll add the comma, a spread operator and images like this. After that we have to add the return statement. So here let's add return response.json and the message is account updated successfully, and with that we'll also return the updated listing. And after that here we'll add another return statement. So just copy this one, and here we have added account updated successfully and then updated listing. So it will return this statement when the image is available, and if the image is not available, this return statement will be executed, right? And after that we have completed this function also. Now we'll create another function that will toggle the status, right? So here let's add another function. All right, export const toggle status equal to async arrow function, and after that we'll add the try catch statement, and in the catch block we'll copy this code. Now come to the try block, and here we'll get the ID from the request params. So let's add curly braces ID equal to request dot params, because we have to update the status of particular listing. Here we'll add const curly braces ID. Now after getting the ID we will get the user ID also. So just add const user ID equal to await request dot auth. So this is the user ID and this is the ID for the listing, right? Now after that we have to find the listing. So let's add const listing equal to await prisma dot listing model dot find unique, and in this one we'll add the where property and provide the ID. So the ID is this one, and after that we will add the owner ID also. So the owner ID is user ID. After that let's add the if statement. If not of listing, if we could not find this listing, so in this case we'll add return statement return response dot status for not for, and the message is listing not found. Suppose the listing is available, then we'll change the status. So let's add the if statement here, and in this one we'll add listing dot status equal to active or listing dot status equal to inactive, right? So in this case let's add await prisma dot listing dot update method, and after that we'll add where, then add the same thing ID and owner ID, and then we'll add the data. In this data property we'll add object and provide the status. So let's add the status, and the status will be this listing dot status equal to active. So if it is true, in this case we'll add inactive, so it will change the status to inactive, else it will change the status to active. We have added the ternary operator like this, so it will update the status. And after that here let's add the else if. In this one let's add listing dot status equal to ban, right? So in this case simply add the return statement, and in this return we will add response dot status, and the message is your listing is banned. After that we'll add else if again, and in this else if we will add listing dot status equal to sold. So in this case let's add the return statement, and the message is your listing is sold, right? Now after that here we'll add another return statement. So let's add return response, and the message is listing status updated successfully, and with that we'll also return this listing. So we have created the controller function. Using that we can update the status of our listing. After that, we'll add another controller function. Using that, we can delete the listing. So let's add a new function here. I'll write export const delete user listing equal to async arrow function with the request and response in the parameter. Then we'll add try catch block, and in this catch block we'll paste this statement. Now come to the try block, and here we'll get the user ID from request auth, and after that we'll get the listing ID as we got the listing ID here, right? So let's add it here, and here let me update the name. We'll write listing ID from request.params, right? And after that we have to find this listing, so just add const listing equal to await, and here we will use the prisma.listing, and after that let's add dot find first. In this one we'll add where. In this where, let's add the ID, so the ID is listing ID. Then we'll add the owner ID, so the owner ID is user ID. After that we'll add include, so here we'll add the owner true, so it will add the details of the owner also, right? After that, here let's add the if statement, like if listing is not available, so just add if not of listing, then return response.status for not for listing not found. Now let's add another if statement, and here we'll add if listing.status equal to sold, right? So in this case we'll add response.status 400 sold listing cannot be deleted, right? So if it is not sold and we have the listing, in this case we can delete it, right? But here we'll add comment. Let's add if password has been changed, right? Then we'll add send the new password to owner. So for that, let's add if statement and write listing dot is credential changed, right? So in this case we have to send the new credential to the owner, right? For that we'll create the ingest function later. So for now let me add the comment send email to owner, correct? After that let's come here, and here we'll add await, then prisma dot listing dot update, and after that here we'll add where property. In this where property we will add the ID, so the ID is listing ID, and after that we'll add the comma and provide the data. So let's add the data a status deleted. So we will simply change the status to deleted. We will not delete the data, right? We will simply change the status to deleted using this update method, and after that we'll add the return statement. So just add return response.json and provide the message listing deleted successfully, and after that we have completed this function also, delete user listing, right? Now we'll add the another function. Using that we can add the credential in our listing. So here let's add export const add credential and create the async arrow function, then add the try catch statement and copy the statement from here, paste it in the catch block. Now let's get the user ID from the request auth method, and after that we'll get the data from the body. So let's add const curly braces listing ID and credential equal to request dot body, right? After that we'll add the if statement if credentials dot length is 0 or this listing ID is not available. So just add not of listing ID. So in this case we will add return statement. So just add return response dot status 400, and then we will add JSON message is missing fields, right? Let me update it. Here we'll add credential like this, credential dot length. Now suppose the length is greater than 0 and we have the listing ID also, then we'll add const listing equal to await, and we have to find this listing. So just add prisma dot listing model dot find first. Then we'll add the where property and provide the ID. So the ID is listing ID and the owner ID is user ID. After that, let's add the if statement if this listing is not available. So just add if not of listing, then return the response using this status for not for, and the message is listing not found or you are not the owner. After that, let's add await, and here let's add the prisma dot credential model, then we'll add dot create, right? And in this one we have to add data, and in this data let's add the listing ID, and after that we'll add the original credential, and in this original credential we'll add the credential that we are receiving from the body. That's it. After that, here we'll add await and provide the prisma dot listing dot update, and then we'll add this where property and we'll find the listing using the ID. So the ID is listing ID, and after that we'll add the data, and in this data let's add is credential submitted, and let's make it true. So we will update this property, and after that we will send the response here. So just add return response.json and provide the message that is credential added successfully. So we have added the controller function. Using that we can submit the credential for the particular listing. Now we will add another controller function. Using that we can mark our listing as featured. So let's add the new controller function export const mark featured equal to async arrow function with the request and response in the parameter. Then add the try catch block. In the catch block we'll paste this code. In this try block, first we need the listing ID, so we will get it from the request params. So just add const curly braces ID equal to request.params, and after that we need the user ID. So let's get the user ID from the await request.auth method. After that we will check for the plan. So here let's add if request.plan is not equal to premium. So in this case we will add the return a statement. So just add return response status 400 and the message is premium plan required, right? So you need to have the premium plan to mark the listing as featured, right? So when we mark any listing featured, then the other listing will become regular listing, right? So first we'll unset all the listings. So just add the comment here, unset all other featured listings. So let's add await prisma dot listing dot update many. In this one we have to add where property, where we'll add the owner ID is equal to user ID, and then we'll add the data. So in this data we will set the featured property false, right? Now we have to update the featured property in the particular listing, right? So let's add the comment here, mark the listing as featured for the particular one, right? So here let's copy this one and paste it here. We will add prisma.listing.update, right? And here we'll add the where property, where we'll add the ID. So this is the listing ID, and for this listing ID we will change the featured property true. That's it. And after that we'll send the response. So here we'll add return response.json and then provide the message called listing marked as featured. That's it. So we have created this controller function. Using that we can mark the listing as featured when we have the premium plan. Now let's create another controller function here. So I'll write const get all user orders. So here we'll get the all orders of the particular user. So we'll add the try catch block, and in this catch block we'll copy this statement, and in this try block first we need the user ID from the request auth. So here we have the user ID. After that we have to find the orders in the orders or transaction table, right? So just add let orders equal to await prisma dot transaction table. Then we'll add dot find many, and here we have to add the where property, and in this where property we'll add the user ID, and the user ID will be this one. And after that we'll add the is paid property also. So if the is paid property is true, then we will display it in the orders. After that we'll add include, and in this include property we'll add the listing true, so it will insert the listing data also, right? After that we'll add the if statement, and here we'll add not of orders or the order length is 0, right? So in this case we'll add return and response.json and provide the orders empty array, right? Now after that we'll add the comment here, attach the credentials to each order. So we'll attach the credential also in the order page. So here we'll add const credentials equal to await, and here we'll use the prisma dot credential table dot find many, right? And after that we'll add the where property. In this where property we'll add the listing ID, and in this listing ID property let's add in and provide the orders dot map, and after that we'll add the arrow function for individual orders. So just add the order here, and then it will return the order dot listing ID, right? After that here let's add const orders with credentials equal to, we will use the orders dot map method, then we'll add the individual order in this parameter. So let's add the individual order here, and in this one we have to insert the credentials. So let's add const credential equal to this credentials dot find, and in this one let's add the arrow function and provide the individual credential, and then let's add credential dot listing ID equal to order dot listing ID, right? And after that we'll add the return statement, and it will return the object where we'll add orders or order, then we'll add credential. That's it. And after that we can return this orders with credentials. So let's add the return statement here, return response.json, and the orders will be orders with credentials. That's it. So we have created the controller function to get the order data of individual user, right? Now we'll add the next controller function. So just add export const, and the function name is withdraw amount equal to async arrow function, and here we have added request and response in the parameter. Then we'll add the try catch statement, and in this catch block let's copy this statement, and in this try block first we'll get the user ID from request auth, and after that we'll get the amount and account details from the request body. So just add const account and amount from request.body so that we can withdraw the amount in this particular account. After that here we'll add const user. So we have to find the user equal to await, and then we'll add prisma dot user dot find unique, and we have to find the user here. So just add the where property and provide the ID, and the ID will be user ID, so it will find the user. And after that we'll add const, let's add balance. So the balance will be this user dot earned, that is the total earning, minus user dot withdrawn. So this is the current balance. After that we'll add the if statement. If the requested amount is greater than the available balance, like this. So in this case, we'll add the return statement, return response status 400, and the message is insufficient balance. Correct? Now suppose this amount is less than this balance, then we can withdraw it, right? So let's add const withdrawal equal to await. Then we'll add Prisma dot withdrawal dot create, and after that here we will add the data. So let's add the data property and create the object. In this one we have to provide the user ID who has requested the withdrawal, then we'll add the amount, then we'll add the account. That's it. So it will create a new data in the withdrawal table, right? And after that here we will add await Prisma dot user table dot update method. We have to update the user, right? So just add the where, and let's add the ID is user ID, and then we'll add the data property here, and in this data we'll add the withdrawn, and it will be increment amount. So it will find the withdrawn property in the user and it will increment the value with this amount. And after that we can return the response here. So let's add return response.json and provide the message applied for withdrawal, and we'll also provide this withdrawal in the response. So we have created the controller function to withdraw the amount. After creating this controller function for amount withdrawal, now we'll create another controller function. So here let's write export const purchase account. So here we have created one controller function called purchase account, and it will be async arrow function with the request and response in the parameter. So we have just created this function, we have not added the functionality here. We will complete this function after we link these functions with our front end, right? So now let me create the APIs using these controller function. For that we have to create different routes. So let's open this sidebar, and in this server folder we will create a routes folder. So create a new folder here, routes, and in this one we will create a file called listing route or listing routes.js. So create a new file, listing routes.js file. In this one we'll create all the APIs, right? So here first we'll create the router using the express package. So let's add import express from the express package, and after that using this express we'll create the listing router. So just add const listing router equal to express dot router, correct? And after that we have to export this listing router from this file. So just add export default and listing router. Now here before this export let's create different path, or we'll create different route. So let's add it here. In this one we'll add dot post method, and here we have to add the path, that is slash. Then we have to add the add listing controller function. Let me replace it. We will add listing, and you can see we are getting this suggestion, import this add listing from the controllers folder, listing controller.js file. Just add the file name extension .js, like this. Now here we have added the add listing. Now in this one we have to add the middleware, that is protect. So let's add the protect middleware and import it from the middleware folder. You can see protect middleware has been imported from middleware/auth middleware.js file, and here we'll add the comma. Now for adding the listing we have to upload the images also, and for handling the image upload we have to use the upload function created using multer, right? So here we'll add the comma again, and after that let's provide upload and import this upload from the configs folder multer file. You can see upload has been imported. Now in this upload let's add dot array and provide the field name. So the field name will be images, and we can upload up to 5 images, so just add comma 5. So we have added the first route. Using that we can add a new listing. Now just duplicate it. Here we will change the type. Let's add put. The path will be same, the type is different, post and put. So using this route we will update the listing. So in this one, let's remove this controller function and add the new one, that is update listing, and the update listing has been imported here. Now let's duplicate it. Here we will add the path /public, and then we'll add the type get. Using this we'll get the all public listings, right? So here we'll add the controller function, alright, get all public listing. Now just duplicate it. In the next one we'll add the type get, and the path will be /user, so it will return the particular user listing. So here we'll add protect middleware, then we'll add comma get all user listing. Now duplicate it, and here we have to add the path, that will be :id /status, and let's change the type, it will be put. So using this we will toggle the status, right? So we have added the type put, and then we have added the listing ID and a status, and then protect middleware, and we'll add the controller function toggle status. Now again duplicate it. In this one we'll add the type delete. Here we'll add delete, then we'll add colon and provide the listing ID. So we have to provide the listing ID in the params, right? And then we'll add the protect middleware and use the controller function delete user listing. Now just duplicate it, and here we'll add the type post. We have added the type post, and here we have to add the path called add credentials, like this, and then we'll add protect and then provide add credential controller function. After that let's duplicate it, and here we'll add the type put. So I'll change it listing router dot put and provide the path here, that is featured, and then provide /:id. So we have added the path featured and then /:id, that will be the listing ID. Here we have added protect, and then we'll add the controller function mark featured. Now duplicate it, and here we'll add the type get, and here we'll add the user order path. So the route path is user order, and here we'll add the function get all user orders. Now just duplicate it, and here we'll add the next path. So we'll write /withdraw, and here we'll add protect middleware, then we'll add the type post, correct, and then we'll add the controller function withdraw amount, right? Now let's duplicate it, and here we'll add the next path, that is purchase account, right? And after that we'll add /: and provide the listing ID also, like this, and then we'll add the protect middleware, and here we'll add the controller function purchase account. We have not completed this purchase account function, but we have created the route for this, correct? Now after that we have to link this listing router in our main file, that is server.js file. So let's open server.js, and here after this ingest route, let's add other routes. So we'll add app.use and provide the path. So the path will be /API/listing. Then we'll add comma and provide the listing router. You can see the listing router has been imported from the routes folder /listingroutes.js file. So we have created the APIs for all the listing feature. Now we will create the APIs for the chat feature. For that, first we have to create the controller function, right? So let's create a new controller file in this controller folder. Let's create a file called chatcontroller.js, right? Now in this one, let's create the first function. So we'll add the comment here, controller for getting chat, right? And if the chat is not available, then we'll create it, correct? So let's add const get chat, and it will be async arrow function. And after that, we'll add the try catch statement, right? Now in the catch block, we'll add the same code, that is console log and response is 500. In the JSON method, we have added the error message, right? Now come to the try block. Now in this try block, first we need the user ID from the request. So let's add const user ID equal to await request.auth. After that, we need the listing ID and chat ID from the body. So I'll write const curly braces listing ID and chat ID, and let's get it from the request.body. After that, here we'll find this listing in the database. So I'll write const listing equal to await, and then we'll use the Prisma and import the Prisma from the configs folder. And here we'll add the file name extension .js, that is prisma.js. Now after that, here we'll add the listing table, and then we'll add find unique. And here we'll add the where property, and then we'll add the ID, and the ID will be listing ID. So after that, we'll add the if statement and provide if not of listing. So when we could not find the listing, then we'll add the return response.status for not for, and the message is listing not found. Now suppose the listing is available, right? Then we'll find the existing chat. So let me write the comment here, find existing chat. So I'll write let existing chat equal to null, and then we'll add if statement if chat ID. If we are getting the chat ID from the body, then we'll add the existing chat equal to await prisma dot chat table dot find first, and then we'll add where property, and here we'll add the ID. So the ID is chat ID. Then we'll add comma or. In this or, we'll add the array and provide curly braces chat user ID equal to user ID, comma, and provide the owner user ID is user ID, like this. After that, we'll add includes. So in this include property, we'll add curly braces and provide listing true. So it will insert the listing data. After that, we'll add owner user, and let's make it true. Then we'll add chat user, make it true, and after that we'll add the messages and make it true. That's it. Now if the chat ID is not available, so here we'll add the else statement. So let's add else, and here let's add existing chat equal to await. Then we'll add the prisma dot chat dot find first. Now in this one, we'll add the where property, and here let's provide the listing ID. In this one, you can see we have added the ID, that is the chat ID, right? And after that, here we'll add listing ID, and after this listing ID, let's add the chat user ID. It will be user ID. Then we'll add comma and provide the owner user ID. It will be listing dot owner ID. Then add comma here, and then we'll add the include property. In this include property, let me just copy this one and paste it here. So we will include the listing, then owner user, chat user, and messages, right? Now let's come here, we'll add the if statement. If existing chat is true, right? So here we'll add response.json and provide chat, and the chat will be existing chat, correct? Now after that we'll add the if statement, and let's add existing chat dot is last message read equal to false. So in this case we'll add the const last message equal to existing chat dot messages, and here we'll add the existing chat dot messages dot length -1, and after that let's add const is last message sent by me equal to last message dot sender id equal to user id, right? Now here we'll add the if statement, if not of last message sent by me. So in this case we'll add await and provide prisma dot chat dot update, and here we'll add the where property, and in this where property we'll add the id. So the id will be existing chat dot id, and then we'll add the data. So the data will be is last message read and make it true, right? And after that here we'll add return. So let's add return null, correct? Now suppose the existing chat is not available, so we'll create a new chat. So here we'll add const new chat equal to await, then we'll add the prisma dot chat table or model dot create method, and here we'll add the data property. In this data property we'll add the object, and in this one we'll add the listing id. After that we'll add the chat user id, it will be user id, and after that we'll add the owner user id, it will be listing dot owner id, correct? And after that here we'll add const chat with data, right? It means we have to add the listing also and owner details and user detail. So just add const chat with data equal to await prisma dot chat dot find unique. Then we'll add the where property. In this where simply add id, and the id will be new chat dot id. After that let's add include property. In this include let's add curly braces and provide listing true, it will add the listing data. Then we'll add owner user true, then we'll add chat user true. That's it, and after that we can send the response. So just add return response.json, and in this one we will return the chat property, it will be chat with data. That's it. So we have created the controller function. Using that we can get the chat or we can create the chat. Now we'll create the next controller function. First we will add one comment here, that is controller for getting all chats for user. So we'll get the all chats list for a user, right? And here let's add the function. So I'll write export const get all user chats, and it will be async arrow function with the request and response in the parameter. And then we'll add the try catch statement, and in this catch block we will paste this statement, and in this try block let's get the user ID from the request.auth, and after that we'll find the chats from the database. So let's add const chats equal to await, and then we'll add the prisma dot chat dot find many, and in this one let's add where and provide the object. Then we'll add or then one array, and in this array let's add the first object that contains chat user ID is user ID. Then we'll add comma and provide owner user ID is user ID, right? And after that let's add comma here and then provide the include property. In this include property we'll add the object and provide listing owner user and chat user and make it true. Then add comma and here we'll add order by. In this order by let's add updated at descending, like this. So here we'll get the chats. After that let's add the if statement. Let's add if not of chats or chat dot length is 0, like this. And in this case let's add the return statement, and in this return we'll add response.json and provide the chats property. It will be empty array, and if we have some chats here, in this case we'll add return response.json and provide the chats. That's it. So we have created the controller function to give the chat list of particular user. Now we'll create the next controller function. For that let's add the comment here, that is controller for adding messages to chat. So we'll add the controller function so that we can send the messages in the chat. So we have added export const send chat message equal to async arrow function. In this one we'll add try catch block, and in the catch block we will paste this line. In the catch block we'll paste this line and come to the try block. In the try block first we need the user ID from the request.auth. After that we need the chat ID and message from the body. So just add const chat ID and message from the request.body. After that we'll add the const chat equal to await, and let's add prisma dot chat dot find first. In this one let's add where and provide this one, that is ID is chat ID, and then we'll add comma, or we have to add it in curly braces. Then we'll add or, and here we'll add the array, and in this array let's add the same thing, that is chat user ID is user ID, owner user ID is user ID, like this. And after that here we have to add the next property, that is include. So here we have the where, so let's wrap it in curly braces. We will add the curly braces here in the where, and here we'll add the and, like this. And let's move it here, right? And after that we'll add the comma here and provide the include. In this include let's provide listing, make it true, then provide the owner user and chat user and make it true. After that let's add the if statement where we'll check if we have the chat, right? So if the not of chat, then we'll add return a statement. If we could not find the chat, we'll add chat not found, right? Else let's add the else if, and here we'll add chat.listing.status is not equal to active. So in this case let's add the return statement, and in this return statement we will provide a status 400, then JSON, and the message is listing is a status like inactive, listing is deleted, listing is banned, right? After that suppose the chat is available and the status is active. So in this case here we'll add const create the new message equal to one object, and here we'll add the message that we are getting from the body. So let me add the message here. Then we'll add the sender ID. So just add sender underscore ID. It will be user ID. Then we'll add the chat ID. And after that we'll add created add property. And in this created add property, let's store new date. Right? After that we have to add this in the database. So I'll write await prisma dot message dot create, and here let's add the data. In this data we will store the new message, right? And after that we can send the response. So just add response.json and provide the message property, message sent, and it will return the new message also, correct? And after that we have to update the chat in the database. So just add await prisma dot chat table dot update method, and here let's add the where. In this where we will add the ID, it will be chat ID. Then add comma and provide the data. In this data let's add the last message property, and in this last message let's set new message dot message. After that we'll add is last message read and make it false. And after that we'll add comma and provide last message sender ID, and it will be user ID. After that we have already written the statement in the catch block. So here we have created the controller function. Using that we can send a new message in the chat. Now we'll create the APIs for these controller function for the chat functionality, right? So here we have already created the routes folder. In this routes folder create a new file, that is chatroutes.js. Now in this one we have to create a new router using the express package. So let's import express from the express package, and after that let's add const chat router equal to express dot router, and after that we have to export it from this file. So just add export default chat router, and before exporting it we'll define different routes. So just add this chat route or chat router dot post method. In this one we'll add the path, it will be slash, and then we'll add the middleware protect, import it from the middleware. It has been imported here, right? Just add the file name extension .js auth middleware.js. Then we'll add the controller function, that is get chat. Get chat controller function has been imported here from the chat controller.js file. Now just duplicate it, and here we'll add the path slash user. So it will return the list of users chat. So we'll add protect, and then we'll add the controller function get all user chats. So get all user chats has been imported from the chat controller. Now just duplicate it. Here we have to update the type, it will be get. So in the second one we have added type get, and in the last one we'll add the type post, and the path will be send message, like this. And after that we'll add the product middleware, and here we'll add the controller function, that is send chat message. So send chat message has been imported. Next we have to link this chat router with our main file, that is server.js. So just open server.js file and let's duplicate this line. In this one we'll add the path slash API slash chat, and after that here we'll add the chat router. So let's add chat router and import it. You can see the chat router has been imported from the routes folder chatroutes.js file. So we have created the APIs for the chat functionality also. Next, let's link this listing and chat APIs with our front end that is available in this client folder. So let's close all these files. I'll right click here and select close saved. And let me just click on this server folder to fold it, and then we'll open the client folder. And here you can see we have .env file, and in this one we have to add the backend URL, right? So let's add the environment variable here, wheat underscore base URL equal to, and here let's provide the URL. So I'll write localhost colon 3000. So our backend is running at this URL. So we have added the backend URL in the client project, right? After getting the backend URL in our client project, now we can make the API call using this backend URL. But for that we need one package also, that is Axios. So let's open the terminal, and you can see this is the backend terminal, right? So let me switch to frontend terminal, that is the client. Here the frontend is running, you can see the path flipEarn/client. Now in this one, let's add Ctrl+C to stop the project, and here we'll add npm install Axios and install this package. After installation, again start the project using npm run dev. Press enter. So you can see the project is running on localhost 5173. Now we can hide it. After that, let's come here in the client folder. In this client folder, you will find the src folder. And in this src folder, we'll create a new folder and write the folder name config. Or let's add configs. Now in this configs folder, let's create a file. So I'll create a new file and write the file name axios.js. Now in this one, let's import the Axios from the Axios package, and after that we'll add const API equal to axios.create, and after that here we'll add the base URL, and in this base URL we will import the URL available in the environment variable. So just add import.meta.env then add the environment variable name, that is wheat base URL. And if it is not available, then let me just provide this one, localhost colon 3000. So we have added the base URL, and after that we have to export this API from this file. So let's add export default API. Now using this API, we can make the API call. We can simply provide the remaining path except this base URL, correct? After that we have to add the functionality of listing. So let's open the app folder. In this app folder we have added the states, right? So here we have the features folder where you can see listing slice.js file. So in this one we have to initialize the listings and user listings. You can see we have added the dummy data, right, in the initial state. So let me reset it. In this one, I'll provide listing empty array, and in this user listing also we'll add empty array like this. Remove this import statement, that is importing the dummy listings, correct? And after that here we have the balance, it is 000, it is correct. And then we have this reducer set listings, that's it. Now here we'll make the API call. For that we have to create the functions. So before this listing slice, here let's add the comment get all public listings, and then we'll add the export const and the function name get all public listing equal to, and create the function using create async thunk. We will add this create async thunk, and it has been imported from the Redux toolkit. Now in this one, let's add listing slash get all public listing. Then we will add the comma and provide the asynchronous arrow function. And after that, in this function we'll add the try catch statement, and in this catch block we'll add console log and return empty array, and in this try block we will make the API call using Axios. So let's add const curly braces data equal to await, and here we will add API. Import this API from this file. Let's open it. And from this one we will get the API. You can see we are getting this suggestion. Just click here. API has been imported from the configs/axios, right? And after that, let's add .get method and provide the path. So the path will be /API/listing/public. So it will give all the public listings data, correct? And after that, let's add the return statement, and it will return the data. So we have created the first function. Using that, we will get the public listings from the API. After that, we'll add the next function. So here we'll add the comment get all user listings, and let's add export const get all user listing. So we'll get the listing for the particular user. Again, we'll use the create async thunk, and in this one, I'll write listing/get all user listing and create the async arrow function. Now in this function, again add the try catch statement, and in the catch block we'll add this one console log and error, then provide the return empty array. After that, in this try block we'll make the API call, and this is the protected route. For that we have to authenticate our request. So first we'll generate the token using get token. So I'll write const token equal to await, and here we will add get token, and we will get this get token function from this parameter, right? So in this parameter we'll add get token, and let's call it here like this. And after that we'll add const curly braces data equal to await, and then we'll add API.get method, and then we'll add the path here. So the path will be /API/listing/user. So it will give all the list for particular user, and then we'll add the headers property. In this headers property we'll add the authorization, then bearer, and provide the token here, correct? Let's add one more curly braces here. Now it is correct. And after that, let's add the return statement, and we will return this data from this function. So we have added another function. Using that, we will return the list of social media profiles for particular user. After that, let's scroll down, and here you can see we have this reducer. So after this reducer, we'll add comma extra reducers, and then let's add arrow function and provide the builder in this parameter, and then we'll add the builder dot add case. In this add case, we'll add the function that we have just created, get all public listing. Then we'll add dot fulfilled comma and add the arrow function here. And in this one we'll get the state and action as parameter. And after that, let's add the state.listings property equal to action.payload.listings. Right? Now just duplicate it. Let's duplicate this one. And here we'll add builder.addCase, and then we'll add the next function here, that is get all user listing. We have updated this function, get all user listing dot fulfilled. Then we'll add a state and action in the parameter of this function, and here we'll add a state dot user listings property equal to action dot payload dot listings, and then we'll add the state dot balance property here equal to action dot payload dot balance, like this. After adding it, let me just come back to the app.jsx file. And in this one, we have to initialize the state using these APIs, right? So let's scroll up, and here you can see we have this path name from use location. So after that, here we'll get the get token function from Clerk. So I'll write const curly braces get token equal to use auth, and use auth will get imported from the Clerk/Clerk React, like this. After that, here we'll get the user data from the Clerk. So let's add const curly braces user, and we'll also get the isLoaded property equal to use user, and the use user function has been imported here from the Clerk/Clerk React, correct? After that, here we need the dispatch function. So I'll write const dispatch equal to use dispatch, and the use dispatch has been imported from the Redux, and then we'll add the use effect. In this use effect, let's create the arrow function, and then we'll add the dependency array that will be empty. Now in this one, let's call the dispatch function, and now we'll call the get all public listing and import it from the app folder, features folder, and listing slice file. Here we have get all public listing, and we need to call it like this. So it will find all the public listing from the database. After that, let's add another use effect. So I'll write use effect and add the arrow function and dependency array. Now in this dependency array, we'll add isLoaded, and then we'll add user, correct? And after that, here we'll add the if statement in this arrow function. Let's write if, let's move it in the same line. And in this if statement, I'll write isLoaded is true and user is true. So in this case only, we will call this dispatch, and in this dispatch, we will call the function get all user listing and call this one. You can see get all user listing has been imported. Now after adding it, if I save the changes and open the web page, let me refresh it. And after that, here you can see we don't have any listing. It is empty. Let's open the marketplace. Here also you can see we don't have any listing because right now it is fetching the data from the database, and in our database we don't have any listing. If I come to this my listings, here also we don't have any data, but when we click on this new listing, it will open this form. So next we have to make this form functional so that we can upload a new listing and it will be added in the database. For that, I'll just come back to the VS Code and let's open the sidebar, and here you will find the pages folder. In this pages folder, you will find manage_listing.jsx file. Now in this one, we have to add the functionality to upload our listing on database. So let me scroll up. Here we are getting the listing ID, and then we have the navigate, and then we have the user listing, and we are getting this user listing from a state, correct? Now here we need the token so that we can make the API call. So let's add a space here and provide const curly braces get token equal to use auth, and use auth has been imported, and after that we'll also get the dispatch function. So just add const dispatch equal to use dispatch, and the use dispatch has been imported from Redux. You can see here we have the use dispatch. After that, let's come here. We have the loading is editing. Then we have the form data that will be sent on API request, right? And after that, here we have the handle input change. Then we have the handle image upload. And after that, we have the remove image. And then we have this use effect that will load the listing data. After this use effect, you can see here we have this handle submit function. So let's complete this handle submit function. So when we'll click on this submit button, we'll add the toast notification. So let's add toast dot loading, and in this one we'll add the message called saving, right? And after that, let's create the copy of our form data. So let's add const data copy equal to a structured clone and provide the form data. Correct. After that, we'll add the try catch statement, and in this try block, let's add the if statement, and we'll add if is editing is true. So it means we are in the editing mode and we need to update our data, right? So let's add the data copy dot images equal to form data dot images property dot filter, right? And then we'll add the arrow function in this filter and provide the individual image, and then it will return type of image equal to string, right? And after that, we'll add const form data instance equal to new form data, and after that, in this form data instance, let's add the append property or append method, and in this append method we'll add the property name, that is account details, and then we'll add the comma and provide json dot a stringify, and then provide the data copy. Correct. And after that, let's add the form data dot images dot filter, and in this filter let's add arrow function, provide the image, and it will return type of image not equal to a string, like this. And after that, we'll add dot for each. Now in this for each, again add the arrow function like this, and let's get the individual image in this parameter. After that, here we'll add the curly braces, and in this one we will use the form data instance dot append method, and here we'll append the images using this field name images, and then we'll add the comma image, right? After that, we have to generate the token so that we can make the API call. So here let's add const token equal to await, and we will use get token function, and after that we can make the API call and we'll receive the data in the response. So let's add const curly braces data equal to await, and we will add the API, import the API from the configs folder, then dot put method, because we have to update the listing, right? And here we have to add the path slash API slash listing, and then we'll add comma form data instance. Then we'll add the authentication here to authenticate the API request. So here we have added headers property, authorization, and bearer token, right? And after that, let's add the toast notification. So just add toast dot dismiss all. So it will clear the previous toast notification that is saving, and after that we'll add toast dot success, and now let's provide data dot message. So we'll display the success message that we'll receive from the API, and after that we'll use the dispatch function, and in this one we'll call get all user listing, and here we have to provide the curly braces, and then let's provide this get token function. Get all user listing should be imported here. Let's scroll up. You can see it has been imported from the features folder listing slice file, right? Now let's come back here, and after that let's add dispatch again, and in this dispatch we'll add get all public listing and call it. That's it. And after that we have to navigate the users, so let's add navigate. We don't have the navigate function right now. Let me see. Yes, we have the navigate imported here. So in this navigate we'll add the path my listings, like this. Now come to this else statement. You can see we have added the if, right? So here we'll add the else statement also. It means we are not in the editing mode. So let's add delete data copy images, right? And after that let's add const form data instance equal to new form data, and then we'll add the form data instance dot append method, and in this one we will append the account details and then comma and provide the json.stringify and provide the data copy. And after that let's add the form data images for each, and then we will add arrow function here, and after that we'll get the individual image here, and then we'll add the form data instance dot append method. In this one we will append the images using this images property and provide this comma and image, like this. And after that let's generate the token. So I'll just copy this one, paste it here, and after that we can make the API call. So let's copy this one and paste it here. Here we'll add const curly braces data equal to await API dot post. Let's update it. It will be API dot post and the path will be same. Then we have the form data instance, and then we have the headers property with authorization, bearer and token. And after that we will dismiss all the toast notifications. So let's add toast.dismiss all. Then we'll add toast.success. It will be data.message, and after that let's call the same thing. Let's copy from here, paste it here. We will call dispatch get all user listing and get token, then dispatch get all public listing, call it, and then we'll add navigate and navigate to my listings. And after that come to the catch block, and in this catch block we'll add toast.dismiss all, and then we'll add toast.error and provide the error message, like this. And after that let me just come here in the main page. Here you can see we have added get all user listing and get all public listing. So in this get all user listing we have to provide the get token. So just add curly braces here and provide get token. Update this one, save the changes. Now let me open the web page and let's refresh it. And here let's add one listing. So I'll write the data here. I'll enter some data like listing title, platform, then we'll add the account metrics, pricing, and upload some images. So let me fill this data quickly. So here we have added the basic information like title, platform name, category, username, and other statics, then price, description, and here we'll upload the images. So let's upload multiple images and then click on this create listing button. You can see the notification saving, and after that you can see the notification account listed successfully, right? And here you can see this account. It is added in this my listings page, right? Now after that let's open our database. So I'll open the Neon database, then go to tables, and now let me open the listing. Here you can see we have the new listing. We have the ID, owner ID, title, platform, username, and you can scroll like this and see other details, right? So the listing data is added in the database. Now let me just come back and open our home page. So you can see this listing detail in the home page also. If I go to marketplace, here also you can see this listing detail. And if I click on this button, it will display the complete detail of this listing, and here we have the images also, right? If I click here, we can change the images like this, and these images are uploaded on cloud storage using ImageKit, right? Let me open this image in new tab. So you can see the URL, it is imagekit.io. So our image is uploaded and optimized by ImageKit, right? And here we have this option chat, and let me go to my listings and you will find the listing in my listings page. Next we have to change the data. Let's click on this edit button. You can see here we have added the basic details. You can change anything in this listing. Let me change the price. So right now you can see the price is 7,500. So let me make it 8,500, right? And after that, let me change the followers count. I'll make it 25k, and then click on this button. You can see update listing is there. Just click here. You can see account updated successfully, and now you can see the price here, $8,500. Let's open the marketplace. Here also you can see the updated price and updated number of followers. Let's click here. Here we have complete details like total number of followers, engagement, monthly views, and listed date. So this feature is working fine. Now we will add the functionality in my listings page. In my listings, you can see we have the social profile list that we have just uploaded, and here we have some action buttons like delete, edit, and toggle a status. So let's make it functional. So I'll just come back to the VS Code and open the sidebar, and here we have the mylistings.jsx file. Now in this one you can see we have the user listings and balance from the state, and then we have the currency and navigate function. Now here we'll get the get token from Clerk. So let's add const curly braces get token equal to use auth, and the use auth has been imported from the Clerk React. Now we'll get the dispatch function also. So let's add const dispatch equal to use dispatch, and the use dispatch has been imported here. You can see it has been imported from Redux, correct? After that, scroll down. Here you can see we have the format number function, set a status icon, set a status color. Then we have the three functions, that is toggle status, delete listing, and mark as featured. So let's complete these functions one by one. So I'll come to the first one, that is toggle a status. Here we are getting the listing ID in the parameter. So in this one we'll add the try catch block. Now in this catch block, let's add toast.dismissAll. Then we'll add toast.error and provide the error message. Now come to the try block. In this try block we'll add the toast. We have to import the toast, right? So just add toast.loading, and let's add the text called updating listing status, and after that we'll add const and generate the token. So it will be token equal to await get token function, and after that we can make the API call. So let's add const curly braces data equal to await and then provide the API. So let's import the API from the configs folder /axios, right? Then we'll add dot put method, and here we have to add the path. So I'll write backticks and provide /API/listing, and then we have to provide the ID here. So let's add $, curly braces, and provide the listing ID, right? And then we'll add /status. So this is the API path, and after that we'll add comma and provide empty object because we will not send any data, and then we'll add another object where we'll add the headers property and provide the authorization property and provide bearer and token. So it will authenticate our request. After that, let's call the dispatch, and then we will call the get all user listing, and in this one provide the curly braces get token, and then let's duplicate it, and here we'll add dispatch get all public listing. Let's import it, get all public listing. It has been imported, and here we will remove this get token. After that, let's add toast.dismiss all, and then we'll add toast.success and provide data.message. That's it. So it will toggle the listing status. After that, let me just copy everything from this toggle status function. I'll copy this and paste it in this delete listing function. And in this one, let's update the code. So here, let's add some space, and here we'll add const confirm equal to window.confirm, and here we'll add one message. So I'll write the message here. Are you sure you want to delete this listing? If credentials are changed, new credentials will be sent to your email. Like this. And after that, let's add if not confirm, then simply add return. Like this. After that, we'll add toast.loading, and here we'll add the message called deleting listing. Then we will generate the token like this, and after that, here we'll add const data equal to await, and here we'll add await API dot delete method. Then we have to update the path. It will be /API/listing and $$ curly braces, and provide the listing ID and remove this status. That's it. And here we have the headers. We can remove this one also, remove this empty object, and provided the headers only. And after that, let's call this dispatch, that will call get all user listing, then call get all public listing, then dismiss the notification, and then toast success, it will be data.message. So it will delete the listing using this function. Now let me complete the third function. So I'll just copy this one and paste it here in this mark as featured. Now in this one, here we'll add toast.loading and provide featuring listing like this, and then we'll generate the token using this statement, and then we'll make the API call. So just add const curly braces data equal to await API dot put, and after that provide the path /API/listing, and then we'll add /featured like this, and then $$ curly braces listing ID, and remove this status. Then we'll add the empty object and provide the headers here, and in this headers we have the authorization bearer token. Then we will call this get all user listing, then get all public listing, then dismiss all toast notification, then toast.success notification, and after that we have this catch block. So we have added the functionality for mark as featured also, correct? After that, save the changes and let's open the web page. And now let me just click on this icon. You can see updating listing status. You can see now the status is inactive, right? Let me click again on this eye icon. You can see now the status is active. So we can toggle the status. Let's click on this edit icon. It will open this page to update the listing. Now just come back. And here we have the delete button. If I click here, then we cannot do anything with this listing. So we will not delete it. We have added the functionality. Later we will delete this one also when we'll create multiple listing. For now, let me just test this one. I'll click on this start icon. Now you can see request failed with a status 404. So let me see the console log. I'll open this one and let's come to server. We don't have any error here. Let's hide it and open the web browser. Let me just open the network tag. Let me just open the network and click on this button again. It says a status 404. Let me fix it. I think we have provided the incorrect path of this API, so I'll just come back here. And you can see we have added this function marked as featured. In this one we have added the path /API/featured. So it will be /API/listing/featured. Just update this path, save the changes and come back here. Now I'll click on this start icon. You can see premium plan required. Right now we are in the free plan. If I go to home page, you can see we are in the free plan. Free plan is active, correct? Let's click on this button. Pay with test card. So now we are in the premium plan, right? After that, I'll come here and then click on this star icon. Still it is asking premium plan required. So after refresh it works. So now we can mark the listing as featured. So this listing is featured. If I come to the marketplace, here you can see this featured badge, correct? Now let's come here. If I click again, you can see listing marked as featured. Now after that, let me add the functionality here. If I go to this lock icon, here you can see a status not submitted. So we can submit the credentials. I'll click on this button, add credential. So it will open this form. So we have to make this form working. So I'll just come back to the VS Code. And after that, let's open this sidebar, components. And in this components, you can see we have credential submission.jsx file. So in this one, first we need the token so that we can make the API call. So here, let's add const curly braces and provide get token equal to use auth. And after that, here we need the dispatch function also. So let's add const dispatch equal to use dispatch, and use dispatch has been imported from Redux and use auth has been imported from the Clerk React, correct? After that, let's come here. Here we have the handle add field and then we have handle submission. So come to this function handle submission, and after this e.prevent default will add the try catch statement. Now in this try block, let's add the comment first. So the comment is check if there is at least one field, right? So here we'll add if statement and write credential.length is equal to 0. So in this case, let's add the return and provide the toast notification. So let's add return toast, import the toast, then dot error and provide the message here. So the message is please add at least one field, correct? After that, let's add the another comment, check all fields are filled. So here we'll add for const cred of credential, right? Then we'll add the if statement if not of cred dot value. So if the value is not provided in anyone, so in this case again add the return statement and provide the toast notification. So let's add return toast dot error and this message. After that, here we'll add const and add the variable confirm equal to window.confirm and we'll add one message here. So the message is credential will be verified and changed post submission. Are you sure you want to submit, right? Then we'll add if statement. If not confirmed, then we'll simply add return, right? And now when it is confirmed, then we can make the API call. So first we have to generate the token. So let's add const token equal to await get token, and then we'll add const curly braces data equal to await, and here we'll add API, import the API from the configs folder, then add dot post method, and here we'll add the path. So the path will be /API/listing/add credential, and after that we'll add comma and provide the object. Here we'll add the credential. After that we'll add comma and provide the listing ID. So the listing ID will be this listing dot ID. and after that we'll add comma and provide the object. In this one we'll add the headers property to authenticate our request. So here we have added the headers. It will be authorization, bearer and token. And after that we can display the toast notification. So let's add toast.success and provide data.message. And after that we will get all user listing again. So just add dispatch. And in this dispatch let's add get all user listing. And here we'll add curly braces, get token. After that let's add on close. So it will close the pop-up. Now come to the catch block, and here we'll add toast.error and provide the error message here. Then we'll add console log like this. Now save the changes, and after that I'll just come back here and let's refresh this web page, and I'll hover on this lock icon, then go to add credentials. Then let me add the credential detail here, test@gmail.com, and then we'll add the password here, and let's click on this submit. You can see it is confirming the submission. Click OK. Now it is submitted. You can see credential added successfully, and after that if I hover on this lock icon you can see a status submitted, right? So we can submit the credentials. We have added the functionality for this my listings page also. Next we have to add the functionality in this page, that is available button. When we click here we can withdraw the amount by adding the amount details and click on apply for withdrawal, but right now we don't have any amount available for withdrawal. Let me create this withdraw feature also. I'll just come back to the VS Code, and here we will open the sidebar, and here you will find this components. In this components we have withdraw model. Let's open this, and in this one we have to make the API call. So let's get the get token function. So I'll write const curly braces get token equal to use auth and import it from the Clerk React. And after that let's add const dispatch equal to use dispatch, and the use dispatch has been imported, correct? After that here we have the amount state and account state. Then we have this handler function, handle submission, right? So come to this function, and first we'll add the try catch statement, and in this try block let's add the comment. Check if there is at least one field. So let's add if account.length is equal to 0. So here we'll add the return statement, and then provide toast.error. So let's add toast, import it, then we'll add .error and write the message here. So the message is please add at least one field. Now let's add another comment, that is check all fields are filled, like this, and then we'll add this for loop. So here we have added for const field of accounts, then not of field value, and toast.error and this message. Now after that we'll add one confirmation window. So here let's add const confirm equal to window.confirm and this message, and if confirm is false then we'll add return. Now if it is true then we'll make the API call. So let's add const token equal to await get token function, and then we can make the API call using const curly braces data equal to await and call the API. Import the API from the configs folder, then dot post method, and after that here we'll add path. So the path will be /API/listing/withdraw, and after that let's add comma curly braces and provide the account, then provide comma amount, and in this amount property let's add the parse int and then provide the amount, right? Then we'll add the comma, and here we'll add the headers property to authenticate our request like this. And after that let's add the toast notification. So we'll add toast.success and provide data.message, and then we'll add dispatch function. So let's add dispatch, and in this one we will call get all user listing, import it, and in this one we'll add curly braces, get token. After that, let's add this function on close, so it will close the pop-up, and after that come to the catch block. In this catch block we'll add toast.error and provided this message, and then we'll add console.log and provided this error. That's it. Save the changes. So we have added the functionality in this withdraw form. Here we can enter the data and apply for withdrawal, right? And if we have the funds, then only we can withdraw the amount, right? Now let's come here and click on this my orders. So here we have the dummy orders. Let me replace it. Here we'll display the order data from the database. So I'll just come back to the VS Code, open the sidebar, and here we have the pages folder. In this pages folder you will find my orders.jsx file. So in this one we have to make the API call and we'll get the order data from the database. For that, here let's add const curly braces. Here we'll add the user, and we will also get is loaded, and let's get it from the use user, and the use user has been imported from the Clerk. After that we need the token also, so let's add const curly braces get token equal to use auth and import the use auth from Clerk, right? And after that, here you can see we have this function fetch orders, right? So here we have the setter function. Let's remove it, and let's remove this set loading also, and then let's add the try catch statement. Now in this try block let's use set loading and let's make it true, correct? And after that, here we'll add const token equal to await get token. So we'll generate the token first and then we can make the API call. So I'll write const curly braces data equal to await and provide API, import the API from the configs folder, then we'll add dot get method, and here we have to add the API path. So the path will be /API/listing/user orders. Then we'll add the comma here and provide the headers property to authenticate the request. So here we have added headers, authorization token and bearer, right? Then we will use the setter function set orders, and in this set orders we'll add the data that is available from the API request, right? And then we'll add dot orders. It will be added in the state. After that, come to the catch block. In this catch block we'll add the toast notification, so just add toast dot error, and here we have to add the error message like this. And after that, here we'll add the finally block, and in this finally let's provide the setter function that is set loading and make it false. Now just come here in this use effect. In this use effect you can see we are simply calling this fetch orders, right? So we will call it whenever the user is available. So here in this dependency array we'll add is loaded then user, correct? And after that, here we'll add the if statement, if user and is loaded. If both are true, then only we will call this fetch orders. Let's move it here. That's it. Now save the changes and let's open the web page. So you can see this my orders page. Here we have this text no orders yet. So whenever we will place any order, it will be displayed here using our database, right? So we have added the functionality like it will display the social media profile list here, then it will be displayed in the marketplace. We can filter the data like this, correct? We can also search the filters using this search box. Then we have added the functionality in the my listing. We have added the new listing page and we can also update the existing listing. Then we have the listing details page and here you can see the details. Then we have my listing and here we can delete, edit and toggle the status and we can submit the credentials. And after that we have added the my orders and also we have added the functionality for withdrawal, correct? Now we have to make the chat feature functional. So if I open this messages page, here you can see these are the dummy data coming from the assets, right? And let me open this URL in another browser and I'll log in with another account. So here we have another account. You can see this is the account name. And after that, I'll come to marketplace and open this listing. So this is the listing owner or social profile owner. So I can chat with this user using this chat button, but right now this button is not functional. So let me make it functional. So I'll just come back here in the VS Code and open our component, that is chatbox component. So I'll open this components folder and open chatbox.jsx file. Now in this one, you can see we have this fetch chat function, right? So when the listing is available, it will call this fetch chat function, and in this one we have added the dummy chats. So let me remove these dummy chat, and here we'll make the API call to get the chat data from API. So let's clear this and I'll add try catch statement. Now in this try block, first we need the token to make the API call, right? So first let's get the token from Clerk. So I'll write const curly braces get token equal to use auth, and use auth has been imported. After that, you can see here we have the dummy user data, right? So let me update it. We'll write const curly braces user equal to, and we will get the user from Clerk. So let's add use user. So use user is also imported here. Now we have the token and user, and after that let's come here in the function. Now in this try block, let's generate the token. So I'll write const token equal to await get token function. After that, we'll make the API call. So I'll write const curly braces data. We will get this data from API response equal to await. Then API, import the API from the configs file. Then dot post method. Then slash provide the path. So here we'll add slash API slash chat. After that, we have to provide some data in the body. So let's add curly braces and provide the listing ID, and the listing ID property will be listing.id. After that, we will provide the chat ID. So let's add the chat ID here. You can see the chat ID is available here. So we have provided it in the API call. After that, we'll add the comma and curly braces, and here we'll add the headers property to authenticate our request. So we have added headers, authorization, bearer and token. Now after that, let's use the set function set chat and provide the data question mark dot chat property. After that, let's add set messages, and in this one we will provide the data question mark dot chat question mark dot messages, and if it is not available, then we'll add empty array. After that, let's use the setter function set is loading, and let's make it false. Right? Now come to the catch block, and in this catch block we'll add the toast notification. So let's add the toast, import the toast, and then we'll add dot error and provide the error message like this. And then we have to add the console log and provide the error in the console log. Correct? After that, you can see here we are calling this fetch chat function when the listing is available. Right? Now after that, here we'll add const interval equal to set interval. In this set interval, we'll add the arrow function, and after that, here we have to add the time, that is 3000 milliseconds. Right? Now in this one, let's call the fetch chat function. So it will call this function at every 3 seconds, correct? And after that we'll write return and create one arrow function here. And in this one we will simply call the clear interval and provide this interval. After that, you can see here we have this function called handle send message, right? So in this one we have added this code that will add the messages in the state. But instead of adding the messages in the state, we will make the API call to send our messages on the database. So here we have this e.prevent default in the handle message, right? And after that we have this if statement, if not of message stream or is sending, then return. It will not return anything, it will stop the execution of this function. So after that, let's remove this. And here we'll add the try catch statement. Now in this try block, first we'll use the setter function. So just add set is sending and make it true. It means we are sending the message. And after that we will make the API call. For that we need the token. So again add const token equal to await get token. Now we will make the API call, right? So I'll just copy this one and then paste it here. After that, here we have to update the path. So the path will be /API /chat /send message. And here we have the type post. So we have added data equal to await API.post and provided this send message path. And after that, here we have to provide some data. So I'll write the chat ID. So in this curly braces, let's add the chat ID. And in this chat ID, let's provide the chat.id. After that, we have to provide the message, right? So I'll write the message property and this will be our new message. That's it. After that, let's come here and use the set messages setter function. And here we'll add the array, a spread operator. Then we will use the messages, comma, data dot new message. After that, let's use the setter function set new message and make it empty string. And after that, let's add set is sending and let's make it false. After sending it, we'll make it false. Now come to the catch block, and in this catch block again add the toast notification like this, and then we'll add the console log where we'll provide the error. And after that we'll add set is sending and make it false. So we have added this function that will handle the message send function, right? Now after adding it, I'll just come back here and let me refresh this web page and click on this chat button. So it will open this chat box, it will load the data. So right now we don't have any chat with this user. So let's send the message. Hi. It is sent here. Let's add another message. I want to buy this account. So these messages are sent. After that, let me open our database. So I'll open the Neon database. Let's go to chat table. So here you can see we have a new chat where you can see the ID, chat user ID, owner user ID, listing ID. Then scroll here and here you can see the last message. So the last message is I want to buy this account. Then we have this last message sender ID, and here you can see the messages, right? Let's open it, and in this messages you can see we have all messages like hi, then we have I want to buy this account, correct? Now after that I'll just come back to the previous account. So let's come here, and in this one you will find the new messages on this page. So we have to add the functionality on this page also, right? For that, I'll open the VS Code and let's open the pages. And in the pages, you will find the messages.jsx file. And here you can see we have a function fetch user chats. So we have to complete this function, correct? In this one, we have added the dummy data. So let's remove it and write try catch block. And in this try block, we need to make the API call. So first we'll get the token from the clerk, right? So let's add const curly braces get token equal to use auth, and the use auth has been imported. After that, here you can see we have the dummy user data, right? So let's add const curly braces user, and we will also get the is loaded, and let's get it from the use user has been imported, right? Now let's come here in this function, that is fetch user chats. Now in this one we'll generate the tokens. So I'll write const token equal to await get token, then we'll add const curly braces data equal to await, then we will import the API from the configs folder, then dot get method, and after that provide the path. So the path will be /API/chat/user. After that, here we'll add comma curly braces and provide the headers property. So in this headers, we have added the authorization bearer token. Now after that, let's use the setter function called set chats, and in this set chats just add the data dot chats. After that, let's make the loading false. So I'll write set loading and make it false. After that, come to the catch block, and here we have to add the toast notification. So I'll write toast, import the toast here and add these messages in the toast notification, and then we'll add the console log, and after this console log will make the loading false. So just add set loading false. That's it. And after that, here we have the use effect, correct? So in this use effect, let's add one if condition. We'll add if user. So when the user is available, and with that we'll add AND operator is loaded. So when the is loaded is true. In this case only we will call this fetch user chats and all these functions. So let's cut it from here and move it inside this if statement like this. And after that, in this dependency array, we will add the user, then comma is loaded. That's it. Now save the changes and come back here. Now here you can see we have only one chat, and this data is coming from the API. You can see the listing name, username, and the last message, I want to buy this account. And right now this message is unseen, that's why it is in this color, right? You can see the user profile icon also. Now let me just click here. So it will open the chat box, and now we can reply to this message. So let me type my message here. Yes, it is available now. Let's click on send. So you can see our message is sent here. Now I'll come to the previous account, and you can see we have received this message in the previous account. Now after that, let me see the database also. So I'll refresh it, come to messages, and here you can see we have one more message. Yes, it is available now. So this chat functionality is working fine. So we have added the chat feature in our social marketplace application. Now when we are logged out and open the listing details page, and here we have the chat button, and if I click here, it is opening this blank screen with this URL. So let me fix it. Here we'll add the notification, like we cannot chat without login, correct? So I'll just come back here in the VS Code and we'll open our listing details page. We have the listing details.jsx file, and in this one we have added one function. So you can see this function load chat box, right? So in this one, let's add the if statement. Now in this if block, will add not of, and here we need to load the user, right? So let's scroll up. We don't have the user here, right? So I'll write const curly braces user, and we'll also get the is loaded property, and let's get it from the use user. Import the use user from Clerk. Now after that, let's come here in this function and let's write not of is loaded or not of user, correct? So in this case, we'll add the return and provide the toast notification. So let's add the toast dot, or let's add the toast directly, and here we'll add the message, that is please log in to chat with seller. After that, we'll add another if statement, if user dot id equal to listing dot owner id, right? So in this case also we'll add return, and here we'll add the toast notification. So let's add the toast, and in this one we'll update the message. So the message is you can't chat with your own listing, right? And after that, we have this dispatch set chat. Now let's save the changes and come back here, refresh this web page and click on this chat button. So now you can see the notification, please log in to chat with seller. So we need to log in to chat with this user. Now if I come back to the previous account, and in this one you can see this is the username GreatStack, and this listing is added using the same user, right? So this is the listing owner. Now if I click on this chat button, you can see the notification, you can't chat with your own listing. So it is working fine. So we have completed the chat functionality in our application. Next, we have to add the functionality for the admin so that admin can verify and update the credentials, and user can purchase this account. This tutorial is too long and we cannot upload the videos more than 12 hours because of the YouTube limit. So in the next video, we will create the backend functionality and we will create the payment feature so that you can purchase the account, and after publishing that video, I'll add the video link in the description. So must check out the next video link in the description and complete this project. I hope this video will be helpful for you. If you have any question, you can ask me in the comment section. Please like and share this video, and also subscribe my channel GreatStack to watch more videos like this one. Thank you so much for watching this video.